Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all our families from across the sea. This is the FSL Dota 2 Open 2, supported by Intel and Yahoo. We are your commentators for this wonderful Saturday morning. My name is HusKKiee, and alongside me is, of course, the always insightful Mr. Otomo.
Thank you very much, HusKKiee. Yes, this is the FSL Open 2, which is an all-women tournament for Dota 2. I'm really glad that we're having this initiative going on because I feel like there should be more teams, more female teams playing, and this is great. This is a good opportunity for all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a good timing, because not only are we going to witness some great Dota 2, we are going to be witnessing them on patch 7.30. So a lot of things to unpack. So I am very excited to see what these players have in store. Obviously, the patch hit like 3 days before the official kind of the knockout rounds of today. So these players, they don't have much time to adapt, and I want to see if they are able to bring out something, from the Rapid Hat.
Definitely, it's like when a new patch comes out this early, a tournament, it's based on whoever figured out the most, whoever has the pocket strat that works the best for them, whoever hasn't seen, oh wait, is it Chen's a core now, Queen of Pain's a support, like whoever is most advanced in the meta will be the one who wins the tournament, basically. So that's going to be very interesting to see how they play with that.
Yeah, and I want to hear your input, right? Top 3 heroes that you think has changed the most, or it probably has an increased chance of appearing in the game. What are they?
I've heard the first one I was looking at the Dota buff, like the win rate. Silencer's really buffed. He's so much better because he does a lot more damage to silence people. I think Disruptor looks really good. I only care about supports. I don't care about the cores. The cores don't matter to me. But if I was having to pick cores, I think Beastmaster got a really nice buff as well. The overall is good. His laning stage is a lot better with the board damage. So I think Beastmaster. I forgot. Jakiro is great as well. Silencer. I think those heroes will do very well this patch.
Yeah, and with that being said, just in time for us to jump into the draft. This is game 1, or this is the best of 1 in all of these brackets leading up to the grand finals. Team Mireska against Disgrace, Familiar Girls. We're gonna already have the picks and bans going on. Viper, Grimstroke, Timbersaw, Nyx Assassin taken out, and Oracle and Pug going over to Disgrace Familiar Girls, and Team Mireska will get themselves the Abaddon.
Oh, by the way, the one thing we should talk about is, of course, the pick phase has been changed,
Oh
so that
yes.
if you are second pick, you get to have the second and third pick in the first phase, and if you are first pick, you get to have the third and fourth pick together in the second phase. So both teams have a chance to combo up. Team Mireska starting out with both of their supports. I mean, I assume it's going to be the Abaddon support and the Shadow Shaman. Good mixture of defensive and offensive supports, decent lockdown save. Disgrace Familia, I'm gonna go with it's probably still a core puck. It would be unlikely if it's a 4 so early. Oracle is a good hero to have because against the Shadow Shaman, he's got so many saves that he can like prevent all the hexes, all the shackles as well. No burst damage from Team Mireska as well, so Oracle should be able to save people.
Yeah, and Oracle did receive a bit of the nerf hammer from Ice Frog. The false promise at early levels did get its duration reduced, but you think it's
Mm.
still going to be very valuable for all of these players?
His and also the purifying flames cooldown was increased by a quarter second, but he did get one armor, which according to our pre-game pre-show talk, we said one armor. He's a frontline hero. He is right there at the front leading the charge. I think the thing is the best part about false promise wasn't the duration; it was the hard dispel followed by the fact that you can't die. So whether it's 8 seconds, whether it's like 6.5, I don't think it makes too much of a difference. So I think Oracle's okay. He's fine.
Yeah. And we are going to see the Mars coming up from DFG, and Team Mireska will pick up the Luna. One of the few heroes that I've been wishing for Ice Frog to drop a hard nerf, and Luna did receive that. Lucent Beam got nerfed, Glaives got nerfed,
Mm.
Dragon Knight also received a couple of nerfs. But do you think that they still have a place in the forefront of the draft, or do you think that they're probably going to be taken over?
When the draft with the sorry when the patch is still so new and you've practiced Dragon Knight, you practiced Luna, you practiced these heroes so much, you don't really want to switch it up and be like, okay, guys, you're playing Tinker. Like I've never played Tinker. How am I going to play him now just because he's buffed? So I respect the Mireska sticking to their comfort picks, even though yes, these two heroes particularly have been nerfed. Dragon Knight, I think he lost like 4 HP regen at max level. Dragon Lord, that's a big deal. Luna's got a big nerf to her Lucent Beam, so yeah, the heroes are definitely a lot less like impactful, but you work with what you have, and it's a new patch. They have to pick their comfort picks. Disgrace Familia though, very elusive group of heroes. Puck and Mirana. This is going to be a mid Puck, I think. Mars off lane. Just their only front line is Mars, so that's a bit risky.
Oh yeah, and we have the Mirana to kind of be that post four, right? Just your
Yeah.
classic Mars Mirana, one of the best right click range support in the game.
Mm.
Maybe other than Lina and Shadow Shaman, I think Mirana is kind of at the top. But we are looking at those post one bands as well. You have the Medusa, the Drow, Spectre, PL, Jug, and Ursa, 6 position 1s, already banned out by these two teams combined. Obviously, Mireska has their own post one picked up in the form of the Luna. DFG though
Mm.
still looking for that core. What is left in the tank? TB, uh, got nerf,
Gyrocopter.
gyrocopter. I get gyrocopter, and it could be a
Mm.
choice.
Slark has also been. I think Slark would be pretty good for. He's got nice buffs. Silver Edge is a lot better as well, which is an item he really likes. So I think Slark is a solid option. He's probably up against the Dragon Knight and the Shadow Shaman, so he's great against the Dragon Knight because you just want to hit him. Like he's a melee hero, you can just keep hitting him a few times. So I do like the Slark pick for Disgrace Familia. Mireska, they need a mid laner. I think that they should take something very elusive. You look at Disgrace Familia, or DFGs as you call them. What's their like strong lockdown? It's like Puck, Coil, and that's it. Oracle, you can dodge his spells. Mirani can dodge the arrow. Mars as well. So an Ember Spirit or a Voice Spirit could be really strong for them.
Yeah, and of course, Puck also received some minor changes, right? Primarily to the Dream Coil, it no longer mini stuns you. It still cancels
Yeah.
TP because of the leash, but that mini stun could be very valuable. So I don't think that the leash cancel channeling spells, right? It just makes it a little more worse if you're up against like a shaman where you want to kind of
Mm.
just disable him with that mini stun. Now that's gone. He just stands there. You put a leash on me, I'll stand there. I'll put a leash on you as well. Night Stalker will be the last pick for Mireska. That's gonna going probably into the off lane. We might be looking at a Dragon Knight, mid lane.
Yeah, I like the Night Stalker pick by the way a lot because it's like this other tanky hero. You look at Disgrace Familia, their damage is not impressive. Like where's the real where's a lot of the damage? Puck, by the way, Puck right click was nerfed. His level 10 talent used to be 25 damage. Now it's 25 right click. I mean now it's 300 illusory orb. So he's not a right click hero anymore. I mean he still can, but he's just less effective. So Mireska with this strength heavy lineup, saves with the Abaddon. I love the draft that's coming out of them. DFG, they're gonna have to pick a carry that I think that it's gotta be the Slark. Honestly, I don't know what else they could go with that. I would think, oh yeah, this is a really good pick.
Yeah, I certainly do agree. I think Slark is not just because of of the slight, I would say, mini buffs, but it's also to the item changes, right? You
Yeah,
have the new Silver Edge, Oblivion Staff, and Crystallis, which you can
Falcon
kind of get the
Blade.
Oblivion Staff. And Falcon Blade, you can get the Oblivion Staff from the Echo Saber if you go for the disassemble. I sat down yesterday and I was thinking like, okay, so if I get Echo Saber, I disassemble it, I get a Silver Edge and a BKB. That's a double win. That's a double whammy. And he's gonna build into
Yeah,
Scardy. So Slug, I agree. I think she's probably the best choice that DFG might have.
because they also need another melee hero. Your only melee hero is Mars. Like the back line is Miran, Oracle. These guys get blown up by Night Stalker. So you need to have someone else in the front line with them. I'm like I don't know. The Disgrace Familia with their range heroes is just it's a bit of a risky strat. Watch them completely like win this game. We look like idiots. You know they're just gonna crush it. And is it gonna be? It's gonna be the Morphling. Okay, that's a solid
Okay,
pick. That's a
what do you
solid
think
pick.
about this
The
morphing
Morph.
though?
It's.
Into a Night Stalker DK. Like, where
I
does
mean,
this morphling stand?
if the Night Stalker gets like a blink dagger and he jumps on him and he silences him, that's going to be very tough for the Morphling because there's no like spell you have to activate. You just straight away silence. You're on top of him. Other than that, I think the Morphling's okay. He's quite tanky. He's a frontline. He can frontline. He can go in and he can stay back to right click. I like the hero. I like the hero. I just think that Mareska's draft is a lot better. Overall, I think I like their draft a lot more.
Yeah. Do you think that Mireska has the potential to just play a bit faster than DFG? You know, we're looking at the Night Stalker DK, right? Both
And Shadow
heroes
Shaman.
were and Shaman, three heroes,
Yeah.
or at least out of these three heroes, two of them have pretty decent dagger timing. Once
Mm.
Bull gets her dagger, and they can all just kind of go in and blow up whatever target they find.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned also like they're besides the just ability to run around. I was thinking about it in terms of tower push. You know, you have Abaddon with his Curse of Avernus. He helps you with towers. Shadow Shaman is one of the best supports at taking towers. You got Dragon Knight as well. So, like, they have a really good amount of tower push. On the other hand, though, you do have strong team fight from DFG. You have the Coil as well as the Mars Arena. There's nothing on Mireska that's as strong in terms of team fight. So I like DFG's team fight. I just don't see it being that impressive. I mean, like not impressive enough to win them the game over Mareska's draft.
Prepare for
It's fair to say that both teams, the draft, both have their respective strengths and weaknesses, right? On one side,
Yeah.
you have Mireska with a very good single target pickup plus pushing comp, where DFG, if they start a good team fight, they will have a better chance of winning. But Abaddon is also one of those heroes that got a slight touch from Ice Frog, where
Yeah,
uh,
touch.
I've always felt that Abaddon is a very good support, especially as
Mm.
one of the better post five if you are not an Oracle player, right? And the
Yeah.
Aphotic Shield, one of my biggest problems is that his Aphotic Shield has a horrendous cast range. You always
Mm.
thought like, there are so many situations where I want to save a teammate, I press my Aphotic Shield, and he just dies because the cast range is so short, and you don't really
30
want to invest to
seconds
go
to
into an
battle.
Aether lens. So that 50
Yeah.
cast range increase is definitely is definitely a buff for the Abaddon.
Yeah, I mean that's like 10% more. It's literally 10% more cast range. That will help you out a lot. His strength gain was his strength was changed over. I think he has one less strength starting, and he gets 0.2 less. But it doesn't matter because the hero doesn't care about that. You know, it's like you said, if you with your ultimate, you can just stand the front.
The
It doesn't matter if
battle
you take any
begins.
hits. But looks like bounty runes are going to start. I think it's just going to go 2 for 2, and that's basically how it is. No big team fight at the beginning for either team. They just say, all right, I'll just take mine and you take yours. It is going to be the mid Dragon Knight against Puck. I think Dragon Knight will be fine because Puck does not have the damage to bring him down once he gets a couple points in Dragon Blood.
Yeah, and overall, uh, I think ever since Puck became this very popular pick in the mid lane, sometimes in the off lane,
Mm.
I think more towards the mid lane, right? And a lot of people will agree that if you can pick the Dragon Knight into a Puck, you generally will have a decent lane, and he can be kind of that direct counter to Puck, especially after the blink dagger, right? He just blinks in, he stuns the Puck just instantly gets blown up. Even in trading, I think Dragon Knight, as long as he has that Elder Dragon form, he just right clicks the Puck and the Puck can't fight back.
Another thing is that phase shift's cooldown was nerfed, so you might be phase shift an attack, then you take a breath of fire, and that's pretty annoying. But Bull here taking a few hits, but he is gonna be fine.
Yeah, I think the shaman, I think picking a shaman, it does empower you. You have almost 80 base attack at level 1. Like if you can't run away, you just man fight him. That's kind of the principles.
The nice thing. Oh, and another nice thing, of course, the ether shock is like as they're running away, you give them a little zap on the butt. Like here's a little lightning on your way out.
Yeah,
so, yeah, I agree. I love how fun Shaman is as a harasser.
It's very empowering. He has very slow movement speed, but if you can't run away in the principle of Dota, if you know you're gonna die, you might as well fight to the death. And Shaman is one of those few heroes that, like he wants to fight you. Like at level 1, you take a trade that's almost 200 damage, like just free for Shaman.
One of the things about Shaman when I play him though is I think I'm gonna right click and then I just walk into 2 enemies and a full creep wave just to throw 1 hit, and I'm like, okay, that was not the smartest thing in the world. But against Oracle, he's gonna be a pretty solid trader, and overall we're seeing that lane stage is coming out pretty even. Bull just gonna go and make sure that this pull gives him some experience. He drops a sentry. She drops a sentry ward at the same time as well, making sure that you can't pull this camp anymore, which is very smart.
And there's no way that the Oracle can kind of deny the creeps, right? Compared to the Shaman, you just don't do as much damage. So he's gonna take those last hits, he's gonna pull that creep wave, and he blocks the next camp. I would say Mireska, at least for this off lane, they're off to a pretty decent start.
Yeah, for sure. Night Stalker against Morphling, it's always this problem with range against melee. We were talking about so many times, but if you're melee, you don't have to worry about your attack travel time. Like once you want to deny, you're just standing next to the creep, you straight away deny them. But if you're range, you have to wait for your attack to actually travel the distance, and that's very difficult to do, especially like against a high base damage hero like Night Stalker.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of bursts from both Night Stalker and this Shaman, right? You have the Void plus Ether Shock. Ether Shock, you generally just blow up any squishes that you find. But one of the more general changes for this patch is the mid lane. I think there's a lot of impact when that Water Rune was kind of nerfed to a 40 HP flat regen instead of 80. What do you think the changes are going to be? Are we going to see a lot more strength heroes like this Dragon Knight, Kunkka, Magnus, just because they are harder to kill in lane?
It's not only that the Water Rune was nerfed, but also Bottle gives you less regen. It gives you like 15 less HP per sip, and 5 less HP per sip and 5 less mana as well. So, and it takes longer to fill up. So I do think that we might be seeing a little bit more regen in the mid lane, like a little bit more harass, a little bit more kills, just because Bottle is less effective. But I don't think it's too big of a shift because it's still it's still the same. You're still gonna fill up the Water Rune is gonna give you 2 charges. It's still almost the same amount. It's reduced, but it's not enough to impact it. That's really how I see it.
And look at the last hits. Even though we are seeing a lot of harass from Bull onto the Oracle, Lexdite on this Morphling still has pretty decent last hits. In fact, I would say ahead of this Night Stalker, slightly more denies, slightly more last hits. It does feel like when you pressure the enemy support, you want to make sure that lane suffers as well. But in this case, that is not what we are looking at. So if you're the Morphling, I think you are happy with how the Oracle is taking all the punishments and you're just reaping the rewards from the lane.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job of controlling them. Like he got them under the tower just so it's safe for him. But Oracle, he might be in trouble now. Do we have a shackle? We do, and that's gonna be a lot of damage here. Will it be enough to bring down the Oracle? Ether Shock was already used, so it's on cooldown. Looks like Oracle, or are they gonna die for this? No. And it is.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage, but the Oracle's fine.
At least they're able to kind of reset the wave for sure. They get to pull that wave. Their own wave will crash. So everything, I would say, still going pretty okay. Although it does feel like for Mireska, they expected more out of that off lane. But so there's no deficit or net worth gap yet. It's a pretty slow start. I think both teams just want to play that very safe. It's the best of one after all. You don't want to make any crucial mistakes that will kind of lose you the game. But what are we looking at? If a game goes as even as this, what is going to be the tipping point for both teams? We will have to shackle on this Oracle with the Void. Kind of a overlap of crowd controls, but it doesn't matter. I don't know, just gets the first blood. The Oracle gives up on life. And that's a good start for the offlane of Mireska.
And it may not be over. Like that, he has a pretty tough situation to be in. If he goes full strength, he can't last it. But if he goes full agility, then Shadow Shaman reduces his HP by half with one Ether Shock. So he's actually having a bit of a tough time. And there's a nice ward right there that spots him. If they could have gotten an Ether Shock on him. If the game goes even, I still prefer Mireska just because they can tower push so much better. Like you just go to a tower, you drop Snake. There you go! Holy crap, that is the disadvantage of going full Agi, is that you can't be bursted down, and that's gonna hurt him. I also love what Nicetalk is going for. He's going for the urn. I imagine it's gonna be a vessel, just so he can shut down the Morphling's regen.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a bit problematic when both the enemy laners have some sort of nuke. So
yeah.
Oracle and Morphling, they both go down. A slight collapse in that bottom lane, but Mika here for the gank, gets the Dream Coil off. The Aphotic Shield is not gonna keep this Abaddon alive for long. As the Mirana joins in, Cat Fairy will take the kill with the Starfall. So good rotation from DFG, but they would have preferred a bigger target as Arno will get that killing spree. Oracle goes down for the second time.
Yeah, they kill. I mean, it's a good, like you said, it's a nice rotation by the Puck, but you said it's not enough. Like they wanted to get the Luna kill, they used the coil, so Puck's out of commission for a while, and Dragon Knight's been free farming. So overall, DFG is like, yeah, we got something, but we lost a little bit more of that. And the neutral mask is dropped. Was a possessed mask is out. This item, I've heard a lot of opinions that it's been nerfed or buffed because it used to be 7% damage. Now it does 7 HP flat. What do you think about it?
Do you think it's worse? I think it's worse. It has a worse scaling, but it has a better early to mid number for sure. I think if it heals for flat 7%, and you look at flat 7 HP, and you look at kind of the 7% conversion, you're looking at you having 100 damage, right? So before 100 damage is better, but after 100 damage, it becomes slightly worse.
One thing I thought the same thing, but someone pointed out is like you have to remember that armor is a big deal as well. So early game, like if you have a 10% armor reduction, that you need 110 to make it as good as it's better now. So armor is a big factor as well. I think it's also, like you said, it's better early game, it's a little bit worse late game. Well, a lot worse late game actually.
Thankfully, it's a flat amount, right? So regardless of the armor, you get that 7 HP back. It's like, yeah, whatever. Like the more HP you have, I guess I'll get more health back. That's kind of the general trade-off. But Mars also received some love. The Spirit of Mars got some cooldown reduction. His talents as well. I think at level 15 or 20, he has the increased damage reduction for the Bulwark. Not really sure how I feel about that, but you think it's going to be prioritized, that extra 5%?
I mean, the only person I think it would be it's amazing if you're up against Medusa because you can absorb like all the arrows, and then the extra 10% would make a big difference. Or Gyrocopter, like these big splash hitters. I don't think it works that way against Luna because her bounces, like do they all bounce to you? That might be something we'll have to find out. But I don't know. What's the actual? Can we see the Mars's talents for a second? I want to see what's the other option as well.
I think at that
he's got
we have the stun, right?
The stun. I mean, the stun's pretty amazing. Like an extra second of stun is. I think that's what you're gonna take most of the time. That's just too good.
I think
By
Ice
the way,
probably
you
wants
can-
to make Mars this frontliner, you know, give him the bulwark, a decreased penalty, but I don't think anyone's gonna go for that. They got reduced cooldown, just way better. Not cooldown,
Yeah.
I mean slow at level 10, the 10% slower. I'd rather slow the enemy down than me moving a
Ooh,
bit
this
faster
might be
with my
something.
shield up. They get a hack into the AoE silence. Fortunately, there's nothing DFG can do. Ano is dominating this Night Stalker coming online. And it is still nighttime. They're gonna try and push Lex Die back. Cat Fairy TP's in. But Speedrun, unfortunately, not able to accomplish that much.
Yeah, and this is something that I was thinking that like they have on Mireska that's super good, is that they have so much good lockdown. Dragon Knight stun, Shadow Shaman, a Night Stalker with a blink tag once he gets it. Even Luna with her Lucent Beam. There you go, top lane.
Yeah, they show up. This Mars 100% gonna go down. The whole familiar, but not the side of DFG. This one is from Mireska. As I mean, we're 10 minutes in, and we are looking at this Night Stalker who had a fantastic lead, and he is now just running around with this urn, getting those ganks off. So we're looking at Mireska probably hitting their expected timing earlier than we anticipated.
I mean, for sure, right? It's like the free kill on the Morphling. I don't want to be mean, but that was a free kill basically. Morphling was low HP, full agi, and he just walked in and he just took a void to the face and just that's it. He's dead. So that was a bit of a hit. Oracle dying twice, that's also a bit of a hit. And Mireska still not level 6 on the supports, but once they get that on the Shadow Shaman, you can see towers start to fall. I don't know. Oh, Puck's still going for the Witchblade. So two things about the Witchblade build for Puck Gonder. Firstly, Witchblade does the same damage, but takes 1 second longer. It used to be one times your intelligence over 3 seconds. Now it's 3/4 of intelligence across 4 seconds. Same damage, but 1 extra second duration, and the 25 damage talent was removed. So right-click Puck feels a lot less impactful.
Yeah, I think Park in general just feels slightly less impactful, right? You probably will be looking at a lot more magic Puck down the road. But I think right now DFG they realize that if you want to kind of fight that mid game, you need someone to provide that damage. And Morphling is not that hero yet, not at this stage of the game. They will get a free double damage rune on Mika, so that will facilitate DFG if Mireska ever thinks of taking a fight. We haven't seen those precise responses from DFG whenever Mireska shows up. So it's hard to gauge whether they can take those fights just yet. But for all we know, Mireska with that 2k goal lead are just going to continue letting this Luna free farm.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, oh, this is the first smoke. Oh, that's unfortunate. He breaks the smoke on. Sorry, she breaks the smoke on the Puck. But yeah, I was thinking, I was like, we haven't actually seen an arena yet. You know, like the whole game, we haven't seen an arena from the Mars, but we can expect to see one soon. There is a Moonlight Shadow as well as a smoke, so they can. I mean, if you kill a Shadow Shaman, that's nice, but you really want something a little bit more than that.
Yeah. And now Raz might get something more than that. Does see this Night Stalker, but still doesn't want to use the arena. They're gonna turn around with kind of burst. Now the arena drops. They have the Dream Call as well. They catch this Dragon Knight in it. Mika uses that double damage to a Night Stalker. It's gonna go down. That's a dominating streak going over to Mika. Very well worth. Victoria will have that borrowed time to keep her up for a bit, but the Fortune's End is gonna fly through, and that illusory orb will follow up as well. Mika needs a bit more mana. The spear goes wide, and Victoria's gonna survive, but Mika not so lucky though, because the TP will come in from Boom. She phase shifts, jaunts away, takes a couple of tower shots. Does she go down? Needs that phase shift. 1 second left. False promise just in time, as that Oracle will save her buddy's life.
That was a bit lucky, to be honest, that Bull wasn't able to get the shackles off on Mika. But either way, very good plays by DFG. Getting 2 kills like that, didn't lose anyone. Nice save by the Oracle. I like that Oracle was like, "Do I use it? Do I use it?" Then the towers come. He's like, "Alright, I'll use it. I just have to use it." So it's a really good hit back by DFG, and one they definitely needed. Like it was, I think Mireska got a little bit overconfident, to be honest with you. They already lost the Shadow Shaman, and Night Stalker still went in, but either way, it's a good punish. And oh, they do have the vessel.
They even got the streak as well from this Night Stalker, right? So kind of a complete reset. They bring the goal deficit down just by a little, but most importantly, off of that fight, Mika, the fact that she survived and she got the streak, immediately goes back home for Witchblade. So it's It's gonna accelerate this Puck's spike a bit faster.
Yeah, because we were talking about DFG as if they were out of the game. Like you're like, oh, the power spike from them is so good. But DFG comes out, they're like, hey, we're not out of the game yet. You know, let's show you what we can do. So it was good. It's good that they're able to fight back. But look at the farm on the Luna. I was hoping we can see the net worth in a bit, maybe, so that you can see just how far ahead. But she's like almost 30 CS. Look at that. That is 1k gold ahead of the Morphling. And the amount of spread damage she can do might make her a bit more dangerous than Morphling this game as well.
I mean, the Luna is no surprise, right? Even with the nerf, she still can farm fast, but mass TP from Mireska. You can't just show up right in front of DFG, so that's gonna give DMG ample time to respond. In fact, Raz, she is ready. Just walks on forward against a 3-man arena in a very casual manner. They have the Moonlight Shadow as well. Unfortunately, the Crippling Spear is not going to be able to silence. The False Promise comes up just in time to keep this Mars alive. The Night Stalker breaks the quell. Dragon Knife to follow suit. Spear is going to save Bistro, and that will keep her alive. But they will turn it around with the Hex. Bo not able to follow up with anything. Visa now joins the fight. Does have the Eclipse, going to use it, but most of it is going to be tanked out by the creep wave. Not the most optimal usage, but the Face Eating will keep the Oracle alive for a bit longer. Now Mika is left isolated, has the Face Shift and jaunt away. Does Mireska have any means of catching up to her? They have the Dragon Tail. They also found Cat Fairy. Good Hex from Bull. Face Shift from Mika, but this time she's definitely gonna go down, right? Maybe not. Jaunts to get some distance. Bo a bit too slow to reach Mika. She just has to go to the high ground. As long as the Dragon Knight isn't near, Mika will be fine. One less jaunt and one less Face Shift. She is out.
It's still overall a good fight for Mireska. They traded this, both teams lost an offlaner, but they got support as well for them. There were some interesting plays sometimes that we see, like we saw the Mireska went for the Luna, sorry, not the Luna, the Mirana kill instead of focusing on the Puck, which allowed the Puck to go away. Because Dragon Knight and Luna were like, let's get the Mirana, but Puck would have been the more valuable kill overall for them. Still, Mireska slowly pulling ahead, and that was the first fight we see the Luna come in.
Yeah, and even though it did look slightly awkward, right? We have, I think, one of a very awkward engage from Raz, who just walks forward and gets in the arena. But this arrow, this might be huge. They follow up with another arena. The crippling flare from Arno is gonna be kept in place with that Dream Coil as Mika now joins the fight. The coil does break. The spear will force Arno into a very awkward position. She will go down for 30 seconds. No more borrowed time for Victoria. The arrow flies down for Cat Fairy, and right on the money it is. Bullseye on both. The pick out for Raz as she covers the distance. 3 for DFG. This time Riza without those ultimates, she's not gonna even think about fighting.
Yeah, I love what they were able to do with it. They tried very hard to separate the Abaddon and the Night Stalker from each other. The Mars arena is always coming out. Abaddon's always outside the arena. She's like, I always want to make sure Abaddon's not in the arena because the shield is too good. So, very well played by the Mars. No? The thing about the Night Stalker vessel is that I really do like it to take out the Morphling. But most of the time, it's going to be dispelled by the Oracle. Oracle has 2 abilities to dispel it, so you have to kill the Oracle first before you can benefit from the vessel. And that's turning out to be a bit of a challenge for them right now.
Yeah, it also feels like Mireska really wants to take those fights, but we're not seeing the key items just yet. They might catch Lex Die, and there we go, the Blink Dagger reveal. They have the snake. Yes, to lock him down. It's gonna take a while, but that's a crippling fear to prevent that waveform. But they need a bit more, and the Dream Coil will be the response just in time for DFG. Lexi should be able to get away with the help of the False Promise as well. The coil once more breaks, and they're gonna counter engage with the arena. The Eclipse will be activated from this Luna as they will walk down Raz. She is gone. Mireska able to take the better fight, and those sustain is going to help them out.
Expensive, like they had to use everything and they still couldn't get the Morphling. Still a very good kill, of course, on the Mars, but they really wanted that Morphling kill. And Morphling, like, you'd think she'd be a little bit more behind because she's up against Luna, who's one of the best farming carries, but Morphling's fine this game. The other cores, not so much. Mars has been falling a lot in these fights, so her net worth is starting to really drop.
The prize is mine.
We're starting to see a bit of a problem from Mireska where they can catch the Morphling, but they don't have that damage to kill him, right? You need a Luna with you, or else this Morphling is not gonna die. I wonder if Night Stalker had a vessel charge. Yeah. So when they went on the Morphling, I assume they did not have a charge.
Radiant's top tower
Else,
is
I think the
under
Morphling
attack.
would have went down. So that charge was from the Mars kill, which could explain why Mireska were not able to secure that very juicy bounty. But
Right,
that also
yeah,
means
because
that DFG are. They can breathe a sigh of relief if the Mars goes down. They're like, yeah, it's okay. We get a Morphling out.
Yeah, Mars is just gonna be there for the control, basically. So it's okay. It's all on the Morphling. You can see like Pug slowly starting to lose down the scaling. Same thing with the Mars. Like they're not farming quite at the level where you're like, all right, these guys are gonna carry us in the game. It's gonna be pretty much all eggs on the Morphling.
Looking at both, it's gonna be the battle of the carries, right? Morphling.
By the way,
into Luna.
I like how Mirana also has a vessel. Both teams have a Dispel, and both teams get a vessel. It's like, all right, why not, you know? But it is such a strong item.
It is. But the difference being, you can jump on the Oracle and you blow him up, but you can't jump on the Abaddon and blow him up. So, you know, so the Abaddon can still get his Dispel going with the Photic Shield, whereas the Oracle, not so lucky. You know, you stun him, he dies, and suddenly you don't have that safety net. But for the Abaddon, you jump on him and he's like, yeah, hit me. You know, I want to use my ultimate.
There's a nice ward coming out from Mireska as well, just a nice deep ward right next to the triangle. They aren't even taking the bounty rune. Why? They're doing this because they don't want the enemy to know they're smoked in the area. So they're like, oh, we'll just leave the bounty rune and hope someone comes and takes it. Very clever by them. They do get a courier kill. What was on the crit? He was gonna buy the ultimate orb, so he didn't lose anything by that courier death. He was on the way to buy the ultimate orb.
I like how it took Ice Frog a couple of months, not just a couple of months, like I don't know, more than half a year to realize that Dota is a 5-man game. It's a 10-man game with 5 men on each team, and you need 5 neutral items. You know, they finally changed that. You get 5 neutral items per tier. We saw the Brigand's Blade, I believe, for Dire. A good coil. It's gonna prevent this TP from completing. They should be able to finish Ano off. She's gonna use the Crippling Fear, but unfortunately she does not have a way to get out. She just surrendered her life. Going over to the side of DFG, a very free pickoff.
Yeah, just a little bit too hopeful with that TP where you could have walked out. But yeah, I love what you meant, what you said just now, because it's true. It's like, why are there only 4 neutral items, and why am I the one who doesn't have it? You know, it's always me who doesn't get the neutral item. Everyone else just picks it up. It's like, I could use the shovel. Give me the shovel right now. Someone else has it. I love it when your carry takes the Keen Optic and you're like a Shadow Shaman. You're like, dude, if you give me Keen Optic, I swear I can use it well. He's like, no, I need the mana regen.
Yeah, no, I need the shovel, but you're not digging. No, I don't care. I need 150 extra HP.
Oh yeah, right. It's like you could get a healing salve. Don't ping me. Like don't ping. I know what it does. I don't want it.
Yeah.
Shadow Shaman
Don't teach me how to dig.
Shadow Shaman finished his Aether Lens, by the way, so he's going to be able to get those hexes off from long distance. That's going to be pretty helpful for them. Because if they can catch the puck, that's just so much removed, like so much control removed from DFG.
Yeah, it feels like for Mireska, there's this very unsettling, you know, passiveness. You look at Mireska's draft and you wonder to yourself, could they have done more? For me, I think they could have done way more, right? You have this really good timing that you can use to shut down Puck, the Mars, catch the Oracle, go for these smoke gangs, which they're doing right now, but maybe if they've done it 5 minutes earlier, the game would have been different. But if this works out, it will also pay off. They're gonna just hard commit this.
They will
see this Morphling. This is great. Can they stun him out? They get the Hex. False Promise though is going to keep him alive. And that's going to bring a lot of resources from the side of Mireska. The Arena comes out. Raz finally gets the spear off, but still the Morphling goes down. The Eclipse is just way too much. In fact, a double kill for Reza. Good BKB usage. DFG trying to run away with the tail between their legs. And Arno will use the Void to kill off Cat Fairy. There's 3 for Mireska. Exactly what they wanted.
They are watching the stream. They're like, oh, we should be more active? Fine, we'll show you active. But I completely agree. I was thinking as well that I was like, how are there so many towers still standing when you have a Dragon Knight and a Shadow Shaman on your team? Mireska, they needed to do that for sure. They got a lot of good kills out of it. And look at the net worth from Luna shooting up there. if they play passive, DFG is actually able to outfarm them with the Mars as well as the Puck. These guys can clear out waves way faster than Dragon Knight and the Night Stalker. So Mireska's strength is in pushing and team fight, ironically right now. So if they play passive, they're gonna lose the game. And that was just what they need. 3 nice kills for them.
And they were able to force out all these crucial ultimates from the side of DFG. I think if you're looking at the teams without their ultimates in consideration, I feel like Mireska probably has a better chance going into those fights, right? You can take a fight, you win it, and you just do a fake back and you smoke again. And if you catch someone else, that goes a tower.
It's also all really comes down to the fact that one team has really strong disable and one team doesn't. It's like the Shadow Shaman, he hexes someone, that's it. It's so good. Like you just hex someone, that person's dead. You got Dragon Knight jumping in with the Dragon Tail. Look at the other side, it's like, oh, I hope my arrow lands. You know, I hope they don't move to the side and dodge it. Or Puck as well. Like you can dodge arrow and you can dodge Spear of Mars. Then what's your stun? You got nothing.
It's very adorable dust from Bull. They had a sentry on the cliff and you gotta make sure.
I want to be sure. I don't trust that sentry, you know.
Radiant's bottom tower.
That's one of those sentries that you're like, it looks a bit dysfunctional. It doesn't look like it's working.
Yeah, this sentry looks a bit off, you know. It's a bit too blue for my liking. Probably from lack of oxygen.
Of, when one of the TIs, I forgot which player it was, but it was one of the Chinese teams. He had a BKB, he just used it. And he was like, I want to make sure it works. I want to make sure it's a functioning BKB. It's not one of those bad BKBs.
Yeah.
Like,
you know, sometimes, you know, I struggle. The Dota 2 is not perfect, you know. If I buy a BKB and I press it and it doesn't go off, I might die. So I'm trading 1 second of my longevity for quality assurance.
Yeah, right. It's like there could be a dysfunctional BKB that just passes through and gets in your hand.
Yeah, like if I press like I don't want the scenario where I press BKB and I still get gripped by Bane, so I gotta make sure that it works.
Ironically, you can be gripped by Bane.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the whole premise.
Well, alright. Bull is, by the way, Bull. Oh wait, sorry, Luna. Look, she's gonna go for that Satanic. That's gonna be a great item because you can dispel. You can dispel a lot from the Puck. The Silence, especially, would be one that you can get rid of, as well as anything from the Oracle. So I like that pickup for the Satanic from the Luna. It's just, again, we're back in this sort of passive stage where I think Mireska is stronger, but not pushing it. Oh, there you go.
DFG gonna be the one to start the fight. Arno reaches the backline with the crippling fear. They want to kill out Bull, but she does have the fairy fire. And now the arena is only going to trap this Night Stalker, but he's just going to fly out with that fresh BKB. The clips will come down from Mireska, and that should be 2 full kills. Raz has that false promise, but indeed that promise is going to be false. She's not going to be able to make it out of this alive. Mireska will find 3 kills for themselves. They lose Bull, but it's a good sacrifice. If there's any, Mireska trying to look for the 4th kill, and they will get the Dragon Tail onto Mika. Aeon Disc goes off, but Mika will be set in aflame by the Spirit Vessel. They have to loosen beam, and they're still gonna chase for it because Arno doesn't want to let this go. Phase shift attack. Arno uses the wand, and they will beam her down with the loosen beam. Rek'Sai wants to make something happen, but an individual Morphling is not able to accomplish that much.
Yeah, and also they're starting to respawn DFG. The supports are up as well as the Mars are going to be up very soon. But again, Mireska proving that they are just much stronger. Lextag kind of showed up pretty late to that fight. Like the fight was over, and she's like, "All right, I'm here. What's happened?" It's like everyone's dead actually. It's a bit late for that. Dragon Knight's also, I think, very close to being done. Yeah, he's finished his Aghanim Scepter, so we're gonna get that Black Dragon form. How do you actually kill? I don't think you can actually kill the Dragon Knight. You can't kill him. He's got insane magic resistance. He's got insane HP regen. His armor is of course crazy because he's a Dragon Knight. So I don't think you can actually kill him. You have to leave him for last. There's no way you can kill him first.
I think unless Lexdai has a Skadi, this Dragon Knight is not gonna die.
Yeah, true.
DFG.
Exactly.
I mean the idea to. It feels like they want to contest this Roshan, but you know they gotta do it quick. Roshan. No, Lex died, yeah. I know, but for a moment I was like, wait, Lex died? Oh wait, Lex died.
She's in the bottom lane. The thing is, she's never gonna be able to keep up and farm with the Luna. You know, it's not gonna happen. Morphling does not farm that fast. Luna, we said she's nerfed, yes. She's not as strong as she used to be for sure, but she's still a Luna. She's still one of the fastest farming carries in the game, and trying to play this I can out farm you is not a game with a Luna it's too risky. It's the same as saying I can out farm an anti-mage or an alchemist.
Yeah, it definitely feels like DFG, despite a couple of good fights early on, that has completely been nullified by Mireska just because of that one smoke gank that we saw at that bottom outpost.
Yeah.
So what's the game plan for DFG? Is there any recovery sequence that they can kickstart?
I think it has to come down to the Mars. We have to see if he has Blink Dagger. But if he has Blink Dagger, you have to blink in, spear someone into your side of the map. Like in the high ground defense, you spear someone in, and you get the kill that way. That's the only sort of situation you have. By the way, what do you think of the Aeon Disc nerf? It adds 20 seconds extra cooldown per use until it reaches 165 seconds. What do you think? Is that a good change?
I think it's pretty balanced. I think it puts Aeon Disc in a better place. I think for way too long, a lot of people, I think, especially core players who would like to, feed on supports, they've been complaining, Aeon Disc, so annoying to get through. But now you have this huge window, right, where if your Aeon Disc accidentally goes off, that's almost 3 minutes at max duration of you not being able to join the fight, or at least safely join the fight. So I think the balancing is fine. They reduce the HP by a bit. Getting bonus HP from a recipe, it always feels like a huge reward. So now you have to really time that Aeon Disc.
This defense here, I think they're just gonna give them the bot racks. It's fine if you feel like you're not able to take a fight. There is a Aegis on Mireska's side, so you're like, we do not want to take too big of a risk here. But I'd rather lose the racks than lose the entire game. So DFG making a wise choice they can't find opening. They said, okay, we're not gonna do anything. But losing a Rax is still a big hit. Going back to the Aeon Disc though, I do think that 20 seconds per use is a bit long. Like it's not like 50, it's like what, 20 seconds added. Like wow, that's huge every time.
Yeah. Well, I mean right now, the first Aeon Disc, the first charge just went off, so I think Mika is now looking at 125 seconds ish, if I'm not mistaken.
I want to see the active bots as well, so yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 125. I don't think it's gonna kill the item, but it definitely does. It's kind of like a reverse BKB, right? Well, not really reverse. It's still BKB with the same concept. It just gets weaker every time it goes off. I think it really eliminates situations where you just feel you just feel too empowered. Like I have an Aeon Disc. Let me just go in. Let me just bait out everything. It can get frustrating at times. So, but I do agree. I feel like, what the?
He was checking if it works.
Yeah, you're checking if the ultimate button works. Oh.
I pressed. She's telling her eyes. She's like, "Guys, I tried to save you, but the button it wasn't working before. Now let me check if it works. It works. You guys trust me now." But it's gonna be interesting to see if Aeon Disc is still as good. I saw a video of Arteezy. He was losing his HP. He put the Aeon Disc into the backpack so it doesn't activate. He's like, I don't want to activate it right now. I'll put it back. So that's something I think we'll see a lot more pro players do. Because before it was like, it activates, so what? But now we're going to see players always move it to the backpack when they don't want it to be turned on. So I think that'll be the very nice skill-based thing that they can do with it.
And I think also at the same time, one of the only items that can effectively counter the Aeon Disc is the Nullifier, but not everyone gets a Nullifier, and that item is certainly not like your first, second core item, right? So there's a lot more counter potential, I would say. We'll see how this goes though, because Mireska, they're ready to go for high ground number 2, and DFG, they are running into this problem where they just don't have any anti-push.
Not only anti-push, but they don't have any damage. Oh, here we go. They're gonna try to go for it though.
Gonna try and blow him up, but Riza stands the ground, has the BKB Aegis and the Satanic, just gonna use it. Just get the health back. Cat Fairy's gonna go down. Does have the buyback though. They need to rejoin the fight. A lot of commitment from DFG. They popped the BKB on Raz, but what's next? Let's Die just walks out forward into the entire team of Mireska. Have to be really careful right there, ladies. Arno will be the front line. Aegis will expire. Maybe that's the timing that DFG is looking for. If they were a bit patient, they could have done something without the Aegis. But right now, the crippling fear to keep this puck in place. No Aeon. This means that this puck is dead. Rosema getting a killing spree. Alexei not able to sustain herself in the fight. Raz puts out the shield. He will take one for the team. The hack will come through, but False Promise will extend her life. Buyback now comes back from the puck, but they don't have any ultimates left. Raz is definitely gonna blow up. What does DFG have left in the tank? This is the last hurrah. Raz now also buys back as Alexei stands her ground. But the entirety of Mireska just piles on her. She has the health, but not the damage. Mireska just continuously pushing their luck. And why not? Because they are not losing any members, and maybe Alexei will want to make a difference. They want to go on full, but she's gonna survive. Has the magic wand. Cat Fairy way too deep. Loses alive to get the Ghost rebuild. Finally take out Arno, and maybe this is a chance for DFG. They still satanic for Riza, so they have to be really careful that Lucent being bounced. It might be nerfed, but it still does damage. Second arena comes back up online. An extended fight from both teams, but DFG still have not found the money just yet. Riza pops that BKB, whereas for the puck, she gets stunned up, and that's 100 seconds without this puck.
I mean, what a long fight, you know, like we started the middle rack, we went down the bottom rack, we went to the fountain, we went out of it, but at the end of the game, at the end of the day, sorry, there were 3 buybacks from DFG, and they lose there's a dieback by the puck. They just lost so much. It's gonna be a big hurrah for them to defend this, but looks like Riza's just standing there. Victoria had incredible heals throughout that whole fight. She saved Bull when she was barely about to die. She was able to dodge the puck as well, so just like insane plays coming out from Victoria this whole game.
And maybe, you know, we are staring at one of the issues that DFG is facing. No Blink Dagger, right? Perhaps I think Deso is a decent item on Raz, but I think when you realize that you need some sort of initiation, maybe that Blink Dagger would have been a better choice.
Yeah, it's also the problem because they think they need damage, which they do. They do need damage, but if your Mars is getting damage, he's not getting control. They're relying entirely on Puck to set up with the coil. Then the Mars will be like, okay, I'll walk in, throw an arena, which is a nice plan, but there's so many gaps for them. And I think it all goes back to the draft, honestly. I don't think the teams are mismatched. I think that, oh, there we go, another jump in. There's Shackle. I love those shard upgrades.
Exactly. False Promise, keep Raz alive. Cat Fairy will take the foil return. I think Raz makes it back to the fountain, dies in front of her own base. And this should be it. Mireska just looking for the final blow. Give Riza the ultra kill. No rampage unless they decide to dive to fountain, and DFG, they don't want that. They call GG. Mireska moving on to the next round.
Yeah, it was just really well played by Mireska. There are a few mistakes here and there by both teams, but overall Mireska played it so well. They had a better draft from the start. We were saying this draft is so much better. It has so much control. Really good front line with the DK as well as the Abaddon and the Night Stalker. Just the ability to jump on people, a good laning stage. Just everything on Mireska's side looks so much better. Familia, I don't know why they took 4 ranged heroes. Only the Mars is going to be your front line. He's not enough. The damage was a bit lacking, so it was a draft problem. But Mireska, they just looked so good. I really like the way they played in this game.
Yeah, and you know, we look at Riza and the Luna 12 and 0, Dragon Knight 4 and 0. So all these, all the members of Mireska, even though they came online a bit later than we expected, but once they did, they kind of figure out what to do, right? It's all about getting that momentum and rolling with it. I think Mireska really was able to find their groove and take out DFG. Although what do you think DFG could have changed in this scenario? What could have been the tipping point for DFG?
It has to be I don't want to go all the way back to the draft, but if I was going to change something, it's like if you're like the coach of the team, you say, I feel like the draft was very squishy. You got Oracle and Mirana, very squishy heroes. Morphin doesn't want to fight early on as well, so you have it's a very difficult draft to perform. So if I would have added like an Undying as either position 4 or 5, that would have been very nice. In terms of in terms of like in the game itself, maybe that you could have stuck down together. We didn't see a Mars Arena until like 30 minutes in. The rotation by the puck was not enough. They need more damage as well. And they went for Aeon Disc puck and Desolator on Mars. And it's like that's not enough. So there's a lot for this. This is a great learning experience for them. You go back, you look at the item build, you look at the draft, and you're like, okay, there's a lot we can improve on here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the graph says tells a very compelling story, right? We did see DFG kind of fighting back at the 10-minute mark, around the 10-minute mark. But once that outpost gang happened, everything started going downhill. DFG were not able to kind of do too much as we start to see them, lose steam in terms of damage. They were not able to take any fights despite getting like a 2-3 man arena. And at the end of the day, it was just Mireska kind of having the tempo going. And just like you said, the overall draft for Mireska does look better. They have push, they can fight a lot of hardcore lockdowns, whereas for DFG, they needed to rely on that early game dominance, and they were not able to kind of bring forth that performance.
Yeah, it's one of the things when I see the Mars and Mirana is because I remember I think one of the on Earth I think it was Jarak on Earth Spirit. So he says, "Yeah, my hero is great. He has great stuns, but because I'm gonna miss a stun eventually, I'm gonna miss a rolling boulder. That's just gonna happen." So it's the same thing with Mirana and Mars. You are going to miss a spear. You're gonna miss an arrow. At that point, your hero really loses a lot of their effectiveness. So when you don't have guaranteed stuns, it's tough. And when you have 2 skill shots, it's even tougher.
Yeah, and I think that kind of sums it up for game 1, right? DFG put up a valiant fight, but we did, unfortunately, we had to witness kind of the slow descent to defeat when Mireska came online. So despite all the breakdown that we went through, the buffs and the nerfs, I guess Mireska kind of proved that, yeah, sure, these heroes did get hit a bit, but they're not out of the game just yet. They are still pretty darn relevant.
Yeah, we're still pretty good with them, We know how to play with the Luna as well as the Dragon Knight, so we're just gonna pick them. We don't care. So yeah, they stuck to what they're good with and paid off for them.
Yeah, and I think for in the situation, are we gonna expect to see even more diverse picks, or are we going to see kind of the comfort picks that we have seen from the previous patch? Just as a last thought.
I think that some teams will definitely try that. Some teams will definitely be like, I want to try the Silencer. I want to try, the Queen of Pain support. They want to try out new stuff. I think some of the other teams will be a bit more conservative with their approach, and we'll see which style wins for them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm looking forward to as well. A lot more games coming up forward, and we're going to call for a short break, and we're going to come back for game number 2. And of course, before we do so, we want to give a quick shout out once more to our sponsors who made this happen. It's going to be Yahoo and Intel. Thank you for being on board with us on this journey. We'll go on a short commercial break, and we'll be back for more FSL Dota 2. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. This is the FSL Dota 2 Open presented by FSL and of course alongside our sponsors Intel and Yahoo. We're getting ready for game 2, another best of 1 between Walking Wars and Jeremy, and we are both your casters for today. My name is HusKKiee and I'm joined by Otomo. Insightful as always. What do you think is gonna happen for this next game?
Well, I'm hoping we're seeing. We talked so much about the patch in between. I'd love if we see Silencer, and Shadow Demon and that Rubik 4 that you love. So I would love to see that happen. But in general, I expect a lot of teams will still stay pretty conservative. Maybe have one or two new picks that are like, oh, okay, we didn't see this hero very often.
Yeah, at the same time, I think we there are also other than those heroes that we mentioned, right? Another hero that I want to see is the Legion Commander. I think Legion Commander right now is in a pretty sweet spot with changes to the talent, especially the plus 40 HP regen or press the attack. That could be really useful. But we will have the draft ongoing on the screen right now. Jeremy with the bans on Sand King, Lich. They pick up Mars Mirana, and Walking Wars will take out Medusa, Puck, Gyrocopter, and they pick Gandalf plus Ember Spirit.
I prefer the opening from Walking Wars a little bit more. Keeper of the Light and Ember Spirit with the chakra plus the spam of Sleight of Fist as well as Searing Chains. You can just like do the combo, get chakra, do the combo again. So I like that a lot, especially with Keeper of the Light's chakra magic reduced cooldown. On Jarmy's side, we talked about the Mars Mirana pick in the offlane. It's 2 skill-based stuns, nothing reliable there, so it's a bit tough for them to work with that. So liking Walking Wars just a little bit more at the start.
Oh yeah, and I think for Kato, chakra magic buff, yeah, is a good thing, but you forgot the most important buff of Keeper of the Light, +1 armor.
Oh god, here we go. It's just like in Lord of the Rings in the third movie when Gandalf's right in front leading the troops. Like exactly the same thing. Gandalf's right in the front here as well in Dota 2. He's like, guys, I'm in the front lines. Everyone get on your horses. Let's do the cavalry charge. So Gandalf, I think it's nice. I like the Illuminate buff a lot. 3 seconds to cast at all levels. That's really strong.
Oh yes, lesser channel time, more damage. You can hit it more consistently. I know one of our friends is going to be happy with the changes. And that's going to make me hate him even more. But overall, I think Kato is... it does improve that farming efficiency, right? You can expect him to get that Aghanim Scepter a bit faster if he has a good game. But we get the TA banned out by Walking Wars, and Jarmy, they will eliminate both the Juggernaut and the Bristleback.
Well, the Juggernaut makes sense because he doesn't care about going up against Mars. You can just spin and you can still hit him the same amount. Like you can't spear him away, you can't do anything to him. So I like that ban very much. The Bristleback is interesting because Walking Wars doesn't have an offlaner as well, and Jarmy's current 2 heroes, they do okay damage, especially the Mars, but definitely not enough to bring down Bristleback late game. Whereas Walking Wars are getting rid of those elusive heroes, the Puck, the Storm Spirit, Storm Spirit, Templar Assassin. She's a little bit more elusive with the Aghanims, that 1.5 seconds teleport, and Jarmy going another ban on a hero that can just ignore all that magic coming out from the Mars Mirana, which is the Life Stealer.
Yeah,
still Slark is in the pool.
I was just thinking of that. I think Ember Spirit now is a slightly better mid laner, right? You have the Flame Guard buff early on at level 1, the damage absorption, and he has I think level 20 talent that allows you to buy 1 extra guy with the Searing Chain. So there's 3 guys that you can chain down at once. But overall, Ember Spirit also receive his fair share of nerfs. Your Aghanim Scepter, you can't fly as fast with the Remnant. But where would you put Ember Spirit right now? Is it a plus or a negative?
I think it's a big plus, honestly, because the 2 things that got buffed are the Searing Chains and the Flame Guard, and they're buffed across multiple levels. And they don't require an Aghanim Scepter. If your Aghanim Scepter gets nerfed, yes, your Aghanim is a bit weaker, but the base hero is still stronger. You know what I mean? The hero himself is still better, just their Aghanim is a bit weaker. So I think that's fine. And I like what you said about the talent. The +1 Searing Chains target is great, although most of the times you're not going to be hitting 3 people anyway, but it's still very nice to have when you need it.
Oh yeah. And we are looking at Jarmy kind of with the same draft that unfortunately was not able to
Literally.
win the game. You know, Oracle, Mirana, Mars, feels a bit deja vu. The bands are different, but are we, are we going to witness something like maybe not a Morphling, maybe a Luna, something that this Oracle can protect? You know, the Medusa is still in the pool. We have the PL. I honestly, pretty decent heroes position once against Walking Wards.
I wouldn't want to pick PL against those two heroes, to be honest, though, because Illuminate as well as the Flame Guard would do so much just to remove all the PL illusions. And of course, Slide of Fist. You just slide a fist and half the PL army is gonna go. So I don't like that, but I do like the other suggestions that you were throwing out. I do think Jarmy might want to consider some sort of melee guy who can benefit from Oracle's Fortune's End, the way he can grab people down. But let's see. Spectre's still in the pool. She's pretty decent. I kind of like Spectre just because you can press R and you can jump on the line, kill him easily. Pretty good with the Mars as well. You catch people, she joins in the fight. We'll have to wait and see what else. But Walking Wars, they're gonna pick probably their offlaner at this point. I think you want to maybe flex the Ember Spirit as a carry mid for now.
Yeah, there's a couple of offlaners that I think would work pretty well. I was like, a part of me was thinking of the Pangolier, but you kind of want someone to stand in front, right? Like a Tide, Centaur also feels pretty good. It's obviously. I was about to say Sand King, but Sand King was banned out. So they'll pick the Clinks, and we've seen this. We've seen this a couple of times, and I just realized, production informed me Medusa was banned out. I did not notice that. So I guess the only hero that I mentioned still in the pool is what?
10 seconds remaining.
I forgot what I mentioned. The Luna. We see Clinks.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Clinks against Mars because Mark's bulwark is so good against him. I'm kind of surprised by that. But the Wraith King come out. We said we want a melee frontline beefy guy. Wraith King's perfect, and like this is. I look at Jarmy's draft like, whoa, this is a lot better than like the first half of the draft. This looks so better. Walking Wars now look very squishy, and they're elusive, yes, with the Ember Spirit and the Clinks, but it's not enough. Jarmy's draft looks so much better.
Yeah, Wraith King also kind of got toned down a bit, right? The reincarnation cooldown got increased. I think one of the biggest problems dealing with Wraith King when he has level 3 reincarnation is that you kill him once, he comes back. You take a bit too long to kill him, he comes back again, and it's just a never-ending cycle of killing the undead. But bringing it up to 1 minute definitely does give you that extra 20 seconds, which can make a huge difference. This Clinks pick though, I've been, it's one of those few heroes that I think a lot of pros are experimenting with. I remember seeing, I think Thompson was the first guy, and obviously he's the first guy, experimenting with the Clinks mid. I think it does improve on this hero a bit, especially with the Burning Barrage to replace the Strafe. You build Maelstrom, you can clear camps faster, you can wave clear, you farm faster as well, better traits. But it's easier to dodge the skill shots.
Yeah, like you can just move out of the way. And I don't know, Jarmy's draft, man, it's not like it's very easy for them to get kills on someone. Oracle's the person you want to focus down every fight, and Clinks and Ember Spirit kind of can do that, but Clinks has to physically walk in there, under sentry usually. Maybe he'll get caught and die. Ember Spirit, he does good spread damage, but not enough to just bring down Oracle, who can just heal himself. So I don't know. I mean, Jarmy's draft just looks so much better for me right now. Let's see, Walking Dead, what they need an offlaner who can sort of, like you said, stand in the front. Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Tidehunter? There you go.
Yeah, there you go. I think Tidehunter is their best choice right now. Still, did you agree that they should have kept the Clinks or that one core pick for last and just pick up the offlaner first? Because we look at the bans, right? Jarmy, they ban out both Night Stalker and Brewmaster. It kind of felt like if the sequence was a bit swapped for the last two picks, maybe Walking Wars would have been able to consider that Brewmaster, to disrupt the fights.
Yeah, I think also because you pick the Clinks and then they immediately pick a Wraith King, the Clinks look so much worse. Whereas if you pick Tidehunter, whatever they pick, you would be okay because Titanhunter is always a decent hero. He's never, he's not never like, oh my god, Titanhunter is the best hero ever. But he's always a very reasonable hero. But Kalist can be hit or miss, so you might want to have him last. And it's gonna be the Spirit Brothers fighting each other, Void Spirit against Ember Spirit in the mid lane. And I mean, I'm looking at it. I'm all in on Jarmy's draft. What do you feel, HusKKiee?
I do feel the same. I think Walking Wars has a we are kind of looking at the same pattern from last game, right? Where one team has a very good team-oriented comm and another team has a very fast tempo. I think Walking Wars is the team that can play very fast. But I do agree. I think overall Jarmy still has the better draft overall. Walking Wars though, with this Titanhunter pick, he is not liked by Ice Frog. Apparently Ice Frog does not like giant reptilians or whatever Titanhunter is. A couple of number nerfs thrown his way, but I don't think he's gonna be that bad. It just makes him slightly more dealable, if that's a word.
I'm looking at the cosmetics for a second. Look at how everyone looks so cool on Walking Wards, and then Titanhunter looks so played. Like everyone else three of them has got.
Everyone has a
fire
horn, you know.
Right, they got fire coming out of their bums, you know, and then Carl's got like light in his staff, and then Tanner's like, I'm a big squid or something. No, he was not a squid, he's a big melon. It's like, oh man,
yeah,
he's not as cool. But yeah, actually I need to look at Tidehunter's nerfs for a second to see how badly he got hit. Base mana region was increased, so that's not so bad. But yeah, the rest it's not too bad. I think the Kraken Shell is the worst one. Yeah.
Yeah,
the Kraken Shell is the worst. Is probably the worst one over there.
I like how Ice Frog was like, we nerfed the threshold timer, but we're gonna give you a minus 100 threshold at level 10. You know,
yeah,
you do what
so
you
dumb.
want with
I
it.
mean, like, how do I even use that? It's useless. It procs at the same rate, and then I just have to wait longer before it procs again. I don't know what he's doing with that. But he's the frog. He's the king. He knows what he's doing. To be fair, at least you get at level 10, where fights are a bit more like much longer, so you are able to proc it a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, we might not like it, but no one knows what goes with it in the minds of Ice Frog. You know, this mysterious figure that only the people in the top of the echelon has met him before, and even then, they were not. No one has disclosed his identity.
By the way, I'm pretty sure we're gonna open up Tidehunter's like profile and find out that the 100 damage for Kraken Shells is like a 20% win rate advantage. Like it's that good. So let's see it. And the Gush Slow. The Gush Slow is better. The Gush Slow is better.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at that and the Gush Slow, I mean, I would take the slow anytime.
It's so. It's how much is the slow natural? 50% slow with an Agam's AOE. That's insane.
Yeah.
Well, nice D-word coming out there by Miri.
I mean, even at level 1, you know, sometimes you go for those wraparounds, those smoke wraparounds to contest the rune. You get a level 1 Gush and you just get a first blood. I mean, if you give him a winning lane and he goes like face boots into, I don't know, the Thompson Tide, that face boot Deso, or like face boot flats, that 10% still makes a huge difference. It does compensate for the movement speed removal, right, of the level 10 talent.
Yeah, I guess that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's better. The Gush is just so much better because kills are so much more useful if you can get them instead of like a defensive movement speed bonus. Where's Tide really gonna walk to anyway? Meanwhile, they're trying to get the D ward off, but they actually missed it on Walking Ward. Walking Wards misplaced the ward. Does that mean they have to make a name change? They're like, nope, they can't be Walking Wards anymore.
I mean, you can. You have Caudle, you have Clinks. I mean, especially Clinks. When you have an Invis hero, that is a ward in itself. As long as there's no sentries, of course.
So yeah, bottom lane. By the way, this is a Master Tier Oracle. You can see that she. Oh, and as well as the Mars, both of them are level 25. So, I'm gonna expect them to do something incredible. Like you don't reach Master level with these heroes unless you're pretty impressive. I think you need like 500 games to reach Master Tier or Grand Master. So it's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you have one. You have one yourself.
I have
my highest tier. No, wait, you have more than one?
I think I have like 3, but There's like Bounty Hunter, Spirit Breaker, and I forgot which one's the last one. Oh, but which
Bounty
one's
Hunter's
yours?
pretty good.
That's pretty good. Right
I,
now. He's...
I don't have a 25. My highest is 9, I think.
Oh my god.
I think it's either Mars or Legion Commander. You cut me some slack. Okay, I play 3 roles, and it's not easy, you know, to accommodate to everyone. And
that's
yeah,
very
I mean,
true, right?
I haven't been playing as much as you have, that's for sure. I've been spending a lot of time. Like, here's the thing, I've been spending a lot of time in Turbo, right? Because I just want to unwind. So I spend a lot of time in Turbo, and in Turbo, I usually don't pick heroes that I would pick in rank. I would go like Sniper, you know, all those heroes that would get me reported in normal games. So I'm getting a lot of mastery points in those heroes, and yeah, it's not looking good for my mains, that's for sure.
Interesting move by the Ember Spirit. He uses Sleight of Fist just to interrupt the bottle regen, which we do know has been nerfed a little bit. It takes longer to regen the same amount. So that's something we'll see. I think players be willing to do more. They're like, oh, he's using bottle. Let me cut it off as soon as I can because it is less regen or like per second. So I like what Magic did just now. It's a small thing, but it's like, oh wow, that's pretty impressive. That's very deep understanding of the game.
By the way, I like how I like the dynamics between these two guys in the mid lane.
The brothers,
heroes, the brothers, because like Resonant Pulse, you know, disregards physical damage, and Ember Spirit just burns you with his Flame Guard. And the same can be said, right? If Ember Spirit has a Flame Guard, and then Voice Spirit is like, I'm just gonna right click you.
I think both of them got buffed as well. Voice Spirit in particular did very well at some point, but then he got a few nerfs and no one was picking him. His tempo wasn't as strong, so I'm glad that he's getting some love. It feels like it's only Storm Spirit who was a really good mid lane for these two, but now I get both of them. Which one do you prefer more though? Which one would you rather have on your team?
I would say Ember. Are you looking at it, you know, considering the buffs or just in general?
I mean, in general, like, which one would you rather have? Like, you go into a game, you see your mid laner, he's hovering between Void Spirit and Ember. Which one would you rather have?
I would prefer having an Ember player.
Ooh. Wow, that's pretty good. Did you see that? That was so cool. Both of them. Firstly, he put out an Aether Remnant to interrupt him after he did the first hit, but he's still got Magic is insane. But bottom lane,
oh, Purifying Flames, yes, healing Gandalf back up. I mean, look at the 3-second blast. We're gonna witness it right now. It's all the way through. Hits on the Oracle. It's not too big of a deal. I mean, Ty Hunter, yeah, he generally doesn't care. I mean, he has this free stout shield on top of the Kraken shell.
Sorry. Walking Wars are suffering a little bit in all the lanes, especially the Clinks. Clinks is at only 12 CS. That's pretty bad.
It's pretty hard to last it. Even with the Searing Arrows, Clinks, you know, with this horrendous attack animation, it does make it hard. And I don't think Burning Barrage is gonna change a lot before you get you know, that your Javelin or Maelstrom. So yeah, it is going. And plus, they're up against the Mars. This is like one of the few situations where you just get Bulwark at level 3, and suddenly, you know, if the Clinks wants to last it, you walk forward, you put the shield up, and he just misses everything.
Yeah, good call. He actually does have the Bulwark at level. At least, I mean, he must have got level 3, but he has it available at level 4. I was thinking the same. I was like, you're up against 2 ranged heroes. You probably want to take Bulwark early, and yeah, Clinks, if he stands still, he eats a spear, he eats God's Rebuke, and he's like, great, this really hurts. And, oh, mid lane though.
Yeah, Magic. Kind of slightly thinking about it, but it doesn't have the resources to kill Miri just yet. I think, yeah, it doesn't have mana for the triple remnant. So the Spirit Brothers pretty evenly matched in terms of last hit, you know, 29 for both, and just a 1-9 difference. Yeah, it's a great display of just, you know, a 50-50 matchup. But we get a first blood. I believe it's in the top lane. Lion probably ate an arrow and died. So a good start for the side of Jarmy.
Yeah, if anyone gets speared on this top lane, they're dead. There's just no way you can live if you get speared. If you get speared, you followed by an arrow, that's a dead hero every time. So that is one of the things. Clinks actually is low HP right now. Is he in trouble? I think he's got some sort of reason coming out. He might be fine. Yeah, I think he's being south. Yeah. But he just got down real low, and that's the risk. You can't kill the Mars very easily, but he can definitely kill you with the Mirana.
And another thing is, you know, they picked the Clinks into the Mars, which which does feel a bit awkward, right? Because Mars is made to deal with ranged heroes. So if he
Yeah.
puts up the arena, Clinks is just gonna be this walking skeleton, just either inside or outside. But there's no good place for the Clinks to be at. Even if he has a BKB, he has to be inside the arena. You know, one of the places that I guess with a BKB you have a more leeway to work with. But overall, it does feel a bit weird. But we'll see. We're gonna get a first taste of how this new Clinks is gonna be. By the way, you know, I recognize all of the players from the side of Jarmy, so it's great to see these ladies, you know, showing us those high-level gameplays. I mean, the last time we saw them was like what, 2 years ago?
Flight of the Valkyrie, was it? Is that where we saw them?
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, I think that was 3 years ago. Time flies. You know, I was like, oh my god, it's like 2018.
Wait, 3 years?
What? Yeah.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, it is. It was. Okay.
But I want to go back to your point about Clinks, is that when you say he doesn't have a good place, I'm like, yeah, I'm looking at it because the later the game goes, the better Mars becomes, because he has that level 20 talent with an extra 10. Can you imagine 80% damage reduction on his bulwark against their main damage dealer? And who else is going to come? Oh, it calls down. Noel Dust comes out. Can they land the spear on the Clinks? They do land him. It's like they able to bring him down.
Yeah, pretty much dead at this point. Just eats a point blank arrow. A good impale by Misa, but unfortunately, it was not enough. If only he had level 6, that death pack would have came in huge. But either way, you know, that's kind of what you want if you're a Jarmy. Get the kill on that main damage dealer. The guy was supposed to make the difference, you know, going down like that. They do get the trade on the Mirana, but Miri just comes in, snatches the regen in front of Magic's face, and even is gonna jump on her. Still a couple of damage, but we get a slight pause coming out from the Mirana. Yeah, it's like, okay, you kill the Clinks, you lose the Mirana, not a big deal.
I mean, at least it gets walking wards on the board, which I think they really need. It's like, you know, you are losing a few who hit. I mean, a few people across the map. It's like, yeah, all right, we got killed. A lot of this game is going to come down to Magic. Like, I don't even look at the Clinks as a factor early game. It's all on Magic to rotate around the map and create space. He has to kill the Oracle. He has to get kills on Mirana. Maybe the Mars if he can, but it's all on him. He has to be the big space maker. I think that's a tall order. He's got Lion to help him and the Call. They're like great supports, but it's tough. You're walking wards drafting themselves in a bit of a corner here.
It's like, what are the heroes you want to go on, right? Other than the Mirana and the Oracle, Wraith King is kind of a big no-no. You can see that Jill has one of her skill points saved up. In case someone ganks her, you put it into reincarnation, you come back with a second life. It's always a cool trick. I love it. I love it in my ranked games. You know, when Wraith King was kind of the thing, I had this period where I was like, I don't care what my team says. I don't care what other people think. I'm going to pick Wraith King, offlane, and build Blink Axe. I'm going to be the one to start the fight. I'm going to be the one to die, and I'll be the one to keep my team alive, you know, with my Aghanim Scepter. And every time I get ganked, I'm just like, all right, here we go. My safety net, my fail-safe button, reincarnation.
Oh, it's a great skill to have. And there you go. Look, there's a stack coming out for Magic. Gonna help him recover a bit. I mean, we could see Wraith King get the Ags in this game, because if you can keep the Mars alive with the bulwark and he absorbs all the hits after dying, can you imagine? He protects his teammates after death. You know, that's like so cool. Like, alright, I'm dead, but I'll protect. Ooh, Spear Lance, Roosing Arrow.
Yep. Misa does get the stunts up, but he's still dead in the Fortune's End. Jack comes all the way to the top lane, and this Clinks is not 6 yet.
He's still level 5 at 9 minutes in. Holy crap. Oh dear.
Oh no, Arena, they spear her into the wall. It's gonna be Magic rotating in. They lose the Clinks, and now Magic has a lot of work to do. They have Pudding as well with the Ravage. The only catches onto the Oracle as Jarmy is gonna have a good time laughing at this. Jar even gets her pulse from his off. You see Jill pretty finds it very funny, and why not? The King approves of this fight, and it just feels so hard. Walking Wars, I don't think they could get anything else.
Yeah, I mean, the Mirana played so well. The guy just straight away, she's like, oh, Thailand is here, I'm jumping right out of here, and she did. And they had to use the Ravage. It's such a tough call, because like the only way you can get the Oracle is to Ravage. It gives you a guaranteed kill, but it's a Ravage used for position 5.
I think they could have done it without the Ravage since Oracle was in a awkward position, but you never know, right? I think it's sometimes you'd rather be safe than sorry. Oh, Miri steals the rune away once more. Yeah, Magic is not happy about that. Even used the remnant and still failed.
I think Magic might actually be doing a little bit better in terms of in this game so far than Mira, just because Magic has been able to create so much space, like not create so much space, but actually make something happen. Mira's just been farming the mid lane. It's just that the rest of Walking Wars is falling further and further behind. Klinks is really like barely ahead of the Mirana. I mean, this is a support Mirana, it's a carry Klinks. He should not be that far behind. This had the new Falcon Blade though, so that's nice for him. For her, sorry.
Yeah, that's a really decent stats. I actually like it. I think, you know, Falcon Blade when it came out, when it first got introduced, everyone was like, yeah, it's a great item, and then people just stopped buying it because it's not as efficient. So this definitely gives, I mean, Klinks really didn't care. Klinks would still go Falcon Blade regardless, but I do like the stats. I do like the just the general improvement on that item. But
it's a lot better, yeah, because it gives you, compared to when released, it gives you 50 more health, 0.2 mana regen extra, and 2 extra damage. Like those, that's why it wouldn't be much, but it adds up a lot. 12 damage, 1 point mana regen, 200 health for 1,000 gold. That's a lot of value.
Hey, you compare it to an Orb of Corrosion. Yeah, compare that to an Orb of Corrosion. I think, you know, if you want to stay in lane like a Klinks and you want a cheap item, that's the item for you. We have the Arena again. Good hacks onto Ligaya. Misa is probably gonna throw her life for this. The TP a bit too late from Walking Wars, but they're gonna try anyways. Moonlight Shadow is gonna be activated from the side of Miri. Jarmi is gonna stand there and fight. Jar is still around, and Mars will TP out. Now Jar not even gonna be a target because of Ligaya's Moonlight Shadow. So everything just going the way of Jarmi once more.
By the way, all these problems, and we haven't even seen Wraith King do anything. Wraith King has just done, he's just farming up her Radiance. She's like, yeah, I'm just farming. Why should I even join my team? They're doing so well without me. And I mean, Walking Wars, their situation is looking just so dire right now.
Yeah, the Wraith King, you know, her servants are doing well. They're serving the king well. Or in this case, the queen. They're serving the queen well.
That's why one of these teams has to pick Queen of Pain, so we can say Queen of Pain like the queen, and like, that's perfect, you know. Now it's like it's the king, but it's all women team.
It's the
we get confused.
Queen.
Yeah, we Queen. It's like we get confused easily.
The Queen of Pain does look like a pretty decent pick, but it might be a gank. Ravage could be deployed immediately. Putting soon needs some follow-up, and that's where Magic comes in. Good chain onto Ligaya, but Ja is in the vicinity. Coming with the Impale. Finger of Death completely dodged! Oh, what a dissimulate by Miri, and now they will go for the counter engage. At least they dropped the Arena first. The Remnant's gonna catch on to just a creep, and Magic is not happy with that result. Impale not going to connect with that range reduction. Magic really desperate to get some kills, but at the end of the day, Walking Wars got nothing. Well, they got Ja, thanks to the Kodo. That means so much invested and so less in return.
I mean, at least they got a kill, but they did lose the bomb tower, and they might get more over here. Mars are gonna go for him. Everyone misses, and there you go. The chakra thing coming out for him, Coddle, and they do get 2 kills coming out for him. So decent trade overall now for Walking Wars.
Oh man, that finger would have been so huge if it was not dodged by Miri. And that is the first finger of that usage from this Lion. Could have gotten a Voice Spirit kill, but at least for Walking Wars they take that tier 1 top. And oh, the arrow lands the Magic, but no damage follow up. And now Hack's gonna be used onto Miri. That's where the damage piles in. They finally kill off the Oracle. Ja joins the fight, and Wraith King is gonna be showing up with a DD rune. The Lion's gonna be cobbled to death for sure. Moonlight Shadow will keep Jill safe, and now Jill's gonna turn around. One last scream, bam! That's a double kill for her. And Walking Wars stayed a bit too long.
The combo of Solar Bind plus the Ember Spirit, all his remnants is so much damage. But at the end of the day, look at the damage Wraith King did. Like how much already. He just comes in, destroys everyone's like, alright, I'm fine. And again, it's Magic against the world basically. Because where is Klinks? We haven't actually seen Klinks for a while. Just jungling away, you know, like trying to get into this game. But it's a tough game to get into if you're Klinks. You can't even
mean,
you
look at
can't
it.
even farm fast.
You can't even farm fast, yeah. I mean, you have the Burning Barrage, but you need Maelstrom. You need some sort of item, and now, To Be Long is just trying her best. Can't farm the Ancients, can't struggles with the large camp. Oh man, this is gonna take a while. You look at the net worth. Look at the Wraith King. Jewis. It just got the Radiance, 8.4k net worth. Second in line is Miri with 5.8. That is a huge, like the entire net worth lead from the side of Jarmy is
from Gil.
with Jill. Yeah, it's Gil. Yeah.
Yeah, she's doing so well. It's Magic has to really carry her team at the moment, and well, maybe they might be able to catch Miri here if the team's not exactly there. Well, there you go. Walks to her team just to stay there. It's 5 man. They just want to go for towers now.
Okay. Oh, a bit of an overlap in terms of crowd control. Magic damage is going to be destroyed. The arena comes out. Miri stays alive once more. She is unkillable. And the jump, the astral stab ignores the blinding light from the Cardo regardless. Cardo gonna lose her life. Now they will lose the Tide Hunter as well. Once more, we're looking at the Magic show, but this Magic has been debunked. The third death from the side of Walking Wars. Again, just the execution not on point.
I mean, it goes back to what we talked about. They're so squishy on their side. They're so squishy. 3 of their heroes, you sneeze at them and they die. The Lion, the Clinks, and the King of the Light. These guys they're not heroes that can just stand the front line. Tidehunter can, and Ember Spirit Dart dashes it up. But you look at the other side, you got Wraith King, Mars, and Void Spirit. Void Spirit has dodged, what, Finger of Death once, and then he just survived another Finger just now.
Oh, blocked by the creep. Pudding is gonna join again. And start things out with a Gush, as we have Chakra Magic to help Magic restore that mana, but as long as Ja is alive, Walking Wars can be sure that they won't be able to get any kills easily. Fake Grenade for Jarmy, as Maelstrom finally completed by this Clinks, but man, it has been a long time coming. 17-minute Maelstrom really shows how poor of a lane that this Clinks has been having.
Yeah, the 4 Clinks just got destroyed in the lane, but Magic, he's gonna be fine probably.
Blink Dagger for Gil as well.
Let's look at that. Let's look at some of the items. Yeah, Blink Dagger also on the Mars that help them catch people. It's like the two tankiest guys are gonna be able to blink it with the Void Spirit. That is very tough for them to deal with.
I wonder if the Cardo is gonna go for Frost Staff, or is she just rushing for the Aghanim Scepter? There's one of these situations where if the Cardo is able to farm an axe right now, or in the next like 5 minutes, it would really turn the tides of the game. So much value in that disco ball, in the Willow Whips. But judging by how the Cardo net worth is, the third last, I don't think that axe is going to be there anytime soon.
And in terms of Force Staff, I don't think it's going to help you much either, because you won't be able to like Force Staff out of the Mars arena. So it's like you're not really going to save it. If you have to go for a save item, like Glimmer Cape is your best, but even then it's not very impressive. And she's actually going to go for Glimmer Cape. The recipe's on the way, as well as the Ags right after. So we're both right, we can feel happy about ourselves.
Yeah. Now the Blink Dagger reveal right on top of Magic. The spear goes wide. That's gonna allow for a counter engage. Oh, the finger comes in. They take out the Mars. A bit of a missed execution from the side of Jarmy, and this is where Walking Wars will need to take the advantage. They've expanded their reincarnation, and they are now gonna power in the damage. Buyback from the Mars. Still has the arena online. Ja forced to lose that false promise, and now they re-engage with the arena. They blow up the light immediately, and they're gonna look for the Clinks. Out of position is where he is, and into the grave is where she will go. A good response from the side of Jarmy. They're gonna look for more. Gandalf in the air. They get the spear. Puddings will dispel that with the Kraken Shell as Lion buys back. Jill kind of caught out, and she's dead. As Walking Wars able to strike back. What a valuable buyback.
From the line, I mean, first we have to give so much credit for getting like a 4-man Ravage. That was an insane Ravage that she was able to get. And that just set them all up for everything else, because Clinks was able to dish out a lot of damage. They straight away burst down the Mars, as well as the first life from Jill. So very good combination. Finally, I believe that was our first finger kill as well. So Lion can feel pretty happy about herself. Just Walking Wars fighting back, but
The other Ravage, you have to be careful. Pudding bit too far forward, and that's gonna cost her her life. And unfortunately for Walking Wars, they just did not have the resources. Use but no arrow, and just gonna launch a fake grenade and magic. Does give that's gift of vision, but we're back to a stalemate.
Yeah, that was interesting by Jambi to keep going. I mean, sorry, by Walking Wars to keep going because we could see the call and the clinks were in the bomb lane, so it was kind of obvious they were like, okay, we're done fighting, but not, the whole team didn't quite follow that plan, and just some of them went to the mid lane, cost them a bit. But still, despite everything that's happened, I don't think Jambi actually really cares. I think their situation is still perfectly fine for them. They are looking very strong. I think if we have the win percentage, I think they'll be like at 60 or 70%.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while for Walking Wars to really come online, but all things considered, I think at least the Clinks got something out of it. He did lose his life. Oh, she did lose her life. Excuse me, but at least she was able to get a couple of kills in the process.
This Coddle Aghanim is gonna take a while, but once she gets it, that will add so much team fight. It will add so much team fights to your draft. Especially if you combine it with a Tide's Ravage, you have to time it a bit carefully because it turns on and off. So make sure you don't turn it on when the Ravage lands. But if you can, it can really help them with a team fight. Ember Spirit is gonna go for BKB though, and is there any spell in this game that goes through BKB? I think neither team has one.
No, neither team.
So
has
much
one.
value.
Smoke. They're looking for Clinks. They're gonna find it straight into the use and arena. The Clinks is 100% dead. There's no saves gonna be there in time, and another death. Another death that's gonna cost Walking Wars a bit, but Magic wants to fight. The Impale does hit onto this Mirana. Here we go, Ravage on the tree. They blow up the Mirana. The guy has to go down, no buyback for her. But Gil is just gonna join in and smack this Lion to oblivion. They will get Ja, so False Problem is not able to be channeled. Decent trade, but the better one goes over to Jarmy for sure.
A great combination with AU and Mira, by the way. The 8th element actually missed after the Yules, and AU was like, oh, it's okay, I'll just spear them into it. Like that is what a combo, it's crazy. It did interrupt the enemy going into the edge of the arena being hit by it, but it's like, oh, that's still a crazy amount disabled.
Well, it's just not too bad, right? If you look at the items, Brigand's Blade for Chubi Long, that is definitely gonna help her with the in the damage department. BKB coming up soon, so it's not gonna be easy to blow her up. But Magic, catching arrows in the face. Again, no way to protect her. Her team just has no means to keep cores alive when they get caught.
Yeah, it's like no Shadow Demon, no Oracle, no even like heals, unless later on maybe Call can get something to help with that. But right now it's like, nope, there's just nothing. You're caught, you're dead. And there's so much good follow-up as well from Johnny's side. You take a stun, there's Wraith King, there's Arrow, there's so each one of them has some sort of form of disable.
Oh yeah. So far we haven't seen the fullest extent of what this Clinks can do. It's definitely not good. 0 and 4 scoreline. Oh, she didn't even get the Mars kill. So BKB will be delivered.
I'm interested to see how much damage this Brigand can do. This Brigand dagger it looks like it would be great with Clinks on this hero. Brigand's blade, like this dagger. Like, it seems like it's
plus 63 damage at max. At 90%
right?
Missing health. 63 damage. It's kind of. Is this not too bad?
Yeah, especially if you're hitting multiple with the strafe. I'm sure the name of the spell has changed now. Like
I think the Burning Barrage or something. I think it's
Burning Barrage. Thank you. Earlier I was like, wait, what is Coddle's new spell called? I'm like, oh, Solar Bind. Like, there's always new spells being introduced in Dota. Broodmother has a new spell as well. The Spanner's Web, I think it's called.
The Spanner's Snare. Okay.
Yeah, Spanner's Snare.
Spinner Snare. Spinner Snare. Wonder how that works. Engaging in the bottom lane. BKB pop fresh from Gil, walking straight at Misa. As the Queen does not care, coming right through, beats her down, 34 seconds off, no buyback for this Lion. I don't think Walking Wars will want to fight this. They do have their own dust, but look at that, it's just counting against Arena in the backline. They kill off Gandalf. Keeper of the Light is dead, the Ravage goes wide, BKB fresh out the oven for too long, but everyone from the side of Jarmy runs away. They go on to Ja, and Ja is happy to sacrifice her life because they got a better prey. It is Magic, as they will crack the code of first spells, and she is dead, and the spear perfectly connecting onto the planes, and they will send her back to the fountain. And that's 4 kills for the side of Jarmy.
I think she was just in the ward range, like right at the tip, so they saw her teleport away, and the spear was so good. Oh my god. I mean, Magic, like Walking Wars, there you can tell they're a good team. They like the way Magic is playing is really good. They're trying out stuff. They're not bad. It's just Jarmy's draft and the way they've been playing this is just so much better. It's crazy how well Jarmy's making this draft work for them. And
9k goal advantage. Ooh, no, the fresh axe for Miri. And just Void Spirit now has the silence. I mean, you mentioned it early on, right? The squishy backlines of Walking Wars, they are just gonna be blown up when the fight starts. Jarmy just jumps on top of them with Mars, with the Wraith King, and the Void Spirit. And what can you do? We just saw a good representation of that. Misa just gets ran down by Gil.
Right, I love that. As Misa's running, I'm like, if you keep running and she hits you with a crit, you're gonna die. I'm like, what are you gonna do? You can't stand there with the radius. It's so hard.
It's ridiculous.
It's hard when you're
when
it's hard when the person who's doing the most damage is also the tankiest guy in the game. I love it. But that's Gil
he has
for you.
one of the fastest movement speed as well. It's honestly ridiculous how fast Wraith King is. Like he's everything. He's a pile of bones, but he's an athlete.
Well, wait. Oh yeah, I was thinking of the original Wraith when he was like more of a ghosty thing. But yeah, the Skeleton King is definitely just bones, poor guy. 412.
Maybe that's why he walks
360.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's so fast, because you know, just bones, right? He doesn't have to carry anything else. Any other biological
like necromancer magic keeping him moving, right? It's like there's no weight, it's just magic.
Yeah, he doesn't have to carry flesh, you know, doesn't have to carry like fat, has no diseases, you know. He just needs calcium. He just needs calcium. That's all.
Clinks does have the BKB, and that's gonna help a lot because, like we said, neither team has any BKB piercing. So at least the Clinks will be able to just stand there and throw out as much damage as she needs to. It's just, can she actually live long enough to do her damage?
You kind of need your team to lock the enemy down, right? Oh, the arrow almost connects. I mean, Jarmy, they are on the case. They are hunting down this Ember Spirit, and they are not letting up. Look at the vision. For Jarmy, it feels like they have almost full control of the map. You know, the
they got
Wraith King is on one side.
They got two nice wards, like the top lane. That's where their team is playing. And Wraith King, they're like, we really don't care. You got 2 lives. You can just stand wherever the hell you want. So it's they're starving them out. Their network lead is gonna start slowly increasing.
What's the plan right now for Walking Wars? Like what can they do? Do you want to go for these trades where you force a fight and you sacrifice support to get those core kills, or I mean, staying in the base is definitely not a good idea, as we see Magic caught out once more. They have Spirit Vessel, they have everything, even the silence from the Resonant Pulse. So another 50 seconds without Magic.
What Magic was doing is the right thing. It sounds crazy, but that is what you need to do, is that you send Magic into a lane, make sure you leave a Remnant, try to get her to push the lane out as far as possible. You have good base defense. You got the Coddle, you have the Gush for Tidehunter Aghanims coming out very soon. So this is what they need to do. Send someone out of the lane, push it out as far as you can, have Coddle and Tidehunter defend. Just one Gush with Illuminate wipes out a creep wave.
And look at Gil. Oh my goodness. So much damage.
Dire's middle tower is under
Tidehunter might be chunky, but yeah, she's dead. 100%. Just look at Raking running the Tidehunter. It's a rare sight, you know. You don't see this every day. She's trying, but she's dead.
And that's fine because by the time they reach the base, Pudding will have like maybe 15 seconds left. She is getting close and close to the Aghanims. It's not you're in a situation where nothing good is really gonna happen to you for you, so you just have to weather out the bad storm that's coming. They're trying to get control of their outpost. They're pushing the lane top. They have Coddle defending. This is the best thing you can do, and you kind of have to just hope for the best. Wait out the Aegis, maybe hope for the enemy displays.
They have a glyph. They want to use it, but immediately blink to the back line. Coddle is dead. 48 seconds without this Keeper of the Light. Tidehunter still needs 10. Pudding is watching this go down. Coddle's gonna buy back. He's gonna wait for Pudding to come back to life. No arena, that's the kill. BKB popped by IU. She's just gonna be the front line. Magic has her own BKB as well, but you can see the damage coming up from Jarmy is just overwhelming. The base stays strong, but Miri has a double damage rune. Something that Walking Wars don't want to fight into.
Clinks has got damage, by the way, at least. He's got the Crystallis, so if she can start getting those hits off in the fight, she can burst one or two points down.
Miri goes in. Misa is now dead. Misa not really sure if she has to buy back, but Miri, taking a lot of hit from that Clinks. The tier 3 is gonna go down. Miri will finally lose that Aegis. His Magic's gonna be stunned out. They will bash her, and the damage is too much. Ravage slightly too late. Look at that Burning Barrage. It tickles Jill, and Jill can use the massage right now after all the work that her team has done. They're gonna have to use up on this Tidehunter as Pudding will take an arrow to the face, and she is down. Walking Wars. Nothing much left in the tank, and it seems like Jarmy just gonna walk it down. The Royal Decree from this Wraith Queen gives Miri the Godlike, and they are in firm control of this game.
I mean, at this point, Walking Wars, I'm not quite sure what you can do. It's just the nature of the game. You got a little bit outplayed, definitely got outdrafted, and it's like the base is gonna fall. You have no buybacks on the call, who's basically your best defender, so you are going to lose at least 2 racks. And if they could have only hold out just a little bit longer, they could have waited for the Void Spirits Aegis to time up. But it's just great plays by Jarmy. They just played this so well.
Yeah, and that's 2 sets of racks. Nothing much that Walking War can do. Maybe they can kind of pull a last hurrah, but even then you need a Ravage to be online, and that is just not the case.
It's not like you have an Enigma Black Hole, or Magnus RPs. Like you don't have any big game-changing ultimate that you can use. It's just like Ravage is great, but it's oh dear.
Oh boy, straight into the backline they go. Magic just came back to life, and they put her down once more. The Burning Barrage not gonna do too much, but they have the Finger of Death. The Gaia loses her life. The arena will, just keep Walking Wars in their fountains for a bit longer. Ravage is coming back up in 45 seconds. If they have that much of the time, Fortune's End is gonna connect. Misa loses her life. Rubidon's gonna pop that BKB, as this is gonna be the final stand, but it doesn't seem like they can do too much though. They keep themselves alive, but the base is going down. Buildings are going up in flames. It's gonna be the Aegis now under attack. There's no more glyph left for Walking Wars. The rest of Jarmy, they know the prioritization. Focus on the Ancient and the Throne. It's gonna go down. Jarmy surely will advance, but before that they want to pet the KDA a bit. Pudding is gonna be the Tidehunter that gets bullied all the way. Jill has her eye on the prize, and as I say that, turns her attention to Magic. This is all about over. Yes, GG's call.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking their time, enjoying their victory, so good on Jarmy for that win. It was just so well played. Like, we saw the top lane, the Mars, as well as the Mirana were able to just control the lane so well. Then you look at like the mid lane was pretty even, but bottom lane, Wraith King was getting complete free farm throughout the whole game. It was just, there was no opening for Walking Ward, not with the draft that they had to ever come back. And I think a lot of it just goes down to the Lamp and Legaia just winning the top lane so handily. Clinks had like 3k net worth at 10 minutes. There's no way she could recover from that.
Yeah, we just saw them making, the Clinks' life an absolute, a tragedy. Forced into the jungle very early on. Didn't hit level 6 even at, I think, 9 minutes. So a tough game. And Walking Wars, despite Magic's best effort and a couple of good engages that we saw, there was nothing much left for them. So Jarmy, 100% they're gonna advance to the next bracket. Still will be a best of one, but we have seen some pretty good plays, some pretty amazing maneuvers from the teams today.
Yeah, I mean, even the teams that have lost, they don't feel like they were getting completely stomped. You know what I mean? Like, yes, Walking Wars lost this game, but we saw some incredible performance coming out from Magic. Like, Magic on the mid lane could definitely be able to, like, I don't want to say carry her team, but definitely brings the team up a few levels. And if she can keep performing at this, there's no reason why they wouldn't be able to win a few matches and maybe make their way to the finals. But Jarmy, on the other hand, impeccable. Like they just were unbeatable in this game. With the draft, the way they played, it was no way they could have lost it. So hats out to them. I look forward to seeing. I mean, this looks like the team that just go all the way to the finals. To be honest.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it, right? I mean, there are a lot of notable names on Jarmy team. On Jarmy, I think Ja obviously is one of the top 100 or top 200 supports in Southeast Asia. So
Yeah.
a lot of star-studded name in that roster alone. But of course, her teammates are also amazing. You know, we've seen Legaya, we've seen Gil, Miri, all these players. I think a few years ago, they even competed, against the likes of Pacific Pink under the banner of I think Archangel, if I'm not mistaken. But you get the idea. These are very experienced players.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm wondering also, are we pronouncing their name right? Maybe it's J. It's like Army, not Jarmy, like one word. Huh. I have to ask them of that. Like, what are we pronouncing their name right? Just to make sure. But yeah, they're so strong. They look so strong in this game. They were basically able to win the game 4 versus 5, and then Gil was like, "All right, I guess I'll join. I have a Radiance. I guess I'll join the fights now."
Yeah, you can't let your team take all the credit, right? Like I have to make something happen. So she just shows up and two shots the Lion. Just life with support. I feel for supports who get demolished like that. But that's it. That's it for game number 2 between Jarmy and Walking Wars, and of course Jarmy will move on to the next best of one. We are going to once more take a short commercial break. And remember, this is supported and sponsored by our lovely partners, Intel and Yahoo. We will be right back for more Dota 2 action. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? This is the FSL Dota 2 Open 2, of course, presented by FSL, alongside our sponsors and partners, Intel and Yahoo. We're getting ready for Game 3, another best of one fiesta, this time between Step Sis and Chicken Cordon, two of my favorite things in the world, and we are your commentators. I'm HusKKiee, alongside Otomo, bringing you guys the action.
Two of your favorite things, chicken and more chicken, right? Those are your two favorite
Yeah,
things.
chicken and cordon.
I'm sure.
Yes.
And more chicken, yes. Yeah, this is a double elimination tournament. It's a best of one until the finals, which is a best of three. It's an all-women tournament, of course, brought us by Intel and Yahoo. And why are you smirking, good sir? What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking about chicken. You know, my someone asked me what my wish is. So my friend was streaming and he had this question, right? What are the two things that you wish the most? So I'll say first thing I want is to be able to attend TI,
10 seconds
and the
remaining.
second thing I want is fried chicken for the rest of my life. So of course I'm happy.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, well, I think one of these two teams is going to be suffering a little bit because this is a lower bracket match, which means the loser of this team is going to be removed. So this is a do or die game for sure.
Yep, and so you look at the draft, you know, pretty far in. You know, we Abaddon, Viper, Spectre, Timbersaw, Mirana, Puck, Oracle, Slark. 8 heroes out so far. Stepsis has the Sand King and Hoodwink, and Chicken Cordon has the Lion and Dragon Knight.
Yeah, and Sand King and Hoodwink. It's a good opening. I imagine it could be a Hoodwink 4 with a Sand King. That's a very strong lane. Lots of disables there. These guys could be able to just run across the lane. On the other side, though, they have a pretty good lane as well. They got the Dragon Knight as well as the Lion. There's a lot of control there. Both teams have pretty tanky openers in the off laner. Assuming it is in the off lane Dragon Knight as well. And the Hoodwink and the Lions will probably position 4s as well. Squishy, although I think I like the Hoodwink a bit more because of her elusivity.
What do you think about the Hoodwink change? You know, the Bushwhacker now does damage. It does the damage over time instead of an instant nuke. How is it gonna affect this Hoodwink?
Big nerf overall, because before you used to get the damage and then you disable them while the tree is up. Now it's like, oh, the damage is over time. The moment you cut down the tree, the damage is gone. So firstly, the amount of HP regen people have is going to affect it. It's going to be a nerf to that. The spells will affect it. Cutting off the tree will affect it. So it's just a big nerf in terms of the damage that you were coming out. I don't know if it's a big nerf to doing overall, like if the hero's just a lot worse, but that is a nerf for the hero. Snapfire comes out. She got buffed in her strength gain, I believe, as well as the damage from her ultimate. And she got a nice slow talent level 10. So I think Sapphire is one of those nice winners. You know, she got nice buffs. She's a little bit better. I don't know if this will be enough to push her, but I like it. And Grimstroke, along with Lion and Dragon Knight, an amazing combo.
Yeah, and a lot of, again, single target disables. We have seen this in the past 2 games. Grimstroke also received a couple of, well, not a couple of changes, but primarily to the, I think, Stroke of Fate and the Ink Swell, right?
Yeah, Ink Swell lasts
longer
a second longer. I think
it feels like a
pretty
good thing.
It is a good thing because you also get, remember, for the extra second, you're getting extra movement speed, you're getting all that extra damage. It's just better. Also, it gives you more time to stack up your Inkswell. The amount of damage and stun does is based on how long you've been next to an enemy during its duration. So it's overall, I like it. I think it could be a nerf because sometimes it doesn't activate as early as you'd like it, but it's overall a buff. You will enjoy having it most of the time.
Yeah, and of course the Stroke of Fate damage increment. Grimstroke himself is pretty decent at clearing waves and farming waves, and now you give him that extra damage, and suddenly, you know, he's gonna be even more efficient in doing so. You know, I think level 4, like max level Stroke of Fate, if you throw it down a wave, that range creep is 100% gonna die. And now you might be even able to clear out melee creeps if there's enough of them. Juggernaut will be the choice for Chicken Cordon, and Stepsis will have Gyrocopter.
I'm just loving everything that Chicken Cordon. Like, I love their draft because, firstly, Grimstroke has good combos in both the Dragon Knight and the Juggernaut, either in the lane or later on. The Soulbind works really good with. Look how much you have combos: Finger, Hex, Earth Spike, Dragon Tail. Like there's already 4 combos with a Grimstroke and 2 Ink Slaves, so it's really good. On the Stepsis side, they're pretty they got a decent combination as well.
10
Snapfire works well with the
seconds
Sand King.
remaining.
You have great team fight with the Epicenter as well as the
5 seconds remaining.
Mortimer's Kisses. That took me a second. Sorry about that. As well as the Jared Cobb. So there's a lot of I like a lot of what Stepsis has. I do think that they're slightly weaker though because they rely so much on Sand King initiation to get the fight off.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, at the same time, I think Gyrocopter also received a bit of love from Ice Frog. What do you think about this change that might bring Gyrocopter support into the limelight? Like finally,
Oh,
20 minutes X
uh,
shard, you give the homing missile a rocket barrage. I
10
I
seconds
mean, I was
remaining.
thinking of Gyrocopter with Phil. It
Dire
could be a
team
thing.
ban.
In this case,
mean,
it's
it's
100% going to
Radiant
be a plus
team
one.
pick.
even as the
Dire
post, I mean,
team
I'm seeing a shot. It's a lot of value. It's so much value it gives you. And what we are just doing straight with the last 2 picks is the Wind Ranger and the Void Spirit. And overall, I am liking Chicken Cordon's draft just a little bit more. They have, those. I say it every time. They have this nice tanky frontline combination, great backline with the Grimstroke and the Lion, good combinations as well. Stepsis, it's all on the Sand King. I hate when I see a draft that's all on one person to perform. It's all on Sand King. If he can get his good burst strikes and starts the fight, great. If he doesn't, you got very squishy backline in the Wind Ranger, the Hoodwink, and even Snapfire. Tanky, but she doesn't like having people in her face.
Oh yeah, so this is definitely going to be pretty interesting to see how it's gonna pan out. But it's safe to say that at least you can be sure that Divine will have a decent a decent lady phase, I guess, and you can always recover in the jungle alongside this gyrocopter if needed. And just probably one of the best late game off laners, I would say. Just so much utility provided as long as the Sand King stays alive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I love Sand King. I think Sand King also got a really nice buff to his shard, by the way. 20 extra damage to Epicenter. I think that was the thing that's going to push the shard to just being a... You have to get it. Like, it's so good now because you get 20 bonus damage. Before, people were like, do I get it? Because when I walk around, sometimes I want the Epicenter. So I was like, whatever. But now you always want the shard. And... It's just so much though, so much that he has to do for the Sand King, which is why I favor the dire drafts much more.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. Though I still kind of dislike the Sand King shard. I mean, the damage is nice with Epicenter, but just the whole idea of having this walking tremor as like it feels underwhelming for a hero like Sand King. I mean, I'm no game balancing expert, so I don't know what else they could change it, but how else they could change it. But I just feel like it's pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, I can see how it works. I mean, we would need an expert, like a professional position offlaner who's like, yeah, I believe this is why it's better. Or I mean, it's definitely buffed, but is it core? That's a hard thing to tell. But one thing that they do have that's really good for Chicken Cordon, by the way, is that they have a lot of heals coming out from the healing ward. And it's going to be very difficult for Stepsis to get that because remember, it is a healing ward and they're up against ranged heroes. The ranged heroes may not be able to reach it. Like Wind Ranger won't try to go for it, Gyrocopter won't try to go for it, maybe the Hoodwink if she can, but it's a bit tough. And someone has a family to take care of. I definitely understand how that works. Like I do have my 6-month-old as well, and sometimes it's like you're in the middle of a meeting. It's like, nope, baby needs you. I need to just go for the baby. So I imagine for a mom it might be even tougher.
Oh, I just realized that Bayrida is playing on Chicken Cordon. It's a very familiar name. Can't really pinpoint when I saw her. When was the last time? I mean, the last time is definitely like 2-3 years ago, during Fly of the Valkyries. But other than that, there's a bit of a memory. At least the impression is there. It's gonna be a good match.
I love
for sure.
icons. I love the icons they're using. If you look at both teams, they all have like lady icons. It's pretty cool. I mean, if it's guys, you always see the anime characters. If I like Naruto and a bunch of others, it's like, all right, we get you're a guy, man.
I mean, I can't relate because mine is Little Nightmares. My favorite one is definitely from Ulap, Priestess of the Moon. It makes me feel
Oh yeah,
ancient.
I love that too. I was like, I love that as well because she is like the game icon from the very first one, the Dota 1 in Iran. I was like, oh crap. I saw it too. I was like, oh, I recognize that. How old am I?
But
Yeah. So
I
this,
think one of the few big like differences in terms of the hero icons, if you look at way back in the days and right now, is Legion Commander, right? Guy went to a whole gender transformation.
yes, I mean, he had the horse. He had the horse before as well. The horse was just
Yeah, they
disappeared
took
right
away the
without.
horse, and then to be fair, I like her voice line a lot. She's one of my favorite heroes. I have a whole say persona, but I commissioned an artwork just just based off of Legion Commander. I just like it,
I
a lot
think
of confidence.
Legion Commander should be a support in this patch. She got a plus 40 HP
Yeah.
and health talent. That's insanely good. Like I cannot believe. Like I think we'll be seeing her as a support. Both teams smoked to invade each other's triangle and didn't quite work out for either one of them.
What do you think is a
But
better level one? I think Stepsis probably has a better level one. Like if they were to run
well,
into
it's
each
a tough
other.
one. I'll be honest with you, it's a tough one. I think because look at the Chicken Cord. Look how much stuns they have. They got they got Lion, they got Dragon Knight, Inkswell if you need it, Aether Remnant. There's a lot of stuns, and Juggernaut can skip all the spells from Stepsis. But on the other hand, Stepsis, they got a lot of stuns as well, and they got tanky in the Sand King. I prefer Chicken Cordon just because Dragon Knight, Juggernaut, and Voice Spirit can take a hit much more than Stepsis Lion, where it's only the SK who wants to be hit in the face.
Yeah.
I
Now
say
they
hit in the
put
face,
it-
but like, yeah.
I mean, it definitely for Chicken Cordon they have that better front line. Wind Ranger, with the new egg shot, we'll see if we get to witness that in this game. Though it does
I
feel
mean,
like
this
it, I don't know. I mean, for global spell, it isn't too bad.
It's right. That's the thing. I haven't actually seen it, but like it summons a tornado that globally pushes people. What the hell? Top lane looks like Yulap might be in trouble. And can they get the damage off here? Very close, but it's not enough. And it's a 3-man attempt here, so
They're
that's going to be
trilaning
costly
this.
for them. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, why wouldn't you? To be honest, you got 2 stunners
Yeah.
here, and with the Juggernaut.
Okay.
But
They're trying to get the first split. Okay.
It was only until and then they send the Lion bottom here because as tanky as Dragon Knight is, he doesn't actually have any CS because he knows that he can die.
Oh yeah. And it's like, you just, I just like to think from the home missile.
The
Wait till you
sound
get
makes
level
when it
20.
hits someone, right? Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
"Ding," and it's like okay. But yeah, speaking of the shot, and I do think that the shot's good even for a core gyrocopter because, like you said, once you get that multiple ones. I mean, you want to get later if it's a core, but it's still worth it.
Burrow strike. There's the Inkswell. The delay might just cost her life, and indeed it is. Indeed it will. Divine with the first blood.
They jumped on the right target. Grimstroke really can't take two multiple stuns in the face, and she has to be very careful. I'm sorry, yeah, she has to be. I was gonna be waiting. Is Grimstroke a dude? Then I was like, no wait, I forgot. It's an all-woman tournament. She has to be very careful.
One of the few downsides, I guess, to that 1 second increase, right?
Right. Yeah. If it had activated, she would have stunned him earlier. Right. That's what I'm saying. Where like most of the time it's a good thing, but there are times where you'd be like, I wish this activated a lot sooner.
I guess for doing this, not in a good spot, able to walk it off. There's no homing missile, thankfully.
And looks like Stepsis just starting off pretty damn well for them. With bottom lane going really well for them. The Gyro getting is 13 and 2 to the 6 and 1 for like literally doubling him and everything. And mid lane as well is going. I mean, not as much of a win, of course, but Wind Ranger doing well. Like you'd expect the Voice Spirit to do a little bit better just because it is a melee matchup where she can get the creeps. But all the harass from Wind Ranger is really costing her.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at. It's just kind of a health differential at this stage. Vayne is still keeping up in terms of the last hit, but you
But
talk about
that's
how a lot is on Divine's shoulder as Divine just can go in. But here we go, the spin. They have the sentry one drop down, the stroke of fate, but the right clicks. Oh, so close. Divine dies first, and that's a worth one for Beirida for sure. As a Cha will get that deny off, but a secondary bushwhack Cha is gonna go down. So the whole lane gets demolished by Stepsis.
And that was that miss from the stroke of fate. If that had landed, they would have killed the Sand King much earlier and would have been like Beirida would have probably made out alive. But that is one of those crucial misses where you watch and you're like, man, if I had just landed that, turn and guts them a double kill for Stepsis. So 1K net worth already at 4 minutes. That's pretty big lead.
Yeah, it's pretty okay. Though it is expected that the Sand King is not gonna have too much fun in this lane. You know, 7 last hits compared to the Juggernaut, 16 and 7. But at least Sand King is one of those few heroes that he gets a couple of levels. You give him some time in the jungle, he's gonna recover. But
especially because Juggernaut has one of those the nicest attack animations. So it's so hard. Like you're like, all right, I'm not gonna be able to get last hits with him around.
Yeah, so it's very annoying. You talk about how the Sand King is the kind of has to carry a lot of weight for the team, but what about the Wind Ranger?
I mean, she could get a few easy kills on the Grimstroke and the Lion. That's something that she should be able to do most of the game, and she will be bringing up the bulk of their damage for the early part of the game as well. So there's a lot on her as well to do. But nothing happens unless the Sand King starts the fight well. So I think Wind Ranger, if you can get a good shackle, that's great, but it's mostly going to be still on the Sand King.
To be a bushwhack to Burrow Strike once more. Beirida going for the spin, and this time the Sand King not so lucky. Divine, it's going to be sliced to the ribbons. And it's a pretty straightforward kill for the side of Chicken Cordon.
Hello?
This might have is just overcommitted, I think. We get a couple of harass in that bot lane as well. I think the Sand King dive was a bit unnecessary. It's a bit careless from the side of Stepsis.
That when you're playing aggressive like that, it always opens you up to being killed because you're all thinking, I could get a kill, I can get a kill. But if you use Burrow Strike to initiate, you're not using it to get out. So yeah, Stepsis, they are feeling like, okay, they're feeling the pressure to do something with the Sand King. But the problem is, we're up against a very strong lane. Juggernaut, Grimstroke is a very strong lane, and risking it like that might cost you. And there's a dive in the mid lane though.
Go shackle shot into a power shot. No focus fire as 2 did use it earlier on. So no kill pressure on Vayne. You kind of need a +1, and the best bet that you have is that Hoodwink, who is not even close, trying to handle this top lane all by herself. 2 Sows being delivered. It's a very generous portion of regeneration.
By the way, if you look at Stepsis' draft, they have no sort of instant stun. Every single stun they have, you can see coming from a while away. It's HusKKiee, Shackle Shot, Hoodwink, Bushwhack, Burrow Strike, Jericho Missile, which means that it's very easy in our top lane though. They might be able to get this kill.
Yep, Venom Embrace, they're not going to commit to it. And yeah, this time Divine has that Burrow Strike, so not as easy, but maybe we might get something in the mid lane. You see the Lion hanging around. It's gonna back off. Unfortunately, 2 is just away. It's a bit too far from the distance that the Lion can engage. This has the Invis rune. I'm sure then, not too confident about going for it.
But yeah, so what I was going to say is that if you are Vayne or you are Beirida, you can spin or you can dissimulate any stun coming your way. There's like very little that they can do to actually catch you.
Yeah, and Divine just went down once more to the same combo. Moon might be able to get something done. Could impale on 2 members as Kazumi gets the stun off. They have the homing missile from Yippee, but it's a Dragon Knight, so he's just gonna walk it off. Pretty awkward. The Void Spirit is now coming to the bot lane, but imagine if he was there earlier. We'll see if Chicken Cordon will be able to get things done. Kazumi is desperately trying to go over the stun. I think bottom lane should be engaged, and yes, indeed, they will be. Yippee is gonna lose her life. As the chicken also goes down. Stepsis will lose 2 members.
Yeah, the top lane. I mean, they're controlling the lane so well. There's a sentry ward coming out from Steps, but it doesn't actually catch any of any of Chicken Cordon's wards. But you're seeing it slowly here. Chicken Cordon taking the advantage in this game, but Stepsis, I mean, you gotta play around the Wind Ranger and the Sand King. Just let the Gyro jungle, leave him alone in the lane. Have the Snapfire move to the top lane, have 3 people up there. There's no way that you don't want to play with Gyro Cup anymore. You just want Gyro Cup to farm and have stacks. Speaking of that, can we look at any of the triangle camps in the Radiant side, see if there are any stacks going on? No, that's not, no, nothing.
Oh, there we go.
It looks like there's gonna be. There you go. Those are some nice stacks coming out here. But Divine dies again. Oh dear God.
It's starting to get a bit. I think that's Divine's 5th death. Or
No, I
like
believe
4th
it's
death.
third or fourth. I don't think she died.
Yeah, it's the 4th death.
Yeah, 4th. Yeah, there you go.
Not looking too good.
Not at all. I mean, it's 8 minutes in, right? Like 4 death is crazy. If we look at the net worth, I think we'll see Juggernaut is like 3.5 gold right now, just because of he's been getting so much kills for himself.
I think the Juggernaut. Yeah, I mean 41 last hits and 11 denies. He's already at level 6.
And
Oh man.
Omnislash already used, by the way. Sand King, what's he gonna go for? He's not gonna go for Soul Ring, is he? No.
No way.
I'm seeing 2
I mean,
gauntlets of
Vanguard could
strength.
be.
Like,
I mean, Vanguard could be okay, but I think you kind of just want the use. I don't know. They're in a pretty weird position. They engage. Phantom's Embrace a bit too late. Good shackle. Inkstraw is gonna keep Berida alive a bit longer, and they still lose Divine. Oh, Berida actually makes it out. Drop the hitting wall. Sharpshooter goes wide. The whole team of Chicken Cordon is here, and they're not happy with what Stepson has been doing. Good Impale. Kind of waste the time of that wind run, turns her into a frog, and now gonna try to burn her down. The shackles to connect, but not gonna get a secondary target. 2 actually makes it out alive, but still Stepsis loses that Sand King. That's the 5th death for Divine.
You know, it's kind of crazy. Oh, nice. They actually are able to steal the bounty rune, and they spot out all the stacks on Chicken Cordon. As crazy as going 1 and I believe 5 on the Sand King, he is higher net worth than the Dragon Knight as well as the Voice Spirit, because he goes up to the lane, he clears it out with Sandstorm, he gets a few creeps as well, then he's like, alright, I'll try to be aggressive. So very impressive coming out from the Sand King. Divine dying 5 times and still topping, being number 4 in terms of net worth.
Yeah, it's actually insane. But
how is
like
that
you said,
even possible?
Dota works in wonderful ways.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe he just maybe Chicken Cordon spending more time trying to kill him, and
That's
in the
true.
meantime he's just getting those kills, right?
Grimstroke is in no man's land. I think that Grimstroke might be losing his life, but he does have the Vayne coming to help her out. So it's going to be a 2-on-4 engagement, and I think they will be able to make it out just fine. Remember, Sand King really should consider taking this as soon as they can.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yep. And
again, his
they'll be
net worth
able
is just
to-
going to shoot up because of this.
just watch that go out, and the supports will be able to get some experience as well. You know, Ula definitely needs it. Let's get a couple of farms working towards the Aether Remnant. Not the Aether
Radiant's
Lens.
bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, that's just crazy to see the Sand King's 3rd net worth, 2nd highest for his team. And oh, this might be a kill.
Yep, the person who spots out the camp goes down. Good sharpshooter. Even dodges the brief fire. Mass TV is coming from Chicken Cordon. Aether Remnant does go wide, and that means that Vayne doesn't really want to fight this. Epicenter is going to start pulsating, and that's going to most likely cause this voice rate to go down. The pushback to follow up as Chicken will get the secondary kill on Kazumi. Unfortunately for Chicken Cordon, this time the Mass TP did not work out. Lion won't be able to do too much to protect this tower, and if she does try,
I might lose her life.
yeah, they're gonna go for it. Shackle shot into a bushwhack, pin her to a tree, and they even start spitting fire onto her. As Ula will
Radiant's
get that
bottom
credit for
tower
herself.
is under attack.
I mean, very worth it. I mean, that's just really. They got 4 kills. Berida also is going for the Battlefield, which means that she just want to focus on farm. But if you have the Omnislash, maybe that's a time where you show up and just try to get an ulti and help your team out. But like, we were looking at Chicken Cordon, we're like, wow, they're doing so well on the links, they're getting kills. But in terms of that, none of it has translated to net worth. Like, the Sand King is ahead. The Wind Ranger is ahead of their respective counterparts.
Dire's top
Yeah, it's that he died 5 times and he's still ahead of the curve. Is setting up the kills. Although those ultimates are going to be down for a while, so Chicken Corn, let's see what they can do. No Elder Dragon form though, so this tower push is going to be pretty awkward. Good Shackle on the 2, Bushwhack to follow up. They have the Cookie as well, they put the stun together and they follow up with the call down and Burrow Strike. Zumi instantly gets obliterated, and Chicken Corn, they have no business in this mid lane.
They can't fight without the Juggernaut. I mean, at least it's too risky to fight without the Juggernaut. That's multiple instances where the top lane one, no Juggernaut, mid lane one, no Juggernaut, and you can see that Stepsis is like, we're bringing the whole families here. You know, that's what the Stepsis is all about. So it's good for them.
Yeah, we all know the meme, right? Family strong together. Oh, a Bushwhack on the 2, both the supports getting caught. Lion is dead. And Chicken Cordon kind of slipping a bit. We saw Stepsis, their layering of crowd control is amazing. It felt like, you know, Chicken Cordon bounded for a century, not able to move a single limb.
It was like a beautiful Shackle shot, followed by the Grimstroke, followed by a Cookie. Is like so well done by Stepsis. But again, this is all without Bayarida. I do feel like there is a big difference in Chicken Cordon's ability with and without the Juggernaut, because she is #1 net worth. If she's not fighting, you are suddenly behind in like 8k gold and a team member.
Yeah, and she is kind of the bulk of the damage, right? Everyone else is just there to kind of provide the crowd control to facilitate this Juggernaut. Chicken Cordon still buying time for Bayarida to farm up. It's doing okay. It's top of the net worth, like you said, going for the Sanj and Yasha next. A bit of a slight nerf to the status resist of Sanj in this patch, but
yeah.
Do you think the impact is going to be huge, or is just kind of negligible?
It's gonna matter. You know, it's like I think the item lost like 25% of its effect, going from like 16 to 12. That's a big nerf for it. But because you're always gonna build it to either Heaven's Halberd or SNY, it's not too bad because the item's still a part of something else, so it'll be okay. It's annoying, but it's not that big of a deal. You're still gonna get it.
Smoke from the side of Chicken Cordon.
Mid lane, they want to kill the Wind Ranger. I think they might try to.
Ooh, a bit too late on the trigger, a bit too slow on the trigger. In fact, in vain, can put her body in front, and it's gonna be Shackle shot up once more. But this time there's no follow-up. In fact, one of his kisses will be used. Bayarida will be forced to use the spin away. Hope we miss out. Track Vayne down. Nothing to dispel it. In fact, focus fire. And also the sharpshooter in the middle lane. They're gonna break this dragon knife, follow up with the Shackle shot, but the damage is insufficient. Now cooldown will be dropped as well. They get a double finger and an Omni Slash, perfectly done as Bayarida gets a double kill. They will also take out Yippee as Divide goes. They're just gonna channel that epicenter, but she will also die. And that is the fight that Chicken Cordon has been looking for. 4 kills at the mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
This is what we were talking about. We say without the Juggernaut, it's totally different. They bring the Juggernaut, 4 kills, 0 losses, and it's just so much harder because you got the Juggernaut and you have another guy, like another tanky guy you have to focus on. He's got heals, he's got an Omni Slash, you can dodge everything. And shout out to the double finger, by the way, so much damage.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those scenarios where Stepsis felt a bit hesitant whether they wanted to commit to that fight or not. You know, they were. I mean, the ultimate wasn't too bad, right? They were able to stop the push, but it's like one after the other. First they throw the Monimus Kisses, and they're like, yeah, yo, you survived Monimus Kisses. Here we go, level 2 call down. Divine was not there the entire fight, so it definitely felt a bit weird. But they're gonna try again. They have those single target lockdown. If they find Bayarida, this is gonna be huge. And they see her. Where's the engage? Oh, what? The smoke breaks.
No, they only broke.
Now they find her. Bushwhack goes wide, but the layering is perfect. They still get her. I was slightly worried, you know. I see the smoke break and Divine blinks to the high ground. I'm like, oh, did they just miss Bayarida? Well, they found her, and they're gonna fight Chai as well. Shackle shot into a power shot, just right through her skull. That's a double kill for 2.
I mean, these kills are gonna happen, so you have to just accept that they're just. I was like, all right, we lost a couple people, it's no big deal. So, as long as they don't get a Roshan or a tier 2 tower, Chicken Cordons are gonna be like, you have to accept some of these losses are gonna happen. There's no like perfect game of Dota where you get all the good stuff happening to you, so it's fine for them. The loss of farming time for Bayarida is gonna be annoying, but she is still more than 2k ahead of the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, and I think that's what's most important, right?
Yeah, I do think that the Roche potential is just so much higher on Chicken Corn as well. We're almost at 20 minutes. I think Cha might be considering going for that talent, the shard for the Grimstroke is so good with the dispel.
Oh yeah. So surprisingly, I
And
don't see
heals
it
you.
too often, despite it being.
It is. So you continue.
I mean, despite it, being really good on paper, and I think even in practical usage is pretty darn effective. And especially the strong dispel. I think there's just so much value, but I don't see it getting picked up often. I think a lot of other items are prioritized before it. Your Frost Staff, your Glimmer, your Blink Dagger, or even the Aghanim Scepter.
I think the main problem with the shard is that the strong dispel happens after it pops, not when you because when you imagine if I told you a strong dispel happens after 4 seconds, you're like, I need it right now. I don't need it 4 seconds. I need my dispel right now to save me. So that is the problem that I think. But overall, it still gives you a good amount of healing, gives a amount of extra damage, and of course it does have a strong dispel. So I do think it's still going to be something. We should check the quick buy actually, see if she's even thinking about it.
Another smoke though, they want to catch 2. She does have a spree with her, the killing spree in fact. Oh, they're gonna see her right now. And that should be a kill. A finger and a brief fire. Yep, they will burn her to a crisp. And now the counter smoke. They found Vayne. Do they have the lockdown though? Bushwhack, they don't even need the cookie as the sharpshooter just gonna go wide, but here we go. Brimstone out into a Dragon Tail, double stun, Venom to the Grace, Snapfire is down, Granny into the grave, Burrow Strike doesn't have enough damage. And this healing ward, healing Alkazumi. Look at Verita just microing 2 things at once. She is a queen. As Yula will be caught by the Dragon Tail, they will chop her up and she is dead. Chicken Cordon will slice Stepsis up and they will wipe the entire team.
That's it was like 1-for-1 trade, and you're like, okay, both teams should be happy they got the mid lane, but then Chicken Cordon was able to just wipe them out. Like the Soulbind, we talked about Soulbind is so good this game because you have Dragon Tail, you got Earthspikes, you got Hexes, and we just saw a double Dragon Tail killed the Snapfire before she could do anything useful. Of course, Baby that came in and cleaned house, so it's the same story we had in game 1 and 2, where you have this beautiful group of like front line providing vision and control, whereas the other team is like all into range and almost costing them.
Yeah, now that you mention it's the same thing. Sand King has to stand in front, and oh boy, Divine has to be really careful. And I think she knows, has to back off. Even Burrow Strikes to safety. He's gonna put down the Sandstorm just for a while, but after thinking about it, they don't really have the tools to defend this tower anyways.
And by the way, this the healing ward just now it was so good because we said the healing ward, no one's can really hit it. Like no one really can go on Steps' side and just take out the healing ward, and it's so hard. It's healing too much.
And it's going to be another engage with the Ink Swell. They're gonna go on both the Wind Ranger and the Sand King. 2 is down. Devi is also out. And more than 40 seconds, and things are starting to fall apart for the side of Stepsis.
I think the Juggernaut went for that extra Blade Fury radius because just now he was spinning. I was like, wow, that is a gigantic Blade Fury, and it looks really good on him. But I love this this outfit for Juggernaut. These cosmetics, same one I use.
Oh yeah,
it's nice.
I've learned, if there's one thing I learned from playing Dota 2 is that I don't care if I don't have a full set. I'll just mix and match all the immortals together. For example, Lion, look at him. This guy has the most, he has the worst fashion sense in the entire game. It's like he has like a green, he has like a fish rod, a green horn, a blue pendant,
fire hand.
Yeah, fire hands. He just puts everything together. He's like Gucci, Prada, Balenciaga, whatever. Let me just have all of it.
It's effective for me, that's all I care about. Ooh, they are gonna be able to get a kill on the Wind Ranger. Looks like she's gonna fall.
Oh, and he even forced out the Monimus Kisses. That's two huge wins right there. Wind Ranger has died like what? This is the 3rd death in a row.
Yeah, and it's like Divine's 1-8. I mean, the 2 on the Wind Ranger. The problem is, it's like you said, she died 3 times in a row without being able to get anything out. She died in that triangle, now she just died in the lane. I mean, I'm trying to think about what Stepsis can do, but they do have the Sand King. He can just push out lanes and go out the lane, sandstorm it, just blink to the trees and teleport out if you have to. Oh dear.
This Yippee found out, bushwhack, keeping her alive, but oh my goodness, just takes the Omni Slash and the Finger of Death. He's now Moon on the killing spree. In fact, Gulab now needs to scurry away into the trees. Try to look for a squirrel, not able to find it.
I like how Moon just decided to steal a kill that was confirmed. They were like, I got Omni Slash, and he's like, no, I want the kill.
Yeah, I want my stacks, just get out.
So, hey, his extra damage and health.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah.
has fallen.
It did get, I think the Agony Scepter damage got reduced. Did it reduce the base damage? Hold on.
Yeah, it's reduced by 25.
Yeah. I like how Icefrost was like, yeah, you know, Lion, the extended range from the Earth Spike, I think it's a bit too far. Let me just reduce that, you know. It can be a bit confusing. You cast it at max range and then it just extends outwards. You're like, wait, what? The bonus length.
Didn't he also get a -1 armor nerf? That's the big one. Like he got -1 armor. You can burst him down now, you know.
He previously can't frontline, now he really can't frontline.
The ironic thing is that Lion is a great hero in tournaments, but he's actually a pretty bad pub hero. Because he relies on, like, you jump and you hit someone, you're like, guys, let's go, and they're like, no, I want to farm. You're like, what? I already jumped. So, he is not a very good pub hero, but...
Yeah, he's like the magician that falls off the stage, right? Just blinks in, yeah, you're a fish, and then people just run at him. One of his kisses is gonna disrupt this. Roshan attack a bit, forcing a very early BKB, but counter engage into the backline. Oh, Divine found a Grimstroke. Grimstroke trying to go down. Finally throws out the Soul Bind, but Cookie is dead. Double Omni Slash and Dragon Tears to the clean house. Divine is dead as Chicken wants to run away. Good bushwhack. They turn around with the damage. They take out the Aegis. Kazumi really wants Granny, but Granny will be saved by her bunch and bands of buddies. Dragon Knight dies, and somehow Stepsis win that fight.
Yeah, it's a fantastic fight for them. I mean, the way they caught the Grimstroke with the epicenter almost brought her down without her using a spell. She did get Soulbind, but at that point there were really no combos for her to work with. So it was just they still got the Roche kill and the Aegis on the Juggernaut. She had to use it immediately, but overall, Steps is the signs of life. You know, this is what they need.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Just a fight that you didn't expect them to win. Yippee though just runs in, takes a Swift Slide to Omni Slash, go absolutely wide. But you know, Barita just a couple of lasses on the way out, but definitely, I would say, you know, if you are Yippee, you have to say, I don't have to say your prayers, because I mean, walking out like that was a death sentence.
The thing is, if Bayreeta had used Omni Slash first, she would have gotten that kill. But she used Swift Slash because she was like, oh, what if anything happens? It's like, no, good try though. It was a good try.
Yeah.
It's actually, this is luck. This is something that Dota has. There's a lot of luck involved. RNG. That was a pure RNG move. If you could have just straight away stuck on the Gyrocopter and gotten the kill.
Signs of life. It's like you said, a couple of deep wards from the side of Chicken Cordon. They you know, have pretty good view of what Stepsis is doing, but despite, you know, that victory at the Roshan fight, you still pointed out that, you know, Chicken Cordon, they're pretty much still in the lead. 6k gold advantage, in fact.
Yeah, like it was a nice nice boost for Stepsis' morale as well as their net worth, but it hasn't actually changed the game. You know, the game's still Chicken Cordon firmly ahead. And I can't imagine them actually losing, because their draft just seems a lot stronger in team fights. Oh, Gyrocopter.
Oh boy. Very preemptive finger, and Moon is dead. Here comes Bayreeta. BKB popped by 2. He's like, yeah, she's like, I don't want any part of this. In fact, if they catch Chicken Cordon, they might get a kill, because Chicken Cordon is very fast spread out.
By the way, this is exactly what happens to my Lion. I blink in, no one's there to help, and I die. Like, okay, whoops.
I guess, yeah, that's me as well. They found Vayne. Then any follow up has the Astro Step. Yeah, just get out. But Hoodwink is there. Rulout's gonna wait for the simulate. There we go. Gets a bushwhack. Where's the follow up? Whips him with the bullwhip. He's gonna use himself into a pit of fire and a burrow strike and a shackle shot. Everything perfectly done. Stepsis getting a very good pickoff.
take that as tribute.
Yeah, Chicken Corn is split up across now because the Juggernaut has not actually left the jungle for a while. Sorry, not Juggernaut. Dragonite has been in the jungle for a while. While mid lane we had the Void Spirits. Like they don't stick together. The Stepsis does because Stepsis they've been really good at combining their spells and getting pickoffs. So it's very risky for Chicken Corn to just decide like, all right, let's just split up. Everyone farm a lane. Still, they do have the outpost controlled, so that helps them a lot. All the extra EXP. I mean, not extra EXP, but you are denying Stepsis a lot of EXP.
Oh yeah, that can definitely be an issue, right? We're seeing all these pickoffs, but you know, Stepsis, they're spending a lot of their time just grouped up together looking for these kills, so they're actually not getting a lot of that resources that is spread out across the map. But well, in fact, they found Moon. Just go down once more, but at least Berita stays alive. We see a TP cancel from Vin. Doesn't want to commit to this at all.
Well,
Outpost taken back.
That, I mean, that's a big deal because now you have a bit more map control to teleport in, and of course your supports get a bit more EXP. And oh, Blast Strike! I believe this one's that you explode if you're hit.
Yeah, it's the one that like it explodes.
Oh,
it's
they
like
won't get it.
Yeah, like a pseudo suicide bomber, right? Someone hits you, it goes off, boom, and then you get blinded. In a 300 radius, I think that 300 radius is crazy. Basically, every melee attacker just gets blinded. It's the best, and it's like a craggy coat. It's like a craggy coat, but it's like a buff craggy coat, like a way better craggy coat.
What I like is that Stepsis, they knew that they were gonna get Blast Strike, so they took all ranged heroes to avoid the impact. That's smart. That's thinking ahead.
Oh, BKB. Gyrocopter does have her BKB as well. Can they chain the controls together? The Lotus Orb reflects the finger, but it's insufficient. Oh, the follow-up just a bit too late. And then 2 is gonna use her own BKB to get out. Stepsis could have saved the Gyro, but now they will have to back off.
Yeah, I love that the finger just got reflected, almost killed. Lion was like, "It's alright, guys. Moon was like, I'll be fine." And just figured like, "Oh shit, I almost just killed myself." 4 stacks of finger, level 12 taken as well. So is a lot of damage for poor Lion. Well, Wind Ranger, she had to use the BKB. She won't have it active for a few seconds. That might be something to be worried about, actually.
And this is gonna
Gibbs
be
will be
high
here
ground.
momentarily. Yeah, they do have 30 seconds until Jericho comes. Like Jericho doesn't have buyback. Oh wow, okay, that's DC. This is one of those. Let's think about what we're gonna do here, guys, because I need to know if we're buying back or not. I mean, seriously, it's like Jericho just.
You kind of have to just give up the tower, right? At least the tower. I mean, they have a glyph to buy some time.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the Jericho needs to buy back. You're right. It's like you have Sandstorm at the edge, a couple power shots, hoodwink spells. Maybe you could even throw out a Mortimer's Kisses just to clear out the creeps. And you're like, yeah, there you go. Saves the buyback. All right, Sand King, reconnect. We have a plan.
We'll see how this works out. Not yet. Still, I think they definitely have some ways to kind of, like you said, right, push Chicken Cordon back. You have the shackle shots. You have a lot of bursts. You have the Mortimer's Kisses if you need it. You can even, start pressuring like the Dragon Knight, for example. Just you land a sharpshooter and you give him that sense of danger that he's broken.
To be fair though, Beirida, once Beirida puts down a healing ward, she can't keep. I mean, the healing was actually already out, so it is gonna be pretty hard to kill either Kazumi or even the creep wave unless you like all your spells land at the same time. Because there's a lot of healing, 5% healing all times is crazy. Well, we're still waiting though for Divine.
This is definitely gonna be a tough one, right? If they lose this fight, they will probably have to buy back. It's either that or they lose the Rex. I feel like they're gonna lose the Rex anyways if they lose the fight. So you kind of have to pick a poison, right? It's either you glyph this tower or you let the tower go down and then you glyph the Rex and try to fight for it.
At that point, there's no like if you're gonna glyph, you glyph the tower because it will clear out the creep wave. You don't just glyph for the racks. It's like not worth because they can't fight back. They're like, please don't hit us. Like no. If you glyph, it has to be the tower as well. All right, here we go. I think a glyph is gonna come out and maybe a couple power shots, and Chicken Cordon is gonna go back to base. I don't think they're gonna push this.
Yeah, this is gonna be a tough one. There's a
Moment of
Blink
truth.
Dagger on Beirida though. She can catch the backline if they're not careful. Okay, Blink Shackle shot, alright, just by a bit of time. Follow the Burrow Strike, and one of his kisses. They have the Sharpshooter to go through, but the damage is insufficient. And in fact, Divide taking a lot of damage. Beirida in the backline, they've already finished off the Wind Ranger. Sand King also dies.
Is under attack.
And yeah, that's it. That's kind of their best attempt.
It's kind of crazy that they went for that attempt, though. I mean, again, they could have used the the Jericho was out 10 seconds. Well, there was really no reason to rush this, and they went all in by the way. They went with all their spells. Looks like they might be able to get the Gyrocopter as well.
HusKKiee are out. We just saw the blast rings go off. Helicopter doesn't really care.
Radiant's
It's gonna be the tower, and of course, Chicken Cordon once more. Maybe they're just gonna stand in front and be that front line. Ah, man, if only they were a bit more patient, but we hear the Sharpshooter being charged up. Let's see who is gonna hit. It's completely gonna go wide, and a Swift Slash, an Omni Slash in fact. Merida just chops everyone up. And what seemed to be a glimmer of hope for Step Sis might have been extinguished at this point. That Rex is gonna die for sure. Chicken Cordon in a very commanding position.
Radiant's
I mean,
middle
it
tower
looked
is
like
under
at one point they looked like they were in a good spot, and you're like, oh, maybe they can come back. The base was also like just had to wait a little bit for Gyrocopter, but this might be too rash for them. But there is still a buyback on the Gyrocopter. Nice stun coming out from the Sand King, but there you go. They might be losing Divine as well. That's like the 11th death for her.
Yeah, this just isn't good at all. You're right, I mean, the new radius looks insane for the Juggernaut.
Right?
has fallen.
It's like you look at it and you're like, oh, it looks huge. It's just 75.
Now the Dragonite just blinks into the Sharpshooter. They get a good shackle, but into a bushwhack. Okay, BKB Crash here comes through, goes in, focus fire, wants to take on the Dragonite. Zumi just gonna take on a trip. Doesn't even die, gets the Glimmer Kill, and now they will use the Earth Spike to stun up this Wind Ranger. 2 needs to run away, has the Wind Run, of course. But Granny Snapfire is there, and now Berida blinks in, gets the Inksaw off into a Swift Slash. Damage is not enough, and you use the Blade Fury to get away. The Earth Spike only hits onto one. The Lion's Blink has just blinked to safety as well. In fact, we're gonna see two, okay, finding the Dragonite, but Moon's gonna hex her, and she's chopped up to death. Caught out and Bushwhack, not gonna be able to do too much as Berida will use the Healing Ward. And everyone on the side of Chicken Cordon will be fresh once more, right out the oven.
Right, this healing ward is doing so much work for them. Every time it comes out, they just can't do anything about it. And they are, looks like they're just gonna be able to rax this. And they still have Divine, they still have the Sand King, they still have good control, they can just get going. But the Bruiser,
It all just started from the bottom fight, right? If they just waited like, what, 5 more seconds, I think we would have had a very different result. And right now, all the depths are just staggered.
and that's the hardest thing, is like everyone's like, oh, do we go now? I was like, no, I don't think so, maybe yes. And then they, one by one, they go in, it's like, oh, this could have just waited for the Gyrocopter. But it's not over yet. Stepsis can make a comeback, you know? It's not impossible, honestly. It just has to really be, they have to be very careful with timing their a couple of stuns, and they can start picking people off.
Yeah, it has to be picture perfect. No more. They have kind of used up all their chances of, you know, being able to get away with mistakes. And this is the stage where the mistake is gonna end up with them losing the game. And of course, it's the lower bracket, so losers will be eliminated. MKB fresh for Beirida as well.
Radiant's top tower
I was gonna say that. I was like, oh, he actually got the Swift Slash on the mid ranger. He couldn't hit her. He's like, all right, that's never gonna happen to me again. I'm gonna make sure I get an MKB and take her out. How many times did Divine die this game? By the way, I mean, I don't mean to harp on the poor girl, but like, yeah, 11 deaths. That's tough. That's tough on you. That's your offlane. That's the girl who needs to do a lot to keep everyone alive, basically.
It's gonna be tough. Second Roshan underway. Of course, no cheese. New patch. You gotta wait for the third one, which I think is very fair, right? You give a cheese and a shot. That's way too much. You gotta give, you know, either or.
Teams were like really delaying the game just to get the cheese. The second verse. They're like, okay, we'll get it's like team of a power spike. You already control the map, and you get a cheese and the shards. That's way too much. So I'm glad Ice Frog changed that. It's being starved out is a little less punishing now.
Oh yeah. Wonder they probably give the shot to Cha. Let's Grimstroke. Let's see. Well, where did he go?
I think so. I
Did he?
think so because Juggernaut had just now.
Oh, Juggernaut ate it.
Or
Bayreda's
no,
like, this is all
did
about
he?
me. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, I believe
Juggernaut.
it's
No. Juggernaut consumed it.
Juggernaut. It's not Dragonite. No, it's Dragonite.
Wait, what?
Dragonite ate it. Yeah, Dragonite ate it. He's got it's on the Dragonite.
No. She had the shot before. Wait, what? Did it go to the void?
Yeah,
I-
no, she gave it to the Dragonite.
No, the
That's
Dragon
item,
had the
so you
shot
could-
before. He had the shot
Oh, yeah,
before.
oh,
Trust me. Yeah.
Oh, they must have gone to the Void Spirit then.
Does feel like it. Oh yeah, it's the void spirit. There we go. The extra dissimulate ring. Straight to the back line. They found a
crap.
squirrel. Wow. Ulab is dead. This is
Oh,
the
wow.
high ground tower. If there's a buyback, she gotta use it now. The fight is not gonna wait. Good Lotus Orb on the Yippee. They have the Grimstroke Soul Bind. That's not gonna do too much. Focus fight in the back line. Cha in danger. Good Burrow Strike. They take him out. But 2 also gives his life away as Divine just gets chopped. But they're gonna lose the Void Spirit. The Epicenter actually pays off. Baby that's gonna come back to life, and Sand King decides to buy back as Divine wants to join this. But the Lion, how is he even there? Swift slash Cookie, they want to keep the Gyrocopter alive, and he needs to stay alive. He's taxed and he's dead. And she just can't do much. Now they will set the ground on fire as Divine sits in it. She will be alive, but without the Gyrocopter, things are looking pretty grim.
Radiant's top
That's mega creeps for sure. I love that we took a 2-minute detour just to talk about Shard, who got it, like the mystery, like Sherlock Holmes. Who did it? But it didn't change it from the fact of the game that it has been chicken cordon for almost the entire game. There were signs of life from Stepsis, but it's just not enough. And I mean, yeah, Gyrocopters come back in what 50 seconds. Maybe they'll be able to defend it, but to what end? You know, it's like you're so far behind. It's just gonna be a slow death no matter what.
middle tower has fallen.
And Chicken Cordon, Bayrida has a Swift Blink as well.
GG's
Swift
called.
Blink and Swift Slash, yeah, that's GG. Yes. Yeah, the game is practically over. Stepsis did their best, but Chicken Cordon reigns supreme today. They continue the lower bracket run for sure. They will still have a chance to climb all the way to the top. It's not gonna be any easier though. It is the best of one gauntlet.
Yeah, they are going to go up against either Mireska or Unknown. Mireska also looked pretty strong in their game, so that is going to be a challenge for them to go up against it because Michiki they did make like Bayrida played really well, but the rest of the team weren't quite on the same level. So you have to think that if they can shut down Bayrida, you might be able to beat Michiki.
That could be a possibility.
I just love the draft that they had though. Great heal from the Juggernaut, sustained from the Dragon that was able to keep himself alive. Beautiful combination between the Grimstroke as well as the Lion and the Dragon. Is just really good by Chicken Corn all the way. The top lane went way too good for them. Despite that, Stepsis was able to really farm up in most of the they had a really decent comeback opportunity. They used it as well as they could. It wasn't good enough.
Oh yeah. I mean, Bayrida 16-2. I mean, you could not have asked for a better Juggernaut game. It's just a monstrous position one. We haven't seen too much of a post one that is kind of out of the ordinary. Maybe other than the Clinks, which has been teased to be a potential carry. Maybe not in the safe lane though. So far, we've seen him in the mid lane the most. But Juggernaut, could be the next big thing.
Yeah, he's an active hero. He's always been very stable. Like there's never been a patch where you're like, you know what, Juggernaut doesn't seem very. It's like he's always been a very stable hero. And if right now when teams are sort of figuring out what's the most effective carry, you can fall back on the Juggernaut until like a better options start appearing. So I really liked it, and I do think it was just Baby that just played so well. Fast, Battle Fury, farmed a lot, was able to really abuse the space her teammates. So. I mean, look at that. It's like 700 GPM against a Gyrocopter. Like, when you outfarm a Gyrocopter, that's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, that. I mean, it'd be. She does have a lot of space for herself, but you can see the contributions in those fights says otherwise, right? This Gyrocopter was not able to be the effective front line core. Especially, I think the bottom lane one was kind of a big misstep. She had that fresh BKB, not able to get it off, and that death really cost the Stepsis their momentum in the game.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, Chicken Corn continues that lower bracket run, and Stepsis unfortunately have to say goodbye to the FSL Dota 2 Open 2, but it's still great. We got to witness what these players are capable of. I hope we see them in the future.
Same here. I mean, I'm looking at I'm looking forward to seeing Stepsis go up against Mireska. Honestly, that'll be an interesting team because these two teams are the teams that won. So seeing what they can do against each other, it's like when you see a team, beat another team, you're like, oh, they look so strong. But then you go up against another winning team, and you're like, oh, okay, now I get a much more accurate idea of where each team ranks.
Yeah, and with that being said, that's already 3 games. We have 2 more best of ones coming up. Next up, we have Foxy Gaming against Lugiami. That is going to be another banger to behold. And before we go to the break, just to remind you guys that this would not have happened without our organizers FSL alongside our sponsors and partners Intel and Yahoo. So thank you very much for making this journey and taking this trip with us. We will go on a break and we'll be back for game number 4. What's up, folks? We're back with FSL presenting the Dota 2 Open 2 alongside our partners and sponsors Intel and Yahoo. We're getting ready for the fourth best of one of this wonderful Saturday between Foxy Gaming and Lugiami. My name is HusKKiee, and of course joined by my trusty partner Otomo.
Yeah, this is the Dota 2 FSL Open 2. It's an all-women tournament. It's a double elimination best of one tournament. So if you're out the lower bracket, you only have best of one to come back into this game until the finals, which is a best of three. So I was glad to see this initiative coming out. I'm glad that we're seeing a lot of these, female pro teams, or just female pro teams being able to compete on this stage.
Yeah, and again, trip down memory lanes. The last time we saw this kind of a stage with our own eyes, it was 3 years ago. So we've witnessed 3 best of one so far. Any takeaways up to this point?
It definitely feels like teams that are going very heavy into backline drafts are kind of suffering. Every time we see a team go, oh, we're gonna have a Mars and that's it, 4 range people, or Sand King and 4 range people. That's not enough for them. So the teams that are having more balanced drafts are definitely showing they're more experienced in drafting, and they're just playing better overall because they have so much more resources to work with. So I do think that if we see another draft where it's like, oh, it's Crystal Maiden, Lion, Mid-Wind Ranger, and Carry, Jargon, we're like, all right, I think I know where this is going. I've seen this script before.
Yeah, and of course, with that being said, the upcoming match is actually the upper bracket semi-final. So this is going to be an interesting one, especially when it's a best of one. And after this, we have the upper bracket final. So we're getting closer and closer towards the pinnacle of what these teams can do. And let's jump into the draft and see what we in
5
store
seconds
again.
remaining.
Foxy Gaming taking on Lugiyami. We have Medusa and Mars banned out by the Radiant. They pick up the Sand King, and Foxy Gaming is going to ban out both the Puck and the Viper.
A little bit of history, by the way, is that Foxy Gaming was able to beat Stepsis, which was in our previous match, while as Lugiami was able to beat down Mireska, who was in our first game still. So we are seeing a little bit of like not familiar faces, but we're like, we can get sort of a rough
Radiant
estimate
team
of how well these teams play. But Foxy Gaming started off with their support picks. I assume is going to be the 5 Abaddon and the 4 Rubik. It could be a curveball and give us a 3 Abaddon, but I'm kind of feeling like it's going to be the support. And there's like, here's our supports. Make up with what you will. Whereas
10
Luciano is starting
seconds
off with
remaining.
that Sand King, which I like a little bit more. It's a very flexible hero, but
5
against
seconds
Rubik,
remaining.
Burrow Strike is such a nice spell to steal.
Yeah, and I think that's why Foxy Gaming were confident enough to just go for the Rubik. And with this new pick sequence as well, there's lesser counter pick
Radiant
chances
team banned.
for the Radiant side in general. So Foxy Gaming, we can show the Rubik, and in the second phase, we still get to do that counter pick after your 2 consecutive hero choices. Snapfire will be what Lugiami is going to go for. We've seen this exact same draft in the previous series where
10
Stepsis brought out
seconds
both
remaining.
Sand King and Snapfire. So it's kind of an effective
5
one if
seconds
you
remaining.
get your spells off, but getting to that point, it's going to be what Lugiami has to show us.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. There's both
Radiant
tanky.
team
There's a
back.
good amount of stuns and control as well. So it's decent. I like what they have. I just feel like Rubik's got so many good spells to steal right now. Anything from Snapfire is pretty good, but her ultimate is very easy to steal. She just stands there for like 6 seconds. You can easily get Mortimer's Kisses, and so much more effective on
Dire
Rubik.
team banned.
Sand King's Burst Strike we talked about is also really good. So I'm liking it. Whereas an Abaddon can remove sort of all the spells coming out from Lugiami. So it's very early to tell which of these drafts I prefer, but very nice opening from both.
Yeah, and
10
we are seeing the
seconds
cores getting
remaining.
banned out. Axe, probably relegated from that position 1 back to post 3
5
with the new
seconds
shard
remaining.
changes. Luna banned out as well.
Radiant team
Foxy
banned.
Gaming, they take out the Void and the Troll. Void for very obvious reasons. You don't want the whole
Yeah.
Chrono Dome into one of his kisses. Although Chrono did receive some decent attention from Ice Rock. The cooldown does go down as you scale with levels.
Yeah.
But
10
what do you
seconds
feel
remaining.
about the overall talent changes? There's a lot to unpack about Faceless Void as a
5
hero.
seconds remaining.
You see, you caught me with my pants down a little bit here. Now I have to actually look at it. Yeah, the cooldown for Pro 2 was too long. I was like 160 and it goes down to 140. It's good because I remember when you could get the Aghanim Scepter and reduce it to 60 seconds. I was like, that is insane. Chrono on 6 seconds was too much. The time dilation talent is very interesting. 6 extra damage really adds up.
Dire team
Although the other one is the extra damage, like backtrack damage
Radiant
removed.
team
What I think Ice Rock is doing is for a lot of the heroes, he's removing generic talents and adding hero specific ones. 9 strength, no, it's gone. You have better backtrack, cast range gone completely, and you have talents that replace them. So as far as complete talents, I think I'm gonna have to wait until see what the
10
pros
seconds
go
remaining.
by. I think you can go either the time walk talents as a core, or you can get that time
5
dilation, plays
seconds
them as a
remaining.
position 5 support, honestly.
I was kind of thinking the same, right? Maybe Ice Rock is just trying to give these heroes a bit, even more personality. But
Yeah.
I mean, Faceless Void itself is pretty insane. Removing health talent, stats talent, things that Faceless Void really loves. I mean, he
10
does
seconds
still build into
remaining.
items like Skadi and SNY, but it would be nice to have some
Yeah.
extra, right? But they're bringing back
5 seconds
the
remaining.
minus 2 second time
Dire
walk
team
cooldown,
pick.
but then at the same time they give you, you either choose, they're removing the time walk cooldown because they have it early on.
Radiant team
What
banned.
interests me the most is that they're removing the flat attack speed that you get, and they're tripling it and be like, you will get this in the Chronosphere. So now the Chronosphere just feels so much more valuable. Void
I believe
Spirit
at one
does-
point.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I believe at one point that was actually part of the Chronosphere
10
was that you
seconds
actually had
remaining.
either
Dire
like
team
extra
back.
attack speed, then it was changed to like double
Radiant
time lock
team
damage.
back.
So Ice Frog, I love how he sometimes adds something to a hero. You're like, oh, this is cool. And you're like, wait, he added this like 10 years ago. It's like he just puts things in, then he recycles them at a later point.
It's like the Dr. X, Like look at Venge. Look at Venge for Spirit. Look at what he's done to Venge. It's like
10
recycling
seconds
everything.
remaining.
Like Ricky kind of got the same treatment. So we'll see the Spirit Brothers once more. Void Spirit in against Ember Spirit. Tusker for Lujiami. Foxy Gaming will get the gyrocopter for themselves.
Yeah, pretty interesting draft coming out from both so far. No real sustained. I mean, I was gonna say no real sustained, but I was like, wait, Abaddon's there. I'm having a tough time thinking. Usually by this point in the draft, I would feel pretty confident about one team being like, all right, this team looks just better. But for both teams, though, both teams have pretty really good drafts. Honestly, like Abaddon can keep Gyrocopter alive, and if you get close to Gyrocopter, like he doesn't mind. Like yeah, sure, Tusk snowballs and Void Spirit, he doesn't care. He can just turn on his Rocket Barrage, turn on his Flat Can, he'll be fine. Ember Spirit's pretty elusive. Good luck catching him with Snowball or Cookie. So it's like it has to be the Sand King of Void Spirit. Rubik's the question mark for me, to be honest, because Rubik is such a hit or miss hero. And just for that, I think Lujiami has a better draft. They still need to carry, though, to bring it all together.
Yeah, and all the carries are getting banned out. You know, TB, Lifestealer, they both have to go. Lujiami focusing on focusing on the off lane for sure. Bristleback and Doom banned out.
I think Spectre would be a pretty good option for them. Just someone who can jump into any fight. Either that, or you consider going for some sort of range hero like a Drow who just stays behind and hits people. Because Foxy Gaming, they don't really have a hard commitment frontline hero. They're gonna have to pick one right now, but they don't have someone. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be Ursa. There you go, an incredibly good fighting hero and so tanky on Lujiami's side. Look at these boys. I love it.
I mean, a lot of and it also kind of discourages a lot of picks that you want in the offlane, right? Your Tide Hunter, your Centaur, like Ursa just runs you down. Even the Dragon Knight. I mean, I don't see Dragon Knight getting picked anyways, but you know, your traditional offlaners, they're not gonna cut it. Well, they're not gonna have a good time.
They have 2 minutes to think about it. I do think that Timbersaw might be a good option for them. It's kind of a lot of what they really need, to be honest. Firstly, he's up against what, 4 strength heroes? So Whirling Death is amazing.
3 strength heroes.
Is it Snapfire also strength? Oh wait, is it Ursa's not strength? You're right. He's agility, right?
Yeah, Voice Spirit is intelligence.
Yeah. Oh no, I was thinking of Tusk, Snap, and Sand King. I was like, oh, these are the 3 that I was like, oh, Ursa as well. But they go with a Pangolier, good. An elusive hero should be able to run out of the snowballs, should be able to dodge so many things from the Ursa as well. I like it. I was kind of hoping for something a bit meatier, you know.
Well, we know Pangolier also received minor changes, right? Your Lucky Strike no longer slows you. It disarms, no longer slow, but it doesn't slow. They moved the slow over to the shield crash. And it kind of gave me the idea that perhaps your the Pango can be back in the post forward just because you can slow people with that shield crash. But as an off lane, what do you feel about that?
I think you have so much more control of yourself now because you can take 1 point shield crash and you know it's gonna slow. Before you used to do like a swashbuckle and you roll the dice. Am I gonna slow him? Am I gonna disarm him? Am I gonna like what am I gonna do? I have no idea. So I do like that they made Pangolier less of an RNG based hero. So I think this is an actually good change for him.
Yeah, and then Shield Crash kind of receive a general buff, right? That it gives him a guaranteed slow, damage reduction increases, duration rescale, but it's fine at max level. Like 5 seconds at level 1 is a lot, and even have the cooldown reduction, so you have the like 11-second downtime at level 1. The insane part is when you max out your Shield Crash, there is virtually 0 downtime for the damage reduction.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like extra second to get it all the way back up again. So and Lucky Shot, yes, it doesn't slow anymore, but actually it reduces armor by 1 more per level. So it's as if you're getting an extra level of Lucky Shot at all times. So overall, I mean, I think Pango looks a lot better. You have a lot more control of your spells. So I mean, we'll find out this game. I don't think that the Pango will necessarily. I'm see him.
Yeah, I think for Pangolier, you always have the element of just disrupting a fight, right? Your enemies can't just comfortably stand there and try to hit you when you're rolling towards them. And maybe that's kind of the control that Foxy needs. If Lujiami tries to go to the back line, especially with the Ursa, with the Sand King, the Pango can always rolling thunder and disrupt the flow of the fight, which I think it's pretty decent for Foxy, considering
you
that they're
watching?
also Ursa.
That's how it's
The
done.
disarm can definitely come in handy. Although you need to rely
Well,
on the
I
shield crash to,
tried.
to slow down your targets instead of the lucky shot. That's one thing that they have to be aware of.
I think overall though, both drafts come out pretty even. Like I know I like Lujiami's draft quite a bit more, but you can tell that both of these teams. I feel like this is going to be our longest game. You know, like the teams here are pretty evenly matched based on just draft alone. But
Hopefully
either
so.
way, all right. I'm not, maybe it feels like the last 3 games are nice, but it felt like at the end of the lane stage we're like, all right, we know who's going to win basically.
Yeah. This might be the one that goes the distance. We see a smoke from Fox Gaming. So probably you'll try to go for the wraparound. They're not all together.
Oh boy.
Let's see what the
Remember,
plan is.
they are like sort of marking the place they want to go. I think they just want to go there, plant an early ward, and see what they can do. And there's this counter smoke coming from Lujiami.
Oh boy.
Who's gonna be? Who has the stronger level 1? Oh dear, they kind of ships the tail of the night.
Cat Chaser all alone, gets stunned, but it's pretty chaotic as they're trying to go after Pangolier. They have the missile to stop Ursa down, but the tag team, making it hard. He just swashbuckles to safety. She's gonna get out, but Ningen now is gonna be jumped on by the Earth Shock. I don't know if you want to continue chasing this, but it seems like we're gonna get a 5-man fight. The Fate Ball's gonna take away some of that damage, so Lujiami kind of hesitating. Yeah, should we not? Maybe we should. With Bottle Strike in on the Honey Lisa, she just pops the shield. She's gonna tank out some of the damage. They're gonna let her take the little shredder with the tag team, and she's gonna go down. First blood for LV.
Now to finish how it began.
I forgot about this combo completely, but Little Shredder and Tag Team is incredible. It's an extra like bonus 150 damage to Little Shredder, along with the slow. And Lujiami, they were a bit hesitant because they're like, do we go in, do we go out? But then they realized, oh yeah, Pango's gone. He's not coming back at all. So it was just well done by them, and they are able. Yeah, Banners are the same 2 for 2, but they do score first blood for themselves.
That and that's kind of the start that you're looking for. Of course, LV was the one who got first blood, so this Void Spirit, already got a head start before the game, actually begun.
And holding on to Little Shredder with the Snap Fire. I guess with the damage being reduced by Fate Bottom. There you go.
Oh boy, here he comes. It's gonna be the Ursa and the Tusk. Sleepless. Yeah, it's gonna be put to sleep. YS will claim that.
And not only did they get that kill, but they actually they made sure the Ursa got it. You can see the Snapfire and the Tusk. They're like, we can take it. They're right there, ready to take it, but they're like, nah, we'll let the Ursa do it. So showing a lot of like understanding from Lujiami's side so far.
Yeah, and just like that, you kind of secured like 2 lanes for yourself, and this might be the 3rd.
Oh dear. Oh no,
the shield. No, Sanji, why?
That's when if this was if it was one of my allies, I see their items start being broken, smokes being bought, boots just running down mid. That's what happens.
It all starts with a mass ping. That's when things are gonna go horribly
and
wrong.
a tip, just a tip, both from your allies and your enemies, by the way.
Oh yeah. Oh, here we go once more. Sanji, if there's anything you learn, don't break the shield.
I mean that situation, it's kind of okay, it's alright. This you harass them back, but No Kiyomi is kind of having or No Kimi. Hopefully I'm pronouncing her name right. Yeah, is having a bit of a tough lane so far. Only 2 CS compared to the Gyro's 11.
Yeah, I mean melee heroes into Abaddon is just a fuse bad. They have the Aphotic Shield once more, and because of Avernus, oh my goodness, this No Kimi just can't do much. The Sand King, 2 last hits compared to a Gyrocopter's 12 and 8. We're kind of seeing the same thing, just like last game, but a worse start for the Sand King.
It's okay because again, Sand King can jungle if there are stacks, and on his team he's actually the only person who can really take stacks, unless you go Battle Fury Ursa, which has fallen off a little bit. So I think even if you are Sand King, you're like, it's alright, my team will help me come back. I'm not too worried. But the thing is, it's not just Sand King who's suffering. Ursa's also only got 10 CS to the 14 from the Pango, so you got multiple people who are suffering right now, or at least should be doing a little bit better. Oh dear.
Oh, Searing Chain. The Flame Guard burn. The Simulate's gonna bring LV to safety, but Slide of Fist is there. Ningen solo kills LV.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And just like that, it is 1k advantage for HusKKiee after 2 kills coming out from Luciami, giving them the first blood, as well as the safety in the bomb lane. But it's very surprising. Then again, you look at it, it's Pango with Disarm and Rubik with Fade Bolt. So Ursa will have a lot of damage reduced for making it a lot harder to last hit.
Yeah, it's kind of pick your poison, right? Which one do you want?
Yeah.
Do you want damage reduction or do you want this with the Earth Shock? And beat her to death. Cat Chaser is also there, but Sleepless gonna get away. Has a telekinesis to keep herself safe.
Still though, if you're I think either team will probably be kind of comfortable. I mean, they'll be okay with what's going on here. You're not really going to be able to get a lot of kills in the bottom lane. It's simply too hard for the Ursa to catch the Pango. Maybe the Rubik at some point. I think Rubik will be your best bet. You get an Urshak to a Cookie, and you can kill the Rubik. But even then, he's got Lift and Disarm, so it's a bit tough.
Yeah. And with that solo kill in the middle lane, seems like Ember Spirit is going to pull ahead just a bit.
Smart move, by the way, coming out from... smart move coming out from Sanji. He actually goes and makes sure to bring all the creeps back. They're like, we can't lane traditional laning. There's no way we can just walk up to them with both our creep waves, so we're just going to bring the creep back. If you're suffering, this is the best thing to do, so... good move by Luciami.
I mean, Sand King's just level 2.
Right, I'm like, they're still very
Sanji's
behind.
higher level than the Sand King. Man. Can't really blame them though, like this Sand King is having a really tough time.
It's alright. They're doing what they can to mitigate some of the impact. They are like pulling the creep wave back to even if it's just a range creep, it's still fine.
Yeah, I mean this Tusk has a lot of work to do.
But look at the last hits, top 3 all on Foxy Gaming. I am more than a little surprised. I didn't think they'd suffer this much after they did so well in the early game. Void Spread,
yeah,
he rotates and gets it.
They might. I don't think they'll get a kill, but okay, maybe they might. Good ice shot. Not enough damage. Yeah, Han Lisa is fine. In fact, for Nana is just gonna walk on forward, gets a flat cannon and start shooting at everyone.
If they had actually both committed, I think they could have killed the Abaddon, because you would have had the tag team along with the stun for Sanke. There were a bunch of creeps hitting the Abaddon as well at the same time, so that a little bit unfortunate, you know, there's a bit of miscommunication coming out there. Still 6 minutes in, it is an advantage for Foxy Gaming, and I think it's going to keep growing because I'm seeing the Gyrocopter quadruple the CS on the Sand King, and I don't think they're stacking that much either for him. So no for her, sorry. So no Kimi might be suffering a little bit this game. I say a little bit, a lot.
Yeah, I think Sanji is gonna start getting those stacks going. There's a lot of responsibilities on the shoulder, right? She has to pull the camp, pull the wave, stack the camp, and it's a lot for one support to go to do. But yeah, a bit of a miscoordination. We see the Cookie go wide. Catches. Oh no, actually not able to pull the wave. Oh, I thought the wave's gonna go to her.
That's what we call a defensive Cookie. You know, it's like I don't want to send you forward when you go back. And no Kimi could start a walk away. There you go. But actually, it has the boost. But Lisa, I think the shield will pop, and that might be enough if he is in range. Oh, the shield's gonna pop any second now.
Oh man,
Dire's middle tower.
getting solo ran down by Abaddon. Whoops. That's a fuse bad. That's the second death, I believe, for the Sand King. 13 and 0.
It's extra feels bad because it's like the position 5 support is the Abaddon. He's like the healer. He's getting killed. And you're like, this is really not. How is the healer killing me? But oh, there, we might see Ursa in trouble as well.
Rolling Thunder. There's a snowball. Rolling Thunder's gonna run out. There's the Enrage. 4YS. They have the tag team. Good swashbuckle to get chased away. Shard's gonna block him, but not for long. Still gets out. And Ember Spirit TP's back to safety.
Ooh, Ember Spirit is back here with most of his mana regenerated, but needs to be careful. That stun does land, but he does have a remnant available. Not in time.
No mana.
He actually died.
I was born
Oh my goodness, it comes back, but there's no mana. Oh boy.
That's kind of a big misplay. Remember, Ember Spirit was winning the mid lane. He was doing super well for himself,
Radiant's top tower
and
is under attack.
that was a kill he did not need to give to the enemy. Meanwhile, Sand King, I think he's actually stacking for himself. By the way, at this point, no Kimmy is like, no, I'll do it myself. And I think at that point you have to say, no Kimmy, you're on your own, because we need Tusk to do other stuff. Tusk has got to be moving around and getting kills, and you can see how well it worked in the bottom lane for her. Sorry.
It's like the Joker line for sure. You know, if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself.
Is under attack.
Basically, like
Right.
it has to be the Sand King who does it for herself. Ursa is gonna go for that diffusal though, so she doesn't want to fight early on. And I look at Lugiami. One thing I will say is that their ability to scale into late game is kind of lackluster. It's not incredible. Like and you are going for the fighting Ursa, which means that if they don't win the early game very hard, which they aren't right now, they're gonna have a very tough time later on, because Gyrocopter just shreds for the rest of everyone.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, I think especially when you have, you know, very elusive heroes that for Lugiami they don't really have a method to kind of reliably catch this Ember Spirit, except for that one time where he misplayed, right? You have to really chain everything together and blow him up. Gyrocopter is gonna outskill everyone eventually. The Foxy Gaming, they have a decent early game, but you know, you have to start worrying when it comes to the later part. And then again, on top of Hanilisa, they have enough of her, but they just don't have the damage. TP is gonna come in from Ningen, and she is here to do business. Good searing chains to catch both. Flame God is gonna roast the Sand King. A couple of damage to do it. The TP, oh, just in time. Sanji gets out. But YS goes down in the bottom lane. I wonder what happened there. It's a rotation from the Void Spirits. But still, it's not able to keep the Ursa alive.
Yeah, the TP must have been just a little bit too late. I mean, we didn't see it, obviously. We're looking at the top lane. Tusk mixed up, but again, Foxy Gaming just extending that lead.
Radiant's
And
top
if
tower
we look
is
at the
under
net worth,
attack.
Gyrocopter has just been free farming the entire game. So Gyrocopter, I mean, how do you actually catch up to the Gyrocopter if you're an Ursa with Diffusal? You just don't.
Radiant's
You have to
middle
try to
tower is under
snowball
attack.
this
The
game.
rune of regeneration.
By the way, check out Sand King's farm. I mean, I don't want to keep like harping on No Kimi, but that's just such a rough situation to be in. Well,
Radiant's middle tower is under
either
attack.
way, it'll be fine. I mean, Foxy Gaming, 4K ahead, but their team fight on Lugiami is really strong, so thanks to the Sand King. On the other side, you have like the Gyrocopter call down as well as the Pango roll. These are pretty good, but I think that Lugiami has a little bit more. Nice, this arm coming out here just to control, just to get a little bit of damage coming out of the Ursa. That's lifesteal, so they'll just be able to bring it all back up.
Yeah, even as a chip vest, so extra health regen is gonna help. You know, man fighting the Ursa is already pretty bad. Now he has that kind of a damage reflect, but it feels like, you know, Foxy Gaming can rotate a bit more actively, just to look for some sort of avenue across the map.
I wonder, does what's it called? Chipped vest. Does it work on Swashbuckle? 'Cause that might be like you Swashbuckle,
No.
you take 120 damage. You're like,
I don't think so.
huh? That'll be one of those interesting things where I'm like, I really wonder. And yeah, Snapfire is having her bug. This is a bug that happens when you use the cookie on yourself. She just stays in that mid cookie animation.
Yes.
Are there
levitating
any
off the
stacks
ground.
for? Are there any stacks for No Kimi? Because it might be just better just go jungle and oh dear.
Oh boy. Oh, Granny is dead. TP a bit too late from Sanji, that's for sure, but YS, you might want to try something. The Earth Shot stolen. Not exactly the best spell, but YS is still kind of thinking about it, you know. She feels very secure, she feels very safe with the Tusker around. And I think it's
Yeah, the
fine. I
snowball
think
saves.
it's not going to be easy
And
to kill him off.
Plus, they don't really have control. It's just a Rubik lift. It's like, yeah, once I land, I use my ulti, I take no damage, so they'll be fine. And they are going to rush the Blink Dagger on No Kimi. I think that's kind of the right move. You just want to try to get a good epicenter, blink, kill someone. That would be your opening. You have to come back through that way. So I kind of like what the Sand King is going for here. It's still going to be like it's not late because she's rushing it, but she's going to be like boots, Blink Dagger, and that's it.
I think that's one of the best ways to approach the game when you are kind of far behind. You generally just want to get the blink dagger. You just need that one item to start making a play. She almost got it, but we got a snowball into the middle lane immediately. Here comes Sleepless, goes in with the stolen Earth Shout and steals to dissimulate. This lady is a beast. Now they take out the Taz. Sanji is down. They had the Fire Remnant follow up with LV. One of its kisses off the mark as Sleepless gonna get herself LV. And Selma will have to back off. There is YS, but they don't have any way to lock this Emperor down.
Oh damn! It's I mean, Fox Game is playing this so what they're doing is they're avoiding the Ursa. They're not really going for the Ursa kill. They're like, Ursa's still too tanky, it's too difficult. We'll focus on other people, and it's working so well for them. I mean, they shut down the Sand King, the laning stage. Now they're focusing a lot on the Void Spirit. That was a bit too much from Lujiami though. They dove a tower just to try to get a kill. It's like, yeah, it's too risky to do that when the enemy has an Abaddon and a Rubik on their side. Like those are one of the better supports to just TP and reflect everything. Still, they're gonna go for this tower. It's a full HP tower. They're gonna be trading their mid tower, which they already lost their bomb tower. They're gonna be trading their mid as well, I think.
Yeah.
Expensive. It's an expensive trade.
Yeah, you normally don't really want to trade your mid tower for anything, but I guess in this case, you know, mid lane is kind of a no-go zone.
Yeah,
It's gonna take a while though.
They do have a blink dagger on the Sand King. They're like, as ahead as Foxy Gaming is, a good epicenter with a couple, you know, the good Mortimer's kiss, and that's it. You will win the fight. Although they kind of revealed it because Nokimi just walked up to the tower, but maybe they already knew anyway. So this smoke is the game of make or break smoke for Lujiami. If they find someone, they have to get something big.
Gyro just got the axe. She's playing very safe, so you be sure that Foxy Gaming will not lose the Gyro anytime soon. But they are drawing. Oh, they walked past the tier 1. The smoke broke. Oh no, that was not how it was supposed to go down. But they still want to commit for it. Nah, they walk under the ward. Foxy Gaming knows about this. They're fully aware. Sanji's gonna trap herself in. Now has to use a snowball. This is a very bad fight for Lujiami, but they have no choice. The members are already there. Swashbuckle, ate the remnant, eaten by the Ursa. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, and one of the kisses from afar as YS wants to find a target, but look at this bear getting kited around, chained down, knocked up, beaten over. And they're just gonna silence him as well. He's also disarmed. YS not having a good time. Hits onto Hunter Lisa, but she has the borrowed time, and Nana just comes in and takes her out with a sight cannon. And this is just turning from bad towards a total disaster as Lujiami will also most likely lose LV. Do they have any sort of crowd control? They don't. She gets out, but still 2 casualties for the Radiant team.
And Foxy Gaming played it so because they had an Observer Ward. That Observer Ward was what won them the fight. I think it got dewarded because you can see a Radiant Sentry, but that Observer Ward, Tusk walks up, he breaks his smoke, but he's like, I know where to go. And you can see Ember's like, I know exactly what you're going to do. They play it around so perfectly. And at this point, at Foxy Gaming's draft is just, I mean, I don't want to say unbeatable because anything can happen in Dota, but I don't really know how Foxy could lose at this stage. They have Abaddon to protect them. They have great control coming out from Ember, Pangolier. Lujiami has to do something absolutely massive to come back in this game. And there's no way they can.
Okay, Blink, Pearl Strike, Rolling Thunder used again, Stolen Sandstorm. You don't really want to fight into that. The Rolling Thunder and call downs with kill off Nokimi. Selma also dies as well. That's already 2. YS pops the invasion, very defensive manner. They're just gonna go on top of her with the Swashbuckle once more, and LV kind of chase, try and run away. Sleepless on the killing spree, Ningen as well. LV, last woman alive, and she is also gonna be taken out. Foxy Gaming with a full team wide, 17 minutes in, 12k goal advantage.
Oh, and they even planted their flag. Yeah, it's looking like Foxy Gaming is just gonna take. I remember when we started the match and we said this is the most even looking. The drafts are so even. This is gonna be the long one. And I'm sitting here thinking like, will we actually get shards on anyone? Because they're so ahead. Foxy Gaming is just crazy ahead. And again, I don't see how Lujiami actually makes a comeback. Because who do you kill? Who do you kill in this game? I mean, Rubik maybe, or that's about the only person to focus on.
Yeah, and look at that, the amount of confidence and and aggression from the side of Foxy Gaming. They are just starting to run at Lugiami. And this is without Roshan, you know. You think that Lugiami is gonna try to set up for Roshan at some point of the game, but with how things are going, and Nana on a mega kill streak, this is looking very tough.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, I imagine Foxy would still want to get the Roshan because it's always just like, all right, it's security. You know, why would I go up high ground when I could have gone up high ground with Roshan? So it makes sense if they wait a little bit for it, but at the same time, they're just like taking towers and outposts, and they're just going through objective. They got all the checklists. But I like Lugiami doesn't even have all their neutral items unless there's a bug and we can't see them.
Oh yeah.
Tusk is.
Oh boy. I mean, Sleepless is dominating. She's having a really good Rupee game.
Yeah, it's like watching FY on Rubik, you know, like she's just doing so well. Right? It's like, I'm just gonna steal this, I'm just gonna kick someone's butt with it.
If FY is the god, she's the goddess. Confirm.
No, FY is not like the god on Mirada, she's the goddess on the ring. Like, alright, we're just having a gender swap with the hero we're best with, I guess. Well, there is a 4-staff on the Abaddon. That means it's going to be a lot easier to get out of Epicenter, as well as the good shards coming out from Tusk. Panicator actually has a Echo Saber. Interesting. That's kind of cool. A lot of, you can really like get the disarm going with that.
No, and it's also the slow as well, because it does proc those on hits when you use the swashbuckle. So the slow is 100% gonna help. And what? And Xiaomai is dead. Can't even walk out to your own jungle.
With this Diffusal Ursa, they had to do a lot more with like early engagements. But Lugiami, I mean, they're not over. It's not over yet. I'm just not sure how they can actually come back from this. You could, your best sort of send the Ember Spirit to push out lanes, and same as the other game, you send him out to push out lanes and have him come back and defend base when he needs to. By the way, Gyrocopter's skill build, very interesting. Max Planet Cannon, 1-point homing missile, all stats. He's so tanky. Look at that, 3k HP because he went for...
How are you gonna kill him, you know? That is without the talent as well.
Like, I love that he's just
health talent. Satanic, Daedalus next. Doesn't even need a BKB, you know. He's like, I have my Abaddon, she's my BKB.
It's always fun when the support has like, yeah, this is your job now, just keep me alive. What about my items? No items for you, all mine. Nice,
your items will come.
Your
your items will come when you get those assists. That's where you get your gold
from keeping me alive while I do all the important stuff. Alright, so Sand King does have the Epicenter level 2 as well as the shard, so that's a big boost to your Epicenter power level. Will it be enough? Oh, the cookie on the creep dies. Oh, didn't even get to taste the cookie.
Died mid-air. Poor thing.
Do you have a favorite cookie, by the way?
Okay, right off the top of my head, I like Subway cookies a lot.
Yeah, same here. But I was thinking, I was like, oh my god, you should say like Yahoo cookies are the best because they are the ones who are making this tournament happen.
That's a good one. I like it. You know, it's a very intelligent segue.
And the Gyrocopter, he doesn't need any cookies. He's just standing in front there, doing all the damage. And like, what are you gonna do?
Not a big fan of stuff like cookies. Sanky has to do something. I mean, you're in a situation where like the Sanky is the only guy who can start a fight, and yeah, there we go. Epicenter immediately gets lifted up. Oh, they're gonna go in with the call down and all the spells at the side of Lugiami. There's the enraged YS, but look at her, she is out with the cookie. But Cat Chaser is chasing after the bear, the Silent Fist, not another stolen Monimus Kisses as there's green spit coming out from Sleepless. This forces everyone for Lugiami backwards. That's a buyback from LV, but that's pretty much it. With Foxy Gaming still holding on really strong with the bottom wave crashing in. They're gonna take the Rex.
I mean, you threw everything you had, and you lost 3 people and got nothing. Like, you know, it's sad to say, but I think at this point, Luciami should just consider tapping out, because I don't know, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna come back from this? There's no way.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Thankfully, this
even
is the
so,
upper bracket, so there is still, you know, there is still that one more chance. So no one wants to be there to lift up. LV. Self-use, trying to keep herself alive to simulate, but where do you go? To the side it is.
Now just gonna go to the mid lane, and again they just you park the gyro at the front. Maybe gyro's Aegis expires, then you have a chance to burst her down. It's a lot of, you know, ifs, maybe, possibilities, but at that point you're holding on. These are your chances, you know. But again, Aegis is still up there. And it should expire in like a minute though. That's just too long though.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Gyrocopter, he just, like, wherever he goes, that's the helipad. That's where he, you know, touched down.
Yeah, that's like the new fountain of FSL. That's our fountain. We just stick next to it to keep us all alive.
So, like wherever. I mean, Gyrocopter. I mean, the driver, the dwarf that designed this whole machine. You know, obviously has no regards for quality assurance, because that cannon just goes off. Whatever happens, like you can stun her. You know, you can I don't know, you can hex her. That cannon still fires. You know, that's, yeah. I mean, they're calling it truth. You see, they're obviously trying to make peace, but that side gunner is killing Sanji ever so, you know, slightly. Look at that, they're not even trying to kill. The side gunner, okay, never mind. I mean, yeah, I blame the side gunner.
Sanji getting some big accusations. There you go.
There you go, that's what we like to see.
That's a pizza party right there.
Yeah, that's when your teammates are tipping you.
I mean, at least it's very obvious that the teams are friends with each other, so they're just like having fun. And yeah, like I said, Luciami goes to the lower bracket, they have a chance to make the finals, but FSL Gaming, very dominant performance. Good to see some nice camaraderie. Ship.
We well, ironically, we said that this is possibly going to be the closest one, but it's actually the fastest game we had so far today. 25 minutes, and with the largest goal lead as well. It's actually crazy.
This is when you go like, whoops, sorry. I mean, to be fair, like Luciami got 2 kills in the first, I don't know, minutes of the game, and then they got 1 kill in the next 25. Whoops.
Yeah, I just realized that.
Yeah,
they only have 3 kills overall.
They crushed, like, every Luciami FSL Game plays so well. They crushed the top lane. Like, Sand King had no game. Sand King had no game. And the mid lane Ember Spray, I think she got a solo kill on LV, so that was another tough pill to swallow. And the rotations of Void Spirits weren't able to get them anything. And then bottom lane, Pangolier was unkillable. So it's just, it is too hard for them to deal with. Good try by Luciami, but FSL Gaming was just head and shoulders above them.
Yeah, and then with that, FSL Gaming, they are going to be the first team to advance into the upper bracket finals. The other series still ongoing, and if you guys want to know, it's Pacific Pink against Jarmy, 2 powerhouse teams. So we're gonna have a game on our hands later on. But Luciami, if you are the supporter of the team, it is not over yet. They have the lower bracket semi-finals later on. It will not be broadcasted, but if you guys, just show them your support, maybe we'll see them in the lower bracket finals. Lower bracket finals tomorrow. Semis, excuse me. Later on is the lower bracket quarter. I mean, at this point, I'm at a loss. But what I am sure is that the teams are just showing a lot of quality gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, just because one team, like Luciami had a bad game doesn't mean anything. Like Foxy, we see this at TI level teams. That one team GG's out 20 minutes. So it's like, if the best teams in the world also have stomps, this can happen at any level. So it was maybe, I won't say it was a misdraft, just a couple of unfortunate situations happened, and then FSL Gaming ran away with it. So good on them, and hopefully we'll see them all I'm looking forward to seeing them go up against what was that team earlier? J Army or J Army.
Yeah.
Like those are the two powerhouse teams we've seen so far.
Yeah, it could be. It could be the case, right? Because right now, Jeremy and Pacific Pink are battling up in the upper bracket semi, so maybe they can make it through. And before that, before we proceed into the last best of one of the day in the upper bracket finals, we're gonna take a short commercial break. And remember, this is all brought to you guys by FSL with our partners and sponsors, Yahoo and Intel. We'll see you guys for the next game later on. Hello, guys. We are back. This is the FSL Dota 2 Open 2, of course, presented to everyone by FSL alongside our sponsors and partners, Yahoo and Intel. It is the upper bracket finals, finally, between Foxy Gaming and Jar Me, and it's gonna be a interesting one for sure. My name is HusKKiee, and of course, joined by the one and only Otomo to bring you guys the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting day for sure. This is the Dota 2 Open 2 for FSL. It's a women-only tournament, double elimination bracket, best of one until the finals, which is the best of three. So we are down to the probably the top three teams basically right now because both these teams are at least guaranteed top three. Jarmy looked really strong, but so did Foxy Gaming just now. But I think Jarmy's still gonna come out ahead.
Yeah, the Jar Army, staying strong. I was able
Jarmy,
to,
right?
yeah. I was able to watch the game. Jar was
Mm.
streaming it on Twitch, and I was watching it against Pacific Pink. They put up a clinical performance. There are some bumps along the way, but they were able to clean it up pretty nicely. And the draft is ready just in time to see if this army will continue to stick together into the grand finals. One more game stands between them, and here it is: Abaddon, Lion, Lina, Mirana banned out. Jarmy is gonna take the Pangolier and Shadow Shaman, whereas Foxy Gaming will open up with the Undying and Rubik.
Yeah, interesting opening coming out from Foxy Gaming. We've seen Undying sort of switch around, playing between position 5 and 4 because of how good he is at farming. With the Decay doing double damage to creeps and an extra 50 damage at level 10, meaning that he can clear out waves pretty fast. But Foxy's starting out with their two supports. On the other hand, I do like the Shadow Shaman pick coming out from Jarmy. I think that Shadow Shaman has kind of been overlooked as a disabler because Lion was like, oh yeah, Lion's so much better. He can nuke people down. But Shadow Shaman, his talents were reworked a little bit, but I think they're overall much better. And his ultimate has a lot shorter cooldown at max level. So I like what Shadow Shaman can do right now.
Yeah, I definitely feel the same as well. I think Shaman just provides everything that you want, right? Good laning, good trading, good tower push, good team fight. I think the only thing bad about Shaman is that he's quite slow, as he looks old and feeble. But other than that, he really gives you the whole package. You get everything in a position 4 who doesn't really need that much resources. He himself is a walking menace.
And he's also a bit flexible. You can't play him as a 4 or a 5. We could see the Pango play as a 4 as well. So the only problem right now is that there's so many good spells for Rubik to steal. Hex is incredible. Shackles is pretty good. Ether Shock is not bad. Pangolier, easy to get the roll from him as well. So it's a very nice Rubik pick for sure. Like they really got a good steal out of this Rubik. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and at the same time, Jarmy has to be slightly careful, right? Once you hit that level 15 on the Rubik, suddenly the Hex every single spell just becomes better on Rubik. Rubik might as well just be everyone in the game, be every single hero possible. So that is something that I think, it might sound like it's overwhelming, on paper, but realistically, the only way for it to look strong is if Sleepless actually steals those spells. So we'll see if Jarmy gives her that opportunity. Juggernaut is going to be banned out alongside the PL and Puck. Mars and Gyro also will be taken out. And Juggernaut, so far, we've saw Juggernaut 1. I think Beirida was the one who was able to win with that, right, early on.
Yeah.
They actually played against a Juggernaut from Pacific Pink, and they won with a Luna pick. So something to look forward to. Foxy Gaming have been watching it, so Luna gets banned out as well.
And very interesting pick taking off that Medusa so early on. Like it is still only the third pick of the game, and I mean she's very tanky. Her laning's pretty good. She got a couple of nerfs, but I don't think she was as nerfed as much as the Luna. I thought Luna got hit a lot more than the Medusa. So, but I mean, I like how confident they are just saying it so early. They are going to take the Shadow Demon, amazing counter against the Medusa because the disruption illusions are so good. And again, you're not really sure, is it the 5 SD or the 5 Shadow Demons? Sorry, or the 5 Shadow Shaman. I like the flexibility quite a bit.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I definitely like it, but I think it is. It's not as the line isn't as blurred as other flex picks. I think Shaman as a 4 is slightly better than Shadow Demon 4. It's just how it's just how it feels, right? Terrorblade is gonna be the choice for Jarmy, and of course they have the TB got hit by kind of a I wouldn't say it's a kind of an early game nerf, but I think late game he compensates for it, right? The
10
I think
seconds
Zeal was one of
remaining.
the things that got hit, but most importantly, meta duration
5
got
seconds
reduced.
remaining.
But later on, you can kind of add that 20 seconds back, which is kind of a buff if you hit that timing. But it would take a while before the Terrorblade becomes, that beast. It would take a longer time.
But you also you have to remember that he also had the 0.4 agility gain reduced. That's actually a pretty big
Oh
deal.
yeah,
Like he loses 4 agility per every 10 levels. That's a big deal. And I know that I don't know much about the meta like duration thing. I mean, I don't know if I was considered a buff or a nerf because when you have the extra attack range, most fights aren't going to last so long that the 20
Radiant
seconds
team
extra are that useful. Usually you want to just win a fight straight out, so I think the attack range was more helpful then. And Batrider
yeah.
comes out for FSL Gaming.
Definitely one of the ways to dominate the lane and of course catch the important targets. As long as the Shadow Demon does not have the disruption, or if the Shadow
10
Demon is the
seconds
target,
remaining.
Batrider becomes such a good pick. It's a hero that
5 seconds
uh,
remaining.
we haven't seen for a very
Dire
long time,
team
and and because of this patch, we might see him more often, just because of what he has been given, right? A couple of buffs to go with it. The bonus damage from Napalm has increased. Bit of a reskill for Firefly damage, but overall, I think the Napalm damage is
10
what matters the
seconds
most.
remaining.
I'm looking at the draft from
Radiant
Jarmy, and I
team
have to
back.
say, I think they countered the Medusa so well. Shadow Demon with Disruption is great, but also you have Terrorblade Reflection, as well as the level 10 talent that gives you an extra 2 seconds. I mean, just by those two picks from Jarmy, I feel like Foxy Gaming is gonna struggle so much this game. It's gonna have to be an
10
incredible
seconds
off lane
remaining.
pick or I suppose mid if you want to fix the Batrider. But I do
5
think it's gonna have to be an
seconds remaining.
incredible off laner that just brings them back. Because
Dire team back.
like the 4-on-4 right now, Jarmy just crushes them.
Yeah, it definitely seems so. Timbersaw and Sand King banned out, so Jeremy really banking in Foxy Gaming, putting this Batrider in the mid lane. And even if not, at least they've eliminated the possible flex pick for Foxy Gaming, right? Whereas for Dire, it's more clear cut. They want mid laners to be banned out, so Queen of Pain and Storm Spirit are going to
10
be the
seconds
target.
remaining.
I think
What
Centaur.
what are we looking
5
at? But I think
seconds
both teams are
remaining.
looking for kind of the mid laner, right?
I think if I was Jarmy, I would consider something like a Death Prophet or Leshrac, something that doesn't mind being the middle of the fight. Because if you take an elusive hero like Ember Spirit, Voice Spirit, if you get lifted by Rubik, followed by the Batrider, that's you're dead. But Death Prophet and Leshrac tend to be build a little bit tankier, so they're going to be okay with that. So I would, if I was Jarmy, I would consider, it's either like Death Prophet or
Dire
Leshrac would be
team
my
pick.
2 picks. And what do they go with? They go with they can stick with Ember Spirit. I mean, they're rank 100. What the hell do I know? Foxy Gaming, I would think that maybe Centaurs is what you want. You want to get that meta out and maybe use the Centaur Stampede to get out of fights because it's way too risky to fight Jarmy if they are grouped up as 5
10
and
seconds
Pango
remaining.
roll meta is up, Shadow Shaman Wars. You want to get out.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, a lot of disruption from the side of the army for sure. I mean, there's so much lockdown, right? I think when you have a Medusa, not just Medusa, but any immobile core into a Shadow Demon, it's kind of feels bad. Not only he disrupts you, he makes copies of you that hits hard. He also just breaks you. Well, not really break. He just constantly dispels you. Excuse me, with the with his ultimate, right? The
Yeah,
demonic
Demonic
purge.
Purge.
So
Don't worry, me. I've been struggling all day to remember some spell names. I was like, Carl used his not chakra other spell. He used that one to get the kill. Like I'm sorry. It's Every hero's getting a new shard ability, a new Agha's ability. You're like, oh my god, I need to learn like literally 600 names.
Yeah, it's okay. I am impressed with our abilities to remember all the names. In fact,
Right?
I think
Together,
what's gonna make it
By,
together, like collectively, we remember everything from Dota. That's good enough. Like next thing we need to remember is the lore of every single hero, and then we're set.
Who apparently Slark is dating Naga Siren. I'm like, good for them. I had no idea.
Wait, what? Really?
That's that. They do have
Okay.
a love story. All right, so Fox Gaming, yeah, I still stick to. I think Centaur would be the pick. It has to be going to be often. What did they go with? They go with a Night Stalker, also pretty good. Definitely pretty good if you can jump on. I mean, the problem is they have so many people that you want to jump on. You want to jump on the Ember Spirit, the Terra Blade, the Shot. Like every single person, Night Stalker has to jump on. It's kind of tough. I mean, overall,
Yeah.
Jarmy's draft. Oh yeah, overall, I
Yeah.
think Jarmy's
You-
draft is just a little bit better. I don't know how I feel about the Ember Spirit. I thought I would prefer if they took something else, but still, you have to catch. If you catch him, you can kill him, but catching him is still tough. Foxy Gaming, it's all eggs in the Medusa basket. If she can get fat enough, I do think she can actually handle it, but still Shadow Demon and Terror. But it's tough. It's really tough.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be any easy as well. Even though we look at Ningen, we look at Cat Chaser, two heroes that can kind of jump on a target, but at the same time, like you mentioned, there are so many objectives that they need to eliminate from a fight. And then you have the Shadow Demon, right? Disrupts one, she demonic purges the other, and suddenly all this mobility that you seemingly have gets completely nullified. Cat Chaser is just gonna
Yeah.
float in the sky. Same for the Bat Rider. I do agree. I think Jeremy has a slightly stronger draft, but you never know. This is the upper bracket finals, and these two teams have shown very impressive gameplay up to this point.
Yeah. The thing is, the problem with playing against Terrorblade with this kind of immobile draft, because you mentioned he's like Medusa's immobile, but it's not like the other ones are very mobile themselves. Undying, Rubik. I mean, Night Stalker kind of can if he can jump on you, but it's very easy for Terrorblade to catch 3 or 4 heroes with his reflection and be like, okay, I literally did my job with these reflection illusions. So it's tough all the way. It's tough all the way for Foxy Gaming, I think. I'm going all
Prepare
in
for battle.
on Jarmy. All in. I'm betting my house on it.
Okay, you heard that.
Yeah.
Did you have you discussed this with your family?
Family like schmally, I don't care. I'm putting our house is all on the line. I make the decisions as long as my wife approves.
Okay. I mean, I can't relate, but whatever works.
I'll be interested to see how well the Undying does in this game. I feel like the hero's been getting a good amount of buffs coming out, and I'd love to see him have a good game because this is one of the heroes that I just think is one of the bigger winners in
30 seconds
in this
to
patch.
battle.
Smoke's coming out from Foxy Gaming, but we'll have to see if they actually want to go anywhere. They kind of broke the smoke on the Undying, but they're like, all right, not sure about going in. Look at the magic wands. I love how everyone magic sticks. Right, everyone started off with magic sticks. Such a good value item. We got like
Yeah,
what 3 of them,
you gotta love it. You're up against all these
especially by the way,
spellcasters.
especially the Rubik and the Night Stalker because they suspect they're up against the Shadow Demon, so they
battle
know they're
begins.
like, oh, you want to spam Shadow Poison? No problem. They love the charges.
Yeah, I mean every shadow poison you miss, that's 15 health, 15 mana. I'll take it any day.
All right, so it
No,
is. Let's see, Bat Rider.
this is going to be finally a chance for us to see if the spell amp from the Soul Catcher is like how effective it's gonna be.
Right, yeah. I mean, I guess you would still max it second after the Shadow Poison. Like, it has to be Shadow Poison first, and then the Soul Catcher, just because it's so good. Disruption can stay level 1. But yeah, I mean, like 11%. You catch 2 people, you got 22% more damage. Holy crap, that's a lot.
Oh yeah. I think that
Okay.
adds up to your demonic purge as well. Yeah, level 1 shield crash, but it's
Holy crap,
pretty
one more-
different though. Oh my goodness, that's first blood.
Yeah, he just whacked him today. He's like, and I mean,
Just
the guy.
walked it down.
She wanted to draw the creep like back so that the Pango doesn't have to deal with them in the lane, but that really came back to bite them. First, crazy. Did not think that was gonna happen.
I guess it would have been a different story if it's not an undying, right? You could just shield crash. You get a couple of trades in, but man, you get a damage reduction, but your HP still goes down. Oh, and Honey
Yeah.
Lisa will be able to get this. Oh no, not unfortunately not able to get it off.
That range creep right there ruined the pull. Oh, actually, there's a whole creep way there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, this
Well, I
happened,
like-
you know. However, oh boy,
I
really,
like
guy's gonna get a
how the
courier,
Shadow
but
Shaman-
she's dead.
Yeah, the Shadow Shaman is the one who's sort of like
Dire's top
diving
tower
in and
is
just
under
making
attack.
space and everything. And one more decay misses
Oh.
actually. That
Bit of
decay landed. That
pathing.
could have been a kill.
Courier has been killed.
Well,
Alright.
they are able to get the kill on the Shadow Demon courier. Poor thing. Poor thing.
We're off to a pretty decent start for both teams. You know, courier kills, but I mean it's not a complete setback for the Pangolier. It's more of you know, like, oh crap, I messed up my level 1. Should have had the Swashbuckle.
He'll live. She's a master tier Pangolier. Whenever I say master tier, I'm like, okay, I'm pretty sure you know how to play the hero better than I ever will. So, like, she must have thought this is the best option. She went for it. It's just a bit of the not miscommunication between her and the Shadow Demon, the Shadow Shaman. Where Shadow Shaman was trying to pull the lane, but wasn't working out.
Yeah.
Still, in terms of last hits, Night Stalker is the one who's coming out as the big sort of victim in the laying stage with only 6 and 4. Even though Pango got first blooded, he still has more CS. And he's gonna get a few more right now as well. Oof! Look at the damage.
I mean the bounce range got reduced, but the damage stays the same, and you have to be
Right.
very careful. Even through the I think I assume it's the level 1 shield crash. It still really hurts as Sleepless will die to Jar. That should be the Shadow Poison proc.
Yeah, and another thing is, I mean, even though the range was reduced, it wasn't reduced by much, only like 25 or something, so it's still pretty good. Oh dear.
Okay, they have the Hex, get the disarm, but Soul Rip, cheap and efficient. 2-man DK as well, they get the disarm, but it doesn't really matter too much. I mean, the armor reduction is okay, but you're up against an Undying, he's gonna just constantly DK you. Get the shield crash in though, and Honey Lisa just moving forward, gets the DK, kind of forced back by the Gaia.
I'm kind of surprised that Legaia actually took Hex level 2 instead of Shackles. If you mouse over them, Shackles last like twice as long. And, I mean, you know, you keep them in place. And there's literally no stuns. It's Medusa and Undying. There's no stuns. So, I don't know if that was misplay, but that was a very interesting choice for sure. Ooh, Gil.
Bottom lane as well, Gil getting pushed all the way back. Ja getting some stacks going as Hanli Lisa is going to deny herself. Just a quick trip back to base. But I mean, one good thing about Shadow Demon is that the stacking is, you can just stack, you know, all day with the Shadow Poison. You get a double, triple camp stack. You know,
Yeah.
allow this Terrorblade to just flash farm. The same can't really be said for Foxy though. Even though they have the Medusa, the stacking is going to be a bit slow compared to what Ja Army has.
Yeah, for sure. It's like that is the one. Oh dear, Sleepless. Is he in trouble? He's got two stacks of Shadow Poison. Oh, sorry, 3
he's
stacks,
dead.
4 stacks. He's dead. And I mean, this is just. I feel like this is the trend that's going to continue. I don't think it's going to get much better for the Rubik as the game goes, like as the lane goes on. So it might just be one of those things where you're like, you know, Rubik, just go top and punish the Pango, or go mid and help kill the Ember, because going bottom has just been an absolute disaster.
Yeah, or you respawn, you go get a couple of stacks in.
That's true.
Just get some deep wards with your smoke.
Refill the mid bottle.
Yeah. That's the interesting thing about Dota. Oh, Gil getting chased down. It actually dies. Now Ja might go down as well, but the Shadow Poison, 5 stacks, way too strong. I mean, this Shadow Demon is on the killing spree, so you know, it's not always lost, but definitely a big one. As the Night Stalker was able to kill the Terrorblade. Top lane as well. Nana and Ayu both trade supports. So we got kills all over the map.
Slightly better for Foxy Gaming though. When they killed Terrorblade, the Night Stalker died second, so he got some EXP out of it. Terrorblade died first, so he's like, he didn't get anything from that. Then top lane, they killed their position 4 for their position 5. I mean, his name is Undying, but I've never seen a hero die as much as that guy. So he doesn't mind. You know, he's like, oh well, back to the grave, or as I call it, my bed. So he'll
Yeah,
be cool with
yeah.
that.
Gotta check up on my little minions, you know. I might need to summon them as the game progresses.
See how the zombies are doing, but down there. So it's still Foxy Gaming slightly benefits out of that. And they are going to stick to the max soul rip build. Tombstone's been getting a bit of buffs, but they are still sticking to the
Oh my god, look at this. Yeah, but it's nighttime, and you know what that means. Cat Chaser is online. I think like you say, right, it's not gonna get any better for Sleepless, or at least it will not have this huge improvement. But you look at the Night Stalker, he is doing a lot of work. So Jarmy still has to be really cautious of how they handle this Night Stalker. You know, for the next 3 minutes, he's gonna have a lot of room to work with, and that is without the Dark Ascension.
Oh, here we go. Do we have a shackle? We do have a shackle, but what's there to bounce on? Not much to bounce on here. Wasn't there a rock at some point?
Yeah, there used to be one, not anymore.
I love how I thought at first I was looking at AU, I was like, oh, she's got nothing to bounce. Then she started going that direction. I was like, oh right, there's a rock there. Then nothing happens. Oh, right, there is nothing to bounce there. That was so sad.
There was a rock, but you know, Icebox did some restructure, some terrain alteration. So they removed the rock. Soulreap's gonna keep Lisa alive. They're gonna zap her with the Aether Shock, but she has to stick. Of course, Double Mango consumed by AU just so she can get away. A very, very active game. This is probably the most active game that we had so far.
By the way, the Terrorblade thing about him though is that he always jungles pretty early, so it doesn't actually matter. That's Night Stalker. He gets a big power spike at nighttime. It's great, but Terrorblade doesn't care because he's just gonna go jungle. So it has to come down to Sleepless to get some deep wards, and he has one deep ward, and maybe this might cost Gil his life. Her life.
Ingen is thinking about it. There's no teammates nearby, so this is not gonna be any easier. There's a Tumblr's toy. A toy just found by Gil. I think she's gonna take it just in case Foxy Gaming tries to run her down. Even gets a pull off.
I think that Ningen expected that there was an award there, but there wasn't. There was like only their ward was then just now got dewarded. So she was like, oh, maybe I won't go, but cost them energy.
Dark Ascension used. Ja is gonna get out of there. Sleepless should be able to TP away, but no. Side of Fist just enough. The TP from AU did pay off. It's gonna also allow Legaia to have a bit of room to get that XP in, get those levels. Definitely want that level 6 on this shaman, so they can kind of start taking those fight and probably take towers with the rest of the team. That's always kind of the goal, but other than that, everything looks pretty darn even for both teams. Just a measly 1k gold lead for Foxy Gaming.
Yeah, it's not even that, right? Like the benefit here is that Foxy Gaming can take stacks a little bit more efficiently. With Medusa, Terrorblade is a little bit slower, just because of that lack of multi-shot. So if they have some stacks going for Foxy, that's how you can recover. And if we look at the net worth, though, I imagine we are going to be seeing a pretty even net worth. Maybe the Night Stalkers and Pango are the two people who are suffering the most so far. But Shaman he's maxing the Ether Shock build, the Ether Shock talent skill. Sorry, and oh yeah. Pango, they're really suffering. And Terrorblade's surprisingly low as well. I did not think he had that bad of a game so far.
Yeah, Pango, despite that unfortunate first blood, everything looks pretty well. She's able to get a kill just now onto Sleepless, I believe, and able to put up the aggression. But they're gonna again try the same trick, but this time on that Undying. But Honey Lisa has the Tombstone and Soul Rib's gonna heal herself back up. And just avoid all the Rolling Thunder. Pretty interesting ward, by the way, from the side of JR Army. It's in a spot that you normally wouldn't expect, in front of the tier 1, but also kind of hidden within the trees. Still get to see the lane, but it's a place that no one would deward.
Yeah, the whole benefit is like see if anyone TPs in. I find it very interesting that we've saw 2 Pango Rolling Thunders that just got nothing. And I'm like, is she gonna be able to get the kill? Going for it all the way. The Micro is out. And the guy is here.
Yeah, they also bring Miri in, so Sleepless TP's into a death, and the damage just not enough for now. Nana is going to stay alive as Honey Lisa will heal her buddy up. Losing a Rubik, not too bad, but the aggression from the side of JR Army is very warranted. This is exactly what they need to do. Take control of the jungle and not let Medusa farm up.
They also were able to put in a very deep ward, which I think will get dewarded very soon. Another thing is that during this whole time, oh dear, looks like they are going to be losing the Honey Lisa as well.
Yeah, and there's also the vessel on Miri, so it's gonna be an extra charge. And Soul Rip not as effective as you'd like it to be.
Yeah, that's maybe with the fast vessel. I feel like if Undying would be like, okay, you know what, no more Soul Rip stacks, just max out the Tombstone and work with that. But sticking to it is a bit risky. And meanwhile, Terrible is just farming away. He's been in the jungle the whole time. We haven't even seen him touch the lane. Like, why should I go to the lane when I can have my slaves do all the work for me?
Yeah, it's just Gil just having fun. No, use the pick pole just to move faster. Mass TP to the bottom lane though. Foxy Gaming might want to make something happen. Crippling Fear used and Cat Chaser forced away. There's 4 members on the side of Foxy Gaming. Gonna gather around this bottom lane, trying to find some sort of avenue. They know that Gil is here, and I think there's a Midas on this Night Stalker. Let's see how it's gonna be. Dark Ascension will be used immediately. They go use the Void onto Java. There's no Crippling Fear, so they won't silence her. Reflection and Tombstone drop as well. Do they have any way to take it out? Meanwhile, Miri joins the fight with the Searing Chains. This fight just split apart. Honey Lisa is the first one to go down as Foxy Gaming. There's such a dispersed fight. They even lose Sleepless. Lasso will come out, but there's no damage. Ningen lassos the enemy, but she is the one who gets chained out in the end. It's going to be a double kill for Miri, and maybe Ligaya is going to lose her life, but still win for Ja Army in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that was just mess. It's like Foxy Gaming had 2 different fights going on. There was a fight with like Undying and Night Stalker to the left, and then we had Rubik as well as Barry to the right, and I was like, well, even our observer was like, where do I look? There's everyone's fighting, so it didn't work out well for them. They need to fight around the Tombstone. That's sort of their biggest, the strongest spell to play against, and they're not able to do that so far. And that's a stack that Shadow Demon is going to be taking. These are all big creeps, by the way.
Yeah.
Ooh, I actually did not get any of them. AU close though.
Miri is playing, literally with fire, but they know that there's no lasso, so Ningen won't be able to do much. But Seedless coming in, Miri is very slow, so he needs his teammates to protect him. She needs a teammate to protect her. Foxy Gaming, despite losing that fight, it's not too big of a deal. They have Medusa, 6.9k net worth, still top of the chart, despite getting invaded early on.
And Night Stalker, like you said, he did go for the mice. A bit greedy, because that means that he's kind of playing more of a pseudo carry kind of style rather than that space making offlaner that you like Blink Dagger with Aghanims, and that's about it. But he's like, no, I want Midas just to ensure he scales. It's paying off. I mean, he's ahead of the Pango. I'm sorry, she's ahead of the Pango, so it's working for them so far. If I imagine that we might see some aggression coming out from Jarmy though, because they do know that they see the Midas on the Night Stalker. That means he's a bit weaker. You can take a few more towers if you push the pedal a bit.
They really want this mid tower, and they can slowly chip it down. Foxy Gaming, they don't have the best tower defense. No Blink Dagger on Ningen just yet, so yeah, Jarmy is just gonna commit the Serpent Wards. There is the Glyph, but Foxy Gaming, they can't really take a fight. So at the end of the day, Jarmy knows that they will get the structure.
Interesting to max out the shackles first from the oh wait, Medusa's coming.
Oh, they're gonna get the lift into the drag. Should be able to kill her off. Miri goes down. There's a streak as well going over to the Medusa. The Rolling Thunder actually now catches to the high ground. And this is going to be the fight. Stolen Rolling Thunder coming through, and Sleepless will roll her way into Joss and take her out. And she's going to come right back for AU. There is a Tombstone as well. Gil joins the fight, but it's already 4 kills for Foxy Gaming as Nana will use that Petrifying Gaze, the Stone Gaze, excuse me, just to get away. Cat Chaser, though, still not making life easy for Gil. They're gonna come back with the Crippling Fear, and now he cannot Sunder as Ningen will stick on top, knocking back. Flame breaks Sunder, doesn't get channeled through, and Foxy Gaming takes a full flash fight and wins it.
I mean, losing only Sleepless in that fight is huge. You can see like they got to 2.1k gold, a huge influx of experience as well. It was a bit I feel like it was a bit greedy for Mira to sort of just jump in there and get caught like that. So, Slight misplay on the Ember Spirit. A really good time for the Medusa. You can see Medusa. When we say the hero's late game, we just mean this hero is really strong with items, and she is so far ahead in terms of items. She has a Manta style finished up as well. I wonder what she's gonna go for next. She doesn't have anything cute, but very strong. Medusa's looking very powerful this game.
And that's how you know that your support is doing the right. I mean, Sleepless, willing to throw away her life, just rolls in, no regards. But JR Army wants some revenge. Right on top of the Medusa. She has no mana. They also have the demonic perk to kind of slow her down. The use in with Rolling Thunder combo perfectly. Back up a bit too late from the side of FSL Gaming as AU wants to go for more, but the story is going to keep that Undying alive. Searing Chains will lock down this Bat Rider. But Ningen, he's not done yet. She wants to go on top of Legaia. They will get a trade in return. But this one definitely is more worth for JR Army as they finally eliminate that Medusa.
Yeah, and she's been free farming for so long. That's such a good bounty for them to get. By the way, Medusa did some really impressive play. It didn't work out, but it was still very impressive. She almost timed the Manta to dodge the Rolling Thunder. Like she was maybe, I mean, it's literally a million of a millisecond off to get that, but it was very impressive. So Medusa dies, but I'm still very impressed with how she's playing.
Yeah, and I think AU has a way to deal with that, right? The self-use during Rolling Thunder. Yeah. It's a trick that I think is... There you go. Pretty decent
I'm a big fan of the Philosopher's Stone.
The only GPM item left in the game.
It is so good. I mean, I feel like there should be something that can give you more GPM, but it's like there should be an option to play greedy for supports, right? Like at one point you're like, oh, I want a 60 GPM talent or something at level 10, but nope.
Yeah. Used to have
Damn,
that.
Chris.
Ice Rock.
Ice Rock ruining Dota.
Yeah, it's just like, nah. I mean, you're a support. Nah, we can't. No, I can't let you guys feel entitled, to resources. So take it away. XP per second, gone. XP per minute, gone. GPM, gone. You want it? Try to find this Philosopher's Stone. I don't care how you get it.
Mountains used to give only you gold and EXP. And he's like, no, it's gold for everyone, no EXP for you. I'm like, oh, jeez, thanks, man.
Yeah.
I really want to think about you and for other people.
Find the Philosopher's Stone. You can only get it from 17 minutes onwards. Either that, or you try to steal it from Harry Potter. But either way, you gotta work for it. Oh no, what's the shovel? Put some RNG into that bounty room. Look at this.
Oh, I love how he walked into it.
There we go, that's the lifts, the Stolen Remnant. Oh my goodness, Sleepless goes in. They also have this Night Stalker walking in front. Crippling Fear runs out. They want to go for AU, but can they get her though? AU should be able to walk away safely. But FSL Gaming jumps the gun. They should be able to get this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, it's something, I mean, if I was G Army, I wouldn't be necessarily worried, but seeing this Medusa's net worth it makes you sweat a little bit. That is some pretty high net worth we got there. Oh,
what? What?
That's mind games. That's how you play it.
All right then. Okay, I mean, I get the benefit of doubt.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah, it does happen. I have used Finger of Death on the range creep before. I have a blink stun, a melee creep during a gank, so I understand.
Oh, I just use the Finger of Death on a creep just because I want it. I'm like, some carry's gonna take it. I'm like, dude, you took all the gold. Let me just get one creep. No, alright, I'll think of it.
I make my own choice. Lisa is gonna go down. FSL Gaming, they don't have the lasso, so it's definitely not a fight that they wanna be involved in. That's why JR Army went for the invade.
Despite the net worth of the Medusa, you have to remember that all that net worth is gonna come back for the Terrorblade and the Shadow Demon when they make illusions of her. Like, yeah, she's very farmed, but you get a free Skadi hero as well, and like 3 of them.
It's going to be Medusa just trying to defend the structure. They will decide to use the glyph. Really don't want this tier 2 to go down that early, but what's the contingency plan? What's next for FSL Gaming? Do they have to blink dagger on the Bat Rider? That could be the catalyst for, for the next fight. So far, it doesn't seem like it.
Imagine if Medusa should go for an Aghanims this game. You want to delay your HusKKiee as long as possible because if you get the earlier you get it, the earlier you give it to the enemy, basically. But if you can get a Aghanims, it doesn't benefit you. It doesn't give you as much stats, and the benefit is much more to the spells from Medusa, which can't be stolen. Gia, I think you might. Well, no, she's still alive. Still alive.
Now that you mention it, I think the Axe Shard and Scepter for Medusa would be great, right? Because every time Jia wants to disrupt her, the snake flies out, you turn it into stone, Dark Ascension, they found the Terror Blade, most important target, and they also make sure Ligaya cannot help out. This is exactly what you want to accomplish with your team, and that's going to be 2 quick kills for Foxy Gaming. Now Cat Chaser wants to look for a third, but the rest of Jia army is out.
Yeah, it's a really good kill for them, getting that Terror Blade off the map. He is the biggest threat against Medusa. We saw in an earlier fight when he was able to just hit her, and still did a ton of damage, so it is something to be worried about. However, I don't think that's enough to go high ground for them yet. I mean, they might be able just to get that tier 2, which is still a lot of map control. Oh, an Observer Ward, a tier 2, and an Outpost would be a big win.
And they were able to eliminate Vision from Jia army as well. So Foxy Gaming, assuming control, just a very casual lift from Sleepless as Foxy Gaming decides to back off. So not really much of a threat to the tier 2s just yet. They don't have the resources to do so.
Well, I mean, the Foxy Gaming is probably happy with this. They got what they wanted. They do have a BKB finished on the Night Stalker as well. Although BKB this game, I mean, you still get hit by the Demonic Purge, and you have to worry about Shadow Demon saving people. So it's still a good item. It's just it's not perfect, but it's like there's no spell that goes through it. I mean,
right now it's gonna be Jia army. What's the next move? What's the next move for these 2 teams?
Roshan might be a good option for either one of these teams because we're very close. Like, this is the closest game we've had, 23 minutes. Yes, 2K heads for Foxy Gaming, but like that's not the biggest deal. It's not much of a lead. So I think Roshan is something both teams will want, and it's kind of, they both have really good team fight against it. On one side you have the Tombstone and Medusa. On the other side you have Rolling Thunder, Reflection, as well as the Snakes. So I think that both teams will try to get a pick off into Roche if they can.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What talent did Undying take, by the way? Can we check? Is that the decay damage talent?
Yeah, we're gonna find out in a bit.
Oh,
Tombstone cooldown.
okay.
I prefer the Tombstone cooldown, right? Allows you to fight a bit more, but here we go. Lasso, top lane. I think they found Mirid, want her out, but she's gonna get away. And here comes the Night Stalker. BKB, fresh out the oven. They take out Shadow Demon as AU does not want to have anything to do with this. He's gonna Rolling Thunder to safety as Ligaya left all alone. No, actually Ligaya TP is out. Not too bad for Foxy Gaming for Jia army after all. They only lost 1 guy, but Cat Chaser is not done yet. AU has a swashbuckle and she will also escape.
Yeah, when Tombstone's drop, Bat Rider's Lasso was used, like that are like a lot of abilities, and you only lost your position 5. That is okay. Like you breathe a sigh of relief, you're like, okay, we didn't lose too much, considering how bad it could be. So yeah, you're not. I mean, you're not happy with this, but you got the tier 2 tower, so it's perfect. It's a good trade.
We see AU.
Stalker. He used that Blink Dagger, by the way.
I don't know if AU wants to commit to this, but
Oh my.
feeling really confident. There's no Stone Gaze for Medusa. I kept thinking Petrifying Gaze because there's literally another game that I played that has the same effect, but it's called Petrifying Gaze, and it's also kind of like it's basically a Medusa, so it's a Gorgon entity. I keep messing up those 2 names. Stone Gaze. There we go. I have to remember that.
I'm a little surprised that Medusa went for that early HusKKiee instead of the Aghanims, but oh, there we go, Medusa. There she is.
Okay, Disruption might just say to Medusa, they got the Hexer, but where's the damage though? How did Lisa going to put herself forward? And here we go, all the damage piling in. Medusa is getting burned down. Nana is dead. Cat Chaser is in the back line going after Ligaya, but oh my goodness, look at that illusions. They just obliterate her. Cat Chaser is dead. Stolen swashbuckle for the side of Sleepless. She is going to get out with Ningen, but Ligaya has other plans. Oh, from the low ground, shackles his Bat Rider, making sure that Lincoln crashes. It's gonna be Ja Army with 4 kills off of that one smoke, and they've turned it around, and now the goal advantage is in their
Dire's
favor.
middle tower has fallen.
I mean, I was really surprised that she went for the HusKKiee, you know, because like all that stats, and then that was the best start possible. They straight threw out the disruption on the Medusa, and the illusions did so much. Remember, it's 150% of Medusa's original damage, and you're doing like just so much. And they come out with a HusKKiee slow, as well as that the reduction in healing. I don't know, Medusa could have gone for that Agnes instead. It is it's an expensive item choice to make just now, costing them at least a racks.
Yeah, I do agree. I think that the Axe and Shard once more just feels a bit better, simply because you can reflect spells, especially the disruption, you know, all the hacks. It really does just pay off. Right now we just say that this is the closest game that we had, and suddenly Ja Army wins a big team fight. Still not enough to go into the Baron pit, the Roshan pit. Excuse me.
Baron pit.
No one heard that. No one heard that.
Which
But,
game is that? Which game?
Are scanning.
Nah,
Our
it's
sponsors demand to know. What are you casting
Yeah.
other games, sir?
yeah. My justification was yeah. So sometimes you get reminded of things that are, you know, less on par. Roshan pit.
Yeah.
Okay, no one heard that.
Yeah.
It's
when do you
okay,
think they're
okay.
gonna go
I mean-
until?
Yeah, I mean, I have to be really honest, right? It's hard to juggle when you know, I am so invested in both games. But what we do know is Foxy Gaming should be able to get AU. Yes, they do.
So, should I expect you to later on go like, alright, they're gonna go and kill Zapdos for all the rings? Like, is that,
Yes,
is that
yes,
gonna happen?
yes. They're gonna fight, you know, Shrek or something.
Well, I mean, yeah, they got a kill on the Pangolier, but they're not gonna commit for anything else. It's like it's too risky to commit to Roshan when you kill the Pango who might have buyback and you're close to the tier 1 still standing. Oh dear, that's the perfect start.
Oh boy, not again. Tombstone is dropped. Nana though needs to be really careful this time. They got backup. Straight into the back line, there you go. Stone Gaze petrifies Miri as they will shatter her. Well, Foxy Gaming, this is the chance. Into Roshan it is. If only if
Yeah,
might find more.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
No, they took out the courier. Okay. Link straight in onto Ligaya, trying to force staff. Not enough to buy distance though. She still is going to die. The bone will slow her down. AU does have the roll up. It's the guy just getting coiled around, turns around with the Hex, blinks away to safety. They're taking a lot of time to kill her off, but they finally get it. AU almost kills off Sleepless. The Serpent was mine, and it actually does. Sleepless just buys back. They really want this Roshan.
and yeah, like this Roshan's taking forever, like but at least because they all left now to handle it by herself. And meanwhile, Terrorblade, I haven't seen her in a while. What's she been up to? There
Oh,
you go.
boy.
Gil is finally
They are ready to
considering
fight
joining the
this.
fight. But it might
they're
be
gonna go
too
in.
late.
Metamorphosis pop, Ningen is gonna die. Foxy Gaming kind of misplayed this and they're trying to go into Roshan Pit. He's the first one there, but no. Aegis still goes over to Nana. She will have 2 lives. It's gonna be a hassle for Jarmy to go through. It's gonna take a while, but they're gonna get there. Aegis is gonna be down. Sleepless has no buyback, but she's also gonna die as well. That's a dieback, and Nana has the Stone Gaze. But can she get away? Doesn't feel like it. Goes for the TP. Good Hex and Disruption. Whichever comes first. Nana is gonna go down. And Foxy Gaming kind of made a questionable call, and they end up losing everything.
They stayed way too long at that tier 1. They were like, alright, we gotta get something. They got a couple of kills and they just stayed there. You could have just left. Roshan was the goal, and it was an expensive goal. In the end, they got the Aegis, but they didn't get the Rosh kill. That went to the Radiant, so Medusa didn't even benefit from any like bonus gold. Sorry. And this is gonna be another set of racks because there's just no way they can defend without Medusa.
Tower has fallen.
Oh boy, and how do you come back from this? You know, we first Rex was okay, but now Foxy Gaming had this huge opportunity.
Has fallen.
They were not able to kind of make use of it. So What's
I mean, it has to
what's
be a
the
high
next
ground
move?
defense.
They're
And
trying.
then they lose on that. It has to be a high ground defense with Medusa because one of the things is every fight that they've lost because they were out of their base. You know, there was a little bit of they were separated. If they group up as 5, Foxy Gaming, they have the nice start to jump on the Shadow Demon. They can win fights. 10k behind is not insurmountable, and there is no Aegis or anything. So it looks grim. Don't get me wrong. Foxy Gaming is in a tough spot, but you defend high ground. You have nice start to jump on the Shadow Demon. You're kind of okay.
It's gonna be a tough one.
I'm not sure why Nana's going for more like damage crit items instead of the Aghanim. Aghanim is going to come out after the Daedalus, and I don't mean to like criticize the play because I'm sure
bottom tower is under attack.
these are risky items to go for, both the Scotty as well as the Daedalus.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, I
has
mean
fallen.
the axe has a lot of value as well, right? You get It's all these fights have been so pumped up, and you know you have the Undying, you have the Night Stalker, Bat Rider. It allows you to fight in a tight space, and all you need is just the axe to kind of add on to that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the same thing. Like, you have people to sort of group them up for you. Like, Bat Rider can just lasso someone in, and if Ember tries to jump in, you can just throw a snake, and like, you catch so many people. And you mentioned the shard as well. Every time Shadow Demon throws a disruption, a snake right crawls up his butt, you know, and kills him. Cat chaser.
It is starting to get a bit ridiculous for the side of for Foxy Gaming to deal with. I mean, Jarmy, they have full control, and Daedalus will be purchased finally by Gil.
I wonder if they're going to consider waiting for that second row shot. It is going to be a long time. It's like at least 6 minutes or more. So but they could consider. They're like, all right, we're not going to go high ground unless we guarantee we're going to win. Because remember, this is the winners bracket finals, upper bracket finals, sorry, and it's the best of 1. So you win this, you're getting top 2 guaranteed.
Oh man. I mean, right now, you look at the Terrorblade. BKB, it's not really a necessity, you know. Even if there is the Bat Rider, that BKB can just be saved. Even if I think even if a Bat Rider goes on top of this TB, they might not necessarily be able to kill him.
Yeah, with the Shadow Demon save, it's like you have to throw all in because if anyone hesitates, Gil will just sunder and that's it. They'll win the fight. So there's quite a bit of risk to jumping on the TB. I would say that's not the person you want to jump on. It has to be Shadow Demon. It sucks when this position 5 is doing so much work, but that's what he's doing. He's just crushing it this game.
Yeah, what I mean, the next, this is gonna be the final hurrah, you know. Maybe even has a double damage of the insult to injury, as if things isn't already hard enough. Stolen Serpent Wars, that is gonna help. Start off with the glyph just to protect something for a bit longer. Here we go. There's the lasso. Disruption is gonna keep Gil alive. Now she pops the BKB. They have the Stone Gates coming through. They get Miri petrified, but the damage is just not there. They had to use the snake. AU loses that shoe crash. Oh no, Rolling Thunder actually not stolen. Blink Lip cancels the shackle, but it doesn't matter. Sleeve is also gonna go down alongside her buddy. Now boils down to a 3 versus 5, and through all that effort, Foxy Gaming just don't have enough resources.
I mean, it was a valiant effort to go for Gil, but that was just never gonna work. Like, there's just no way you can kill Gil. Oh yeah, they are gonna keep going for it though. Looks like Lisa might be the first to die, and she does. Followed by Ningold as well. So it's gonna be, I'm not biased back, but you have Nana coming here. There's a Night Stalker here. There's just nothing in the tank for them.
They disrupt Nana. Look at that. Nana getting beaten to death by her own illusions. And that should be it. I mean, Jarmy, we mentioned how good they were at the start of the day, but now they are still probably the best performing team we have seen.
Ooh,
this is most likely gonna be. This is crazy, man. Yeah, that's GG. And Foxy Gaming knows that they can't hold on. They're gonna call it. Jarmy, first team to make it to the grand finals for the shot of becoming a champion in a final best of 3, and of course Foxy Gaming will go down to the lower bracket, and they'll still live to fight another day, but it's gonna be the last chance tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was just going to be a very hard match no matter what you do because Jarmy is so strong, and they had this really nice draft. The Medusa at phase 3 by Foxy Gaming was very risky. I understand that they played her fantastic. Like that, there's not. It's not about how they played it. It's just that they showed their Medusa so early. Imagine if that Medusa had came 4th pick. There was no way the Shadow Demon as well as the Terrible would come out 3 and 4. Instead, they revealed the Medusa too early. It's tough. I feel like that's the only mistake they made. Other than that, they played phenomenally well. Both teams did, but Jarmy's draft was so well suited to counter Medusa.
Yeah, and well, at least we know that Foxy Gaming, when they go down to the lower bracket, they will kind of be in the lower bracket grand finals, right? And kind of the gatekeeper, gatekeeper for whoever comes fourth. They might even earn that rematch against Jar Army, but for now, they will have to just settle for the defeat. And Jar Army having the cleanest day, I would say.
Right, and they didn't drop a single game. I mean, it's all best of one, so obviously you don't really have a chance. But I don't think that any game that they looked really like they were in trouble. This game, there was a bit of a time when I was like, oh wow, Medusa's really farmed. Like Medusa's crazy farmed. And they had that fight in the mid lane when they were able to just get a team wipe. That looked really good. But after that, Jarmy really adjusted. They made sure that to get the Shadow Demon always in position to get his disruption off. In multiple fights, he starts off disrupting the Medusa, and that's the fight's over at that point.
Yeah, just use the enemy's strength against them, and that's the motto for Jar Army in this game. And we did see signs of life. You know, even the graph is showing that at certain points of the game, Foxy Gaming were able to tie it up, get some lead. They got a couple of smoke ganks off, but it was just that one Roshan fight, I think, really put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, the Roshan fight is a good idea. Like they knew that they had the potential to take it. They did, but you can see they split apart. Some of them were like, all right, let's just make sure that we don't get bothered by the Pangle. It was just a good idea. It's just that you didn't really need to worry too much. It was already like 5 versus 3 anyway, so it cost them. They could have just taken down the Roshan much faster and gotten out potentially, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, Jar Army continues to triumph, and we just a little bit of an update from the lower bracket. Pacific Pink just now they did lose to Jar Army. They dropped down. They faced off against Unknown. They lost that, so Pacific Pink is out. We have Lugiami taking on Walking Wards, and Lugiami was able to beat Walking Wards, so they make it up into the lower bracket semis. This is going to be interesting because the first game tomorrow that we'll be witnessing will be between Unknown and Lugiami, and afterwards whoever wins will have to fight off against Foxy Gaming, and the winner of that will face off Jar Army in a best of 3 grand finals where we will finally crown the champions. So out of all these teams, the only team we didn't get to witness much is Unknown, but other than that, is there any things that we can expect going into tomorrow?
We didn't see Pacific Pink either, by the way. These are the two teams that we didn't see them at all. And by the way, they played against each other. Pacific Pink won, then they had a rematch, and Unknown won. So I'm like, we missed the whole story. Like we could have seen all that, but there's only so many games we could actually keep an eye on. It does look like maybe Jarmy just kind of unbeatable at this point. That's kind of the feeling I'm getting. They're drafting so on point. Foxy Gaming, if they go back, maybe figure out their draft a little bit, maybe they can improve on that. I think they have a strong chance. The semifinal match, again, we haven't seen either of these teams. They're unknown to us.
Yeah, I get it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like the suspense. But at least we know we've seen Luciami play. They were able to beat Walking World, so there is a certain expectation going into tomorrow. But that's all going to be left for the final day. And that being said, we've come to the end of the show for today. Before we sign off, once more, we gotta give a quick shout out to the party who brought us this journey and this tournament. FSL being the presenter alongside our partners and sponsors with Yahoo and Intel. Thank you for fighting for a cause that everyone believes in, and of course everyone behind the scenes, from the players, the audience, the production, admins, and everyone in between. We thank you guys for being a part of this. My name is HusKKiee. He's my buddy Otomo. We'll see you guys tomorrow where we crown the eventual champions. And until then, we bid you guys have a good day and goodbye.